Good morning. Good morning. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, February 24th. Semis and a few other tech stocks are in play this morning, populating the top 25 stocks, more or less, that are seeing a lot of bullish flow this morning. Okay, let's get ready for the opening bell. All right. Let's see. AMD is number one on the NASDAQ 100, followed by Intuit, Qualcomm, AstraZeneca, Intel, Keurig, Dr. Pepper, LRCX. Looking good. Okay. Trace, let's take a look at Trace. Okay, we got some positive gamma down below. This is non-zero day. Positive gamma building down here at 67.70. There's a little bit right below us. We're currently sitting on top of 68.40. We need to get back into this zone overhead, 6900. A lot of positive gamma overhead, a lot of negative gamma below. You can see all this negative gamma. People are short, people are long puts. Traders are long puts. Dealers short, market's pulling back. We're currently fading off the best levels of the morning session. SPY pulling back. Okay. Still dealing with that 50-day overhead. 50-day is still a problem. That blue line marking the 50-day. We're down here below yesterday's low at the moment, 66.82. All right, we got about 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go. All right, let's look at some of these semiconductors. Okay, AMD, we talked about AMD. What was it? Last week around Thursday, I think. We were looking at AMD for potential bounce in this area. Still not bouncing. Got the 200-day down below. We bounced a little bit, hit the 50-day, got rejected. Looks like a larger range. Okay, we need to get above this range. RSI is still down below 50. Stochastics and MACD are oversold. It's could bounce any day. Maybe sell some iron condors on this one. For now, though, the markets keep giving us warning signals. If you haven't hedged already, consider some hedges on the S&P or the spiders, Qs, whatever you're looking to trade as a hedge. Okay, I like the idea of a put fly. We're continuing to fade here into the opening bell. We got 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. I don't see any news. Apple's got its shareholder meeting today. Apple has a shareholder meeting today. They're going to discuss board re-elections, an age limit waiver for Art Levinson, the chairman, and audit chair Ron Sugar. Executive compensation, Tim Cook's package compensation approximately $74 million. They're going to talk about that. The China entanglement audit, requesting an audit of Apple's manufacturing ties to China. Apple's board has recommended a vote against this proposal. AI strategy updates. While it's not a product event, Tim Cook is expected to provide high-level commentary on the integration of Apple Intelligence and the liquid glass design language across the ecosystem. That's a virtual meeting. That could have an impact on Google, since you know that they're using Google's technology, Gemini, in their AI strategy. Okay. Okay, once again, we're just watching right at the open. We're right at this positive gamma, negative gamma level right here at 68.30, 5-ish. Support down here at 67.70. If we fade the open like Sundog is looking for, that's a potential target for now. I'm going to sit and wait, see. Below 6,800, we get negative gamma kicking in. Could see a decent move lower. The 200 days down there near 6,500. Okay, that 200 days down there at 65.50-ish right now. Okay, we had 7 distribution days. Yesterday was pretty decent too. Okay, so MACD is still drifting lower. Stochastics, while it is bouncing, is not giving us much of a signal. Neither is RSI. So assume the worst for now. If we get a bounce, that's great, but assume the worst, a pullback down to that lower range. Okay. SPY is at 682 at the moment with less than 2 minutes to go. Less than 2 minutes to go. Okay, let's look at some of these semiconductors. AMD we just talked about. Micron moving a bit higher at the moment. Qualcomm, these are in the top 15, top 20. Intel bounced off the 50-day. Looking for a bounce that follows through. KLAC. Okay, we got 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. ASML makes the machines that makes the chips. That's a bit higher this morning. LRCX, we were looking for a breakout as well. A breakout of a consolidation. You can see this here. Still diddling with yesterday's range. Applied Materials also grinding higher, 921.50 or up and to the right. That's bullish. Futures continue to drop off here. Futures continue to drop. SPY continues to move lower. Okay, we're about to open here. About to open. Okay, markets are open. Okay, SPY. Let's see if we get a bounce. We're getting a little short covering at the moment. Short covering. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA moving. NVIDIA has earnings tomorrow. NVIDIA moving. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple shareholder meeting. All right, so that would be nice. Apple's on the move. Excuse me. Apple's shooting higher here. Apple. There goes Apple. Okay, Apple above the 50-day moving average and catching a bid. Okay, Apple looking good here. Okay, here's your Apple 60-minute 20 MA. I like to use this for my trailing stop. We're gapping up this morning, so we could fade a little bit. Though we do have that shareholder meeting, so I'm expecting that this will continue. Nice crossover. MACD is bullish. RSI is bullish on the 60-minute time frame. S&P is still pulling back a bit. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I hope you're having a good morning.
LWLG, CDIO, IOBA, RKLZ, SHLS, FIGG, LWLG, FIGG, CDIO, BBB1, CCCC, TOCN, BBBY, ALLO, PRME, SOUN, KTUP,
Okay, Apple looking good. Apple
SHL,
scooting higher. Continuation. Apple looking good.
CCCC, USAR, UCTT, NYGG, LWLG, BBBY, AMDL,
Okay, those 270s are in the money. Also has some 275, 280 verticals, spreads.
CD,
Okay, that's Apple. Let's keep an eye on what's going on with AMD as well. AMD. AMD. All right, gapping up here. AMD is trying to turn the corner.
CRMX, NYGG, UCTT,
Okay, AMD is trying to turn the corner. 60-minute looks good.
BDMD,
Apple's still going.
TUP,
Apple's still going. AMD.
RKLZ, CD,
Okay, that's a big gap up. A little profit taking. 50 days still a problem for AMD.
AMD,
Apple's still going. Keep an eye on Apple. Shareholder meeting this morning, 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. East Coast. S&P's trying to bounce. So keep an eye on that. Trace. Hedge flows are still moderately lower. Okay, we're down 12 handles, off the best levels of the session.
USGG, CRMX, DOCN, DAMD, RXD, ECHB,
All right, we need the markets to bounce. We're still watching hedge flows moving a bit lower.
SHLS, DAMD, OPCH, NYGG,
Let's see what's moving today. Let's see here. Volume. Teva,
LIH, DOCN,
8.5 million on Teva. A 22 strike. Let's look at Teva real quick. Teva. Yeah, not much to look at there. Teva. SOXL.
LRMR,
SOXL, the 8 call
CCCC,
for January. SOXL, the 8 call. SOXL.
MLEC,
What? Okay. Micron, the 380 call, 1.4 million on the May 15th. May 15th. Okay. Micron, buying at the ask, 150. There's 1.4 million trading on Micron. Okay, that just pulled back. Micron. Okay, back to Apple. All right, starting to consolidate now. The morning gains. It's above the 50-day. Looking for price action to stay inside the Bollinger Bands. We're in the upper half. MACD, RSI, stochastic suggests that we're going to be pushing higher at the present time. Okay. Okay, let's see what Apple does. Bitcoin still in the toilet, basing down here in the lower half of the base. Don't like the way it's trading right now. Everybody's trying to support. All the bulls are trying to go on to Yahoo and CNBC and support Bitcoin's current pullback. average down, add money every month, blah, blah, blah. I'm not interested in Bitcoin at the moment until it gets its act together. There's too many other things that are moving that look better. Semis today in play.
And Tom, you can't talk about this AI trade and this disruption without talking about the major players.
Okay, Apple's up nicely. Okay, there goes IWM on the move. IWM. Okay, here goes IWM. Apple bouncing. IWM with the bounce. We hit the 50-day yesterday. IWM inside of Bollinger Bands probably consolidates more. Same thing with the S&P. S&P, we're dealing with this just shy of 3% pullback. A lot of bears are expecting and planning on a move lower. I think it's a good idea to keep that in mind, but we've been in a range. We can consolidate the run up into year end. All right, there goes IWM. IWM's on the move. Okay, IWM. IWM on the move, Mondo. I know you like to trade out of IWM. 50-day bounce. There goes IWM. Gold, we have to keep an eye on as well. Gold's been active. I see some of you trading gold. I know Russell's heavy into gold, physical gold. Okay, Apple popping again. Apple's popping. Okay, Apple, a little hesitation there. Looks like some profit taking. I don't know. Apple looks so good. Finally back above the 50-day moving average. Okay, yesterday we talked about 3 white soldiers. We got 3 white soldiers today. Okay, so that's a good reversal signal. Back above the 50-day. Looking good.
What's partly tariff and what's a price increase. So that's something that has yet to be played out. And certainly, if you talk about consumers, well, consumers necessarily aren't going to be seeing any tariff refunds unless they get them through lawsuits, so to speak. But certainly, this opens the door now for companies to be claiming stakes for these refunds. And then it seems like it could take months, it could take years for these refunds to actually go into play. And if these companies do get them, it seems like maybe they'll be targeted promotions or they'll reinvest in their workforce. Just really quickly, Tom, can we expect to hear more about this, the State of the Union tonight? What are you thinking there?
Yeah, I think we can.
Okay, that looks good for Apple. Still going 272. All right, so the 270s, those expire on Friday. I have 275, 280 call spreads as well. Let me make a decision here whether I want to roll it out. Probably should roll these out because we've got a nice profit. Should just keep going with the profit until I get stopped out. All right, Micron bouncing, range bound. Okay, let's look at the stocks that are on the move. Obviously, AMD, we're trying to get that above the 50-day. Apple looks really good, so don't lose sight of Apple. Apple's on the move. Let me grab an S&P. Let me grab an S&P put and call 30 deltas. I like to put into my active trader window. I've found that the biggest moves obviously come on news. That shouldn't be a shock. So having some 30 deltas adjusted during the day, of course, because the stock market's not going to sit still. 30 deltas I found work pretty well, 30 to 40 deltas. And having those ready for any kind of news, you could just one-click entry, scalp it. We've seen options go from 50 cents, 75 cents, $1.50 to like 11, 15, 20 in minutes on news-related announcements. So I like to have these ready. I've shared with you what I like to do. I have an active trader window, puts on one side, calls on the other. One-click entry works very well. Okay, 30 deltas are pretty expensive at the moment on call side. Today's the 24th, yeah. Very interesting. Calls are bid now. Calls are bid at the moment. Where's the 30 delta put? 30 delta put is right around 68.20. All right, I'll grab that. I'm not taking the trade. I'm just filling my active trader window. And okay, AMD's fading off the high. Apple's still going. Apple's still going. That's a winner. Okay, don't forget, check out your 60-minute 20 EMA. That's good for stops. Okay, 60-minute 20 EMA on Apple. Okay, here's your 60-minute time frame. 20 EMA is the green line. The dotted red line is the 20 EMA on the daily. Got a crossover. So momentum is clearly shifted to bullish. 3 white soldiers on the daily. 3 white soldiers. Okay, that's a nice reversal pattern. We're still in tight Bollinger Band, so we want to see 280 taken out. RSI is rising. I have the 275, 280 call spread. When does that expire? That expires, I think, July. Yeah, July. So I'll need to adjust those up. What I might do is take profits and then drop down to like June. 280, 285, something like that. Let me see what money magic levels look like. Money magic levels. Okay. Okay, IWM's cruising higher here off the 50-day bounce. IWM's on the move. Okay, let me take a look at IWM. I might want to do something with IWM. Okay, off the 50-day, IWM's looking good. IWM, what about Friday? Damn it. Friday, 27th. Friday calls for IWM. Okay. All right, IWM's at the high, so I'm going to save this. I'm not going to buy it here, obviously. IWM. Coming off the 50-day moving average, IWM.
Of WBD common stock. Now, the company did not specify the exact price that Paramount's guidance would offer, but Yahoo Finance did reach out to Paramount's guidance for comment on the report, but did not hear back. It's the latest development in this ongoing battle, this saga between Paramount and Netflix to complete a deal to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery. So does this latest development change anything for investors? Let's take it to the opening bid.
Okay, IWM looks good.
A movie-like saga that we have been watching for months. So who wins this? And does this
IWM on the move?
Change the way that we're going? Who wins here?
I think Netflix still wins. I mean, so Warner Brothers is still accepted the bid from Netflix, and now they're going to consider this elevated bid from Paramount, which we can assume is about $30. I believe that was the last bid that they made. We don't know where Netflix is in the process.
Okay, IWM still moving.
A lot of money and are likely well able to increase their bid necessary to secure the rights. This is sort of a refreshing little, like, break from all this concern that AI is going to ruin society. It's just an old-fashioned bidding war, and it's sort of fun to watch, and it's obviously great for Warner Brothers shareholders, and happy for them. And look, it underscores the value of Warner Brothers, really their content, right, and their property, and that still is incredibly valuable and incredibly important. I think ultimately though, Netflix wins, they have the most money.
We went a little old school in this AI-driven trade.
IWM on the move. Okay, Apple. All right, so calls are definitely bid. Market's bouncing. All right, there goes IWM. IWM. Keep an eye on small caps. IWM coming off the 50-day moving average. You're looking for it to move to the top of the Bollinger Bands on this bounce. Apple still going. Microsoft finally got a bounce. Microsoft was down along with software stocks yesterday. Maybe they were shaking the tree a little bit more, trying to get better entries. We'd like to see institutions step up. Okay, the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. AMD, Team Atlassian, ARM Holdings. Okay, ARM Holdings I have a position in. Qualcomm, Zscaler, Adobe, Cadence Design, Apple jockeying for number 6 spot. That means a lot of stocks are moving because Apple's been up all morning. BKNG, Booking.com, Airbnb, MChip, On Semiconductor, NXPI, Workday, Global Foundries, DoorDash, Verisk, Synopsys, Micron dropping down the list, but active. Okay, so IWM looking pretty good here. Apple at the high of the day. Nice move on Apple. Okay, Apple. Okay, Apple has an ATR of $6.60. It's up 8. So you may want to take a little bit off into strength and look for a little ABCD pattern. Might want to take some off here. Okay, I'm going to take some. I have some July calls. I want to take some profits here and maybe buy June's or May instead of these Julys, too far out. Okay. All right, I took some profits on Apple into strength. A lot of people chasing up here. Could stay strong. What I would like to do, if I get any kind of pullback, I'm going to buy June. And I had July, 265, 260. No, 275, 280s, 275, 280s. So I'm going to drop those down. Maybe do 275, 280 for June or May, or even a little bit closer. Apple looking really good though. Apple's doing well. IWM continuation. Tesla's up. All right, most stocks are up on the New York FANG, so we'll take a look at that. We needed the bounce. The New York FANGs, we needed that bounce. Okay, let's take a look at the New York FANG index. Okay, so like a tweezer bottom. Another doji. They keep showing up buying down here. Stochastics, MACD, RSI, all oversold. We just need a catalyst to get this party started. Okay, so let's look at some of these. Apple, we already know about. Apple, 3 white soldiers in the upper half of the Bollinger Bands. Let's look at Amazon. That was down yesterday. Amazon, looking for Amazon to follow through. Okay, inside day on Amazon. ARM Holdings I have. I'm looking for that to break towards the 200-day. Looks like a good day for ARM Holdings. Let me just check my position. See what I want to do here. ARM. Okay, I'm going to wait a little bit longer for ARM. ARM, I have April 135s, April 135s. Also have some 135, 140 spreads. Okay, so that looks okay. Moving on, Google. Okay, Apple has its shareholder meeting at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific. So they plan on talking about their AI strategy. So Google's entangled in that, or part of it. So we're looking for Google to make a higher low and push back up towards the 50-day. Got rejected yesterday. That's okay. Meta was looking good until yesterday as well. That got rejected at the 50-day. So we're looking for a bounce here. Let me just check IWM. IWM still looking good off the 50-day. Okay, Meta we talked about. All right, Snowflake was down a lot yesterday. Double bottom on Snowflake. All right, Microsoft had a pretty deep discount yesterday. Still not giving me any warm and fuzzy feeling. I like Microsoft. It's just not doing what I'm hoping for. RSI is still down here. MACD stochastics, they need a catalyst. Just all this negative news about AI taking over software. I can't see Microsoft going out of business. But, if you were looking for an entry in Microsoft, it's a lot better than trading at 550 for sure. So how many people are interested at 380, 385? I imagine a lot. We just need to see the confirmation. Speaking of confirmation. So good morning so far. I hope you're having a good start to your Tuesday. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is almost 10 o'clock, not even a half an hour into the trading day. A lot of activity. IWM is seeing a little profit taking now after that nice pop. IWM. Okay. Yesterday we had some activity in the critical metals. USAR back above the 50-day. Watch USAR. USAR critical metals. All right, what's CRML look like? CRML. MP materials. CRML. MP. Okay, Andrew. What's going on, Andrew? IWM. No. IWM looks good, but I'm not in it. No, I'm not in it. I would like to buy this dip. Okay, IWM pulling back. I'm not in it yet. I'm just looking for maybe a dip that gets bought. It's at above the 50-day. Looking good. All right, Microsoft seeing some profit taking. Junk. All right. Yesterday we saw junk. Yesterday we saw junk trying to get above that 97 level, and we got rejected. Closed just above the 50-day. Now we're below the 50-day. Not really concerned about it right now, but I'm definitely paying attention. Bollinger Bands are tightening up. We're above the 200-day. If you're bullish, you definitely want to see price action on this particular asset higher. If you're bullish equities, you want to see junk bonds higher. This is telling you a similar story as what we saw over here in September. We pull back. We got to keep an eye on this. If it drops like it did in October, that'll tell you that these people who trade more risky assets are out of the market, thinking the markets might pull back. All right, S&P. So far, we got a nice little bounce. Okay. So far, looking to do something with IWM. I'd probably do Friday calls. Chevron looking for the bounce.
Forms for new car insurance rates can take forever. You can count on Credit Karma to speed things up because Credit Karma shows you personalized rates from top providers without the extra legwork, so you can get to the coverage you need ASAP. Download Intuit Credit Karma to get started. Give yourself a sweet boost with Candy Crush. Tasty.
Hey you, what's your poker? Texas Hold'em? Omaha? Ultimate Poker?
Maybe Caribbean.
And I resume in less than infinity? Perhaps Mississippi. We got it all. Take your seat now and get 1 million free chips. CABA.
Behind every great moment in history,
India, I'm coming for you!
there are 1,000 people certain it fails.
You think you'll make it? Absolutely not. I feel like he has a chance, though. He is cheap. What does Kalshi have to say?
Many submarines on Columbus getting lost. There's no chance they make it. No is the overwhelming movement. Will anyone go against the market?
What happened to that feeling?
I'm trading like treasure on Columbus completing his voyage.
Kalshi.
GRFN may rest in 10 seconds. ANTC may resume in less than CABA.
All right, IWM trying to bounce.
Vegas. Spin anytime, win anywhere.
In the heart of
Hedge flows moving higher.
the lion defends his pride.
Okay, let's see what that was. News item. News. Okay, U.S. consumer confidence actual 91%. They were forecasting 87%. Oh, that's a good one. Consumer confidence improving. I don't know what that's based on. Consumer confidence beat by 4 basis points. Wow, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let me just post that in the room. Consumer confidence.
First up, we'll discuss what investors need to know ahead of the President's State of the Union address. Plus, we'll hone in on the economic impacts of AI following a doomsday report about its future effects. And we'll recap Home Depot's latest results and what they say about the health of the U.S. consumer. But let's take a look at the major averages to kick things off here this morning. We are seeing a sort of tepid recovery from the selling that we got yesterday. The Dow, which was the worst performer of the three averages, is up about 160 points or so. That's just a third of 1%. The S&P 500 is barely in the green at this point, and the Nasdaq Composite is up about 0.2%. We did just get U.S. February consumer confidence from the conference board coming in a little bit better than estimated at 91.2. The estimate was for 87.1. Let's put this in context. It represents quite a rebound from the January numbers, which came in with a big drop in confidence. So I'll dig into those numbers, and we're going to have someone on, an economist in the conference board in just a few moments. Digging under the hood of the market here, especially as we see the S&P 500 going to little change.
All right.
Are down the most today.
Watching S&P here. S&P, watching hedge flows starting to back off a little bit right now.
What they do is replicable by AI, and that study found about 7 70% or so, but it's the sort of edge that the 30% or so of those active fund managers have that differentiate.
Okay, Micron off. Chevron trying to bounce. All right, so the chase has dissipated. Some stocks are trying to hold up, like Apple. I'm looking to buy something a little bit closer in time because I did have the 275 280s. I had the 270s. I took those off. 275 280s for July. I want to come back a little closer to say maybe May. That way, when I roll, I can roll out May, June, July. It's not too far out. Apple, I wanted time on Apple when I took these because it didn't look like Apple was going to do much as it hit that upper Bollinger Band and pulled back. All right, so this looks good though. Apple looks good. RSI, MACD, stochastic, everything turned up. Volume looks good the last 2 days. 3 white soldiers in the upper half of these Bollinger Bands. Getting a little bounce right now in futures. Let's keep an eye on hedge flows. Okay, hedge flows. Microsoft had a little pop and then dropped back down. Microsoft just not interested until Microsoft can move higher out of this base to do anything on the long side. I'm not in any hurry. NVIDIA's earnings are tomorrow after the close, so that could change the complexion of a lot of things. Could send the markets lower or higher. IWM still fading, not bouncing. Chevron, let's see. The TRI. What is that? TRI. That's a oil and gas name, right? TRI. Oh, Thomson Reuters. All right. So this is like this looks like Microsoft. Okay, so this is doing the same thing. RSI, except for the RSI. RSI was way oversold. Okay, if you look at Thomson Reuters, it's the top of the NASDAQ 100. It's getting bought, but already starting to fade. Microsoft got the same kind of look. Microsoft. A lot of talk about software, AI being replaced. The only problem is Microsoft has yet to give any kind of substantial bounce. Most of this is selling. Looks like institutional selling.
So this is a much bigger stage where if you're a keystone, that could be significant for those companies. So it's going to be a mix for President Trump tonight, but I think it's fair to say that the markets are watching more closely.
Yeah, it got really cold. Okay, we're starting to see a bounce here. Futures starting to bounce. Futures.
Let's hone in on the economic impacts of the president's new tariff regime ahead of that speech. Joining us now, Stephanie Roth, Wolf Research chief economist. Stephanie, let's start on tariffs, and then I want to dig into some of the other AI stuff that is out there that I know that you and the market have been paying attention to. I am curious what you make of, I don't know, the last few days of the tariffs sort of back and forth with the Supreme Court, then the new tariff regime coming into place. What is ultimately the impact on the U.S. economy of all this?
It should be fairly mild. So the initial news that it was going to be 10% for Section 122 replacing the IEEPA tariff, that would have been positive news because that would have actually taken what we modeled for the effective rate down, a couple percentage points. That said, over the weekend when we rose it back up to 15%, now you're looking very similar to what the prior IEEPA tariffs were. So we estimate it covers about 80% of the IEEPA tariffs before the ruling. So not 100%, but certainly not not only a small portion of it. Now we're roughly back to where we started, modestly better. If you were to think about the inflation impact, if companies were to actually reduce their prices in line with the change in tariff rates, that would be about a 10 basis point move lower on inflation. That said, I'm not convinced companies will actually lower their prices.
Yeah, right. I mean, that was going to be my next question, Stephanie. What are the chances that companies do that? I mean, what tends to be a precipitating event for companies to lower their prices? I mean, isn't it sort of pushback from consumers or an economic environment where they feel like they can't sell unless they do that?
Yeah, prices generally don't fall in a good environment. It would be because the consumer is quite picky and is pulling back on spending. That said, this comes at a time where stimulus from one beautiful bill.
All right, watching futures for a bounce to see if anything else bounces with it. I'd like to see NVIDIA back up. That was starting to look good. Supposedly, I took some notes last night. Let's see. Supposedly, NVIDIA, AMD, ASML, Taiwan Semiconductors, those should all have a positive impact due to the new tariffs, the sovereignty trade, or the national defense. Not selling to China has been viewed as positive. So they have good earnings. It could have a nice effect with the whole group, AMD, ASML, Taiwan Semi. Let's take a look at Taiwan Semi. I've been wanting to do something with Taiwan Semi. It's breaking out now. So the breakout trade, 920.50 up and to the right. Stochastics, RSI, MACD, all rising. Okay, ASML, also like this one. Trending. I like Lam Research, LRCX. What's Qualcomm? Qualcomm doing? Qualcomm is supposedly going to get a negative impact. Qualcomm, even that's up though. Western Digital, I guess traders don't really care. Western Digital and SanDisk, SNDK. All right, nice bounce with the futures. Nice bounce underway. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday. Only 40 minutes into the trading day. 1010 wins in New York City. Is that station still on the air down there? Up there, I should say. Used to like to listen to them. All right, so here we go. Got a nice little bounce. IWM.
And that you responded to in a note of your own, and I like how you sort of crossed out today's date.
Yeah.
2028 instead. You know, and you and I talked.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Russell, let's look at Walmart. Yeah, Walmart, nice bounce. Walmart, 3-candle reversal on Walmart. Walmart yesterday. All my dreams seem so far away yesterday. 3-candle reversal. Morningstar, Doji. Complete. Now day 4. Okay, so yesterday was the completion of this 3-candle reversal. You see this often at lows. I mean, this is at the 50-day, so that's okay. We're trending. We have a follow-through day. We're back above the 20 and the 9 EMA. Looks like we're going to stay in the upper half of the Bollinger Bands. RSI turn back up. MACD and Stochastics hesitating a little bit. As a function of price, these will turn as well. Walmart looking okay. Yeah, so Taiwan Semi, AMD is probably the least of my favorites. But this will have a positive impact with these tariffs. He just up the tariffs to 15%, right? And with, I believe with China, I think they were saying that the Supreme Court decision doesn't affect China, that part of it.
I guess that we're even having them, right? Because we really, at the end of the day, we really don't know. It's more just sort of like, at this point, it's sort of an intellectual exercise that obviously has mistakes, but there is not a concrete way of knowing what the outcome's going to be. I guess the best we can hope.
All right, there goes Amazon pop.
And maybe this is the most naive.
Okay, that looks good. Tesla looks next. Tesla looks ready. Microsoft, bounce. Apple, maintaining strength. Okay.
Big decision makers are important here. This is kind of where the rubber meets the road in the sense that if they really don't end up training this bulk of the sort of the youth cohort, then that's going to create really big problems down the line. So it might end up being a slight decision on the part of companies to hire people that perhaps AI could do some of the work that they are currently doing, but in a sort of an investment to sort of train their future workforce to then be able to use AI effectively. So it might end up being just a bit of a where we're all adjusting and figuring it out, but I think the ultimate result will be they'll be rolling through. And eventually when
Okay, Apple looks like it's going to fade a bit. All right, so that's why I wanted to take some profits off on Apple. I'm looking for a little fade. It's up quite a bit. I think it has an ATR 6, I believe it was, Apple. It was up over 8. It's now 7. Okay, so it has an ATR of around 650. So a little bit of a retracement. Stochastics is rising. So what does that mean, Benny? Whatever stochastic is rising, that's telling you to look for, on a rolling basis, 14 days in this case. This is 14 days. On a rolling basis, if this is turning up, the odds are that you close in the upper half of the daily range. Okay. We also know it's a shareholder meeting. So if you take stochastic for what it's designed for, stochastic's turning up, you should see a close in the upper half of the daily range. So that means any pullback will most likely get bought on a 14-day average basis. All right. So this is just turning. So we're coming off of 3 white soldiers. That's very positive. We got the shareholder meeting. So my guess is any pullback is going to get bought. So if you're nervous up here and you just sold your shares, you're looking for a pullback, whatever your reasoning is, I'm thinking we're going to bounce somewhere between where we are now and 270, I guess. Produce an ABCD pattern. If you don't know what I'm talking about, for new members, looking for this pattern. Okay. You get the run up in the morning. You get the West Coast traders. People get up early, get up at 6 o'clock, whatever. They trade the open 6:30 their time, 9:30 our time. Markets open. They trade for an hour or so, half an hour. Get ready, have breakfast, go to work. They made their money already. So you look for the A pivot. Sometimes it's early, sometimes it's later in the day. Most often it's usually later in the day. But in this case, everything popped this morning. So I'm watching for Apple for potential entry on this pullback. It may not pull back that much because we get this shareholder meeting that we got to consider. They're going to talk about AI, but they're also talking about a lot of other things. Pay packages for Tim Cook, $24 million, I think it was. All right, futures look like it's going to bounce some more. Okay, some other stocks that we've been trading, looking at these. GE, a little dip there, a little bounce, looking for a bounce in GE. I have June options, I believe. GE, ARM Holdings. Okay, ARM Holdings, I have a position in ARM. Let me just check that out. ARM Holdings. Okay, so ARM, I've been looking at this big weekly range, sideways range. All right, ARM's moving back up into the range. Where do you want to buy ARM? Do you want to buy up here? and see it get rejected, buying the breakout, not a bad idea if this consolidation eventually gets up there and starts to trend and takes off to the upside, in which case we would see the daily continue to fill this Kirby. We got some resistance just overhead at 135 to 140, 135 to 138. There's a 200-day right there, that dotted gold colored line, kind of brown looking. But we're looking for a break above 131. RSI is rising. That's good. Need to see MACD continue. Stochastics embedded. That's telling you look for a close in the upper half of today's range, even though it's embedded. You can see how stochastic, when it turned up, stochastics along with MACD, volume picked up. We were looking for closes in the upper half of each day's range. For the most part, we did. Then we started consolidating. Stochastics right there. Most of these closing in the upper half, and then now we're starting to see this price action take off. There goes, watch Microsoft here. Microsoft, sneaky. People forgot about Microsoft because of the weakness lately. All right, it doesn't mean you can't scalp it, right? Looks like people are scalping it. Snowflake had a beat down yesterday. That's bouncing as well. Tesla, looking okay. Looking at the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. ARM Holdings and AMD are fighting for #1 spot. Thomson Reuters hanging on to the #1 spot. Thomson Reuters, this looks like a good reversal. Okay, big. I'm not crazy about the media, especially Reuters and what's the other one? AP. Because they're so politically motivated. I hate politics. You know, why don't you just report the news like Walter Cronkite used to do? That was back in the day. Walter Cronkite was great, man. He had this great voice. He had a good delivery, and I don't know. I was too young to know, but it didn't seem like there was a lot of political bias. These days, media make you crazy. Anyway, Thomson Reuters. Aside from that, look at this Kirby overhead. So if Thomson Reuters gets moving, you could see 130. You could see a 40-point move on this one. I would give yourself some time. Maybe go out to, let's see what the options look like on TRI. TRI, let's just check it out. TRI. I'm thinking December, January next year. Okay, so you can go out as far as December. That's the cutoff on the options for whatever reason. There is very little open interest, so that kind of nixes that. Let's see what October looks like. October, no open interest. People are not interested. July. All right, some open interest is starting to pick up in July. So shorter dated options as far out as July. Onesie, twosies. Not really big. April. Let's see what April looks like. A little bit more open interest in April. A little bit larger size, not big. 85s, 90s. Okay, we're at 90 right now, so that's 50 delta. The only problem when you have very little open interest, you got 100, you got 200 in open interest. That's okay, I guess. That's 27 delta, 100 strike. Looks like there could be some credit spreads here. 95, 100. I don't know. Anyway, that's #1. Futures are turning up. All right, SPY getting a little bounce. Okay, so far this is looking pretty good. So far it's looking good. All right, so the bears are looking for a move down below 6,800. Bears are looking for 6,800. So far we got about 2.8% pullback from the high. 2.8.
What do you think that is a function of? Is that something that tends to happen at the beginning of the year as well as people are planning out?
Well, I'm actually at the economist conference, the National Association for Business Economics conference in DC right now, and talking to other economists and colleagues, the broad sense is that consumer overall is doing okay. It's not something that the economy is on the verge of a collapse. But having said that, you did see that consumer spending has slowed down to a more
Consumer.
trend.
Consumer.
Look at the latest GDP numbers, right? Everybody was talking about
Okay, range low. I don't know. Looks pretty good. If RSI can manage to get back above 50, and NVIDIA can have good earnings, and Microsoft is bouncing some more. Watch Microsoft. There goes Amazon. Amazon's on the move too. Amazon. IWM. Let's see, IWM. I want to do something with IWM. All right, it's right back up to the highs, IWM. If you bought the dip, I did not, but it's looking good. Look at the volume coming in. IWM, MACD is bullish. We had a little fade, and now we're starting to turn again. IWM. So if you're in IWM, watch your MACD. Tesla's on the move. There goes Tesla. Tesla popping. Tesla pop. Whoa, there goes Tesla. Tesla. Boom. There goes Tesla. There goes Tesla. Okay, double bottom on Tesla. Looks like it. Tesla catching a bid. Okay. Yes, on the move. All right, that looks good. Tesla. We just watched Tesla for a minute. Apple's still consolidating, waiting for the 11 o'clock hour. The majority of gains have been made. If you're on the long side, thinking long side, Tesla looks good though. Tesla double bottom. Okay. Baker Hughes was big yesterday. Remember Baker Hughes? We'll look at that in a minute. Baker Hughes.
Thank you for that question, Julie. Obviously, there's a lot of discussion in the halls about, independence of the Fed, independence of research, and what is happening. And I don't think that any comments would stop research.
Baker Hughes still going, looking good.
And there were a lot of interesting speeches, a lot of interesting research talked about at this meeting. This is the third day of the meetings.
Okay, Tesla with its double bottom potential here. Okay.
Is an interesting thing. And, on the tariff front, I think I agree with that research that shows that it's the domestic, whether it's company or consumer, who's paying the price of tariffs. You just see that in the data. Just look at import prices, and that's the story they are telling.
It is, according to many economists, it is indeed. So we'll continue to watch that data. Elena, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up, we're going to take a look at today's trending tickers. You're watching Market Catalyst.
Stuffed up again?
So congested.
You need Sinex saline from Vicks.
Just Sinex? Breathe. What is wow? Sinex? Breathe.
Tired of the gym not giving you the results you want? It's time to finally love your shift without surgery and without the doubt. Imagine IRCX.
Tesla. What is money magic levels? Money magic levels on Tesla. Let's see. Tesla. Yeah, we said 400 and 410. There goes Tesla. Okay, above that 400 level, Tesla. Wow. Yeah, above 400. You know what happens? The dealers have to buy shares to hedge their positions. Okay, where are we here? Here we go. Okay, Tesla on the move.
Millions of slot players choose to play Slotomania, the #1 free slots game in the world. Download now to receive.
Okay, looking good.
Slotomania. Won't today's spin.
It's the Ringer Podcast Network. Are y'all ready? Let's do this. This is the best idea of all the ideas.
We always prioritize each other. Technology, markets, and data editor Jared Wilkie's joining me. Let's talk about Anthropic first of all, because it's announcing new agentic AI tools for sectors, in particular professional services. And this is so interesting because it speaks obviously to the bigger question of whether software is going to be profoundly disrupted or whether it's sort of going to disrupt itself and use these AI agents to its advantage. So that's what these announcements sort of seem to go towards.
And so we've seen a few of these over the last few weeks. And then over the weekend, we had this Citrini research report, which just added fuel to the fire because it was a thought experiment. 2 years into the future, have all these companies like corporate America, have they just said, okay, we don't need software as a service anymore. We're going to do it all in-house. And that was where it went. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves and come back to this story. So, two new enterprise plugins tools for Claude Cowork, and this is aimed at automating workflows in investment banking, wealth management, as you said, human resources, engineering, and design. And Claude is saying this is workflow support, so it's not supposed to replace people, but nevertheless, that's what people said they're going. Just show you our software heat map. We've got a ton of companies affected by this.
All right, futures 5, 15, 30, and 60 are on buy signals, looking good. Tick cumulative is crossing back up. We got NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. We got Apple up, Microsoft up off the lows, off the mat. Amazon's up. Google's starting to bounce. Tesla's taking off to the upside. Above the call wall, if you're not using Money Magic's levels, you're missing out, especially if you're trading options. Okay. Okay. Let me just post this on Stock Twitch. You guys are already in Tesla anyway, I imagine, right?
Work surface adjacent firms of Microsoft, Salesforce, Google, DocuSign, all these are in the green right now. And it also could be disrupting the banking shares. And I will say, if I can get to the banking one, the worst performing group, as I recall earlier. Yeah, so if we go, we can see on the screen a bunch of red, but banks were down yesterday on very dissimilar news. And I think banks, just because they've been one of the worst performing sectors year to date, if not the worst, are just having a hard go of it. So I don't necessarily tie it to this particular announcement. But I'm very encouraged by the fact that software space does not look like it's taking another 10% leg down.
Right. I mean, when you look at the companies that were, so in recent days, a company could be mentioned in something like the Citrini report and the stock would go down. But on the flip side, Anthropic, here are some of the companies that Anthropic is calling out. You mentioned DocuSign, Spotify, Adobe, Figma, Accenture, LegalZoom, Thomson Reuters, FactSet, I think was mentioned, a company called Intap. So all of these were mentioned at the event that Anthropic is having today as partners on this professional services agentic AI, and all the stocks are higher. So, you know, this is the flip side of the fear, I guess, is that these guys are going to play ball and that. All right, let's talk about something that I don't think could be detected by AI as much. Soda, maybe I'm wrong, and coffee. Carry Dr. Pepper shares are higher after that company reported earnings beat expectations. The beverage company also issued an upbeat sales forecast for the year, driven by resilient demand for its popular soft drinks like 7-Up and Dr. Pepper Zero. I mean, there was Dr. Pepper Zero.
It's about time now.
You're not surprised.
There's Diet Dr. Pepper.
Right.
So, let's get to the actual results here.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, because stock is popping here, and this is a company where they're in the tab with Tues, and I think this is supposed to close very soon. It's like they cleared the regulatory hurdles, and so some of those numbers are baked into the guidance. But it was a Q4.
Okay, just about the time you thought Bitcoin was non-touchable. Looks like day traders are having fun right now. Micron's bouncing as well. Okay, so we have a pretty decent day. Let me just check. Let me check how 0-day setup looks. Okay, completely different look from yesterday. 1.7 up volume on the NYSE, 1.75 on the NYSE, 3-1 on the NASDAQ Composite, 2,700 plus or minus stocks, 2,700 on the NASDAQ Composite. That's 3-1. So let's look at the comp. Let's see what the comp looks like right now. This is the S&P. Let me just save this. Markup. Okay, the comp, COMPQ, about 2,700 stocks. It's seeing 3-1 up volume. Okay, SPY is also seeing 3-1 up volume. Qs are seeing almost 5-1. Qs are seeing almost 5-1 up volume. So that looks good. Still below the 50-day. So, you know, intermediate term, short term, bearish. The 200 days down here. So long term, we're still bullish, but short term, intermediate term, we're still bearish until we get above the 50-day. Trying to get above the 9 EMA and 21-day. So I got a lot of work to do. The New York Fangs have to work in order for that to happen. These need to continue. Got like a tweezer bottom here. I don't want to call it a double bottom because it's basically a week between these candles. MACD needs to turn up still. These are all set and ready to go. Okay, so if there was going to be a time, maybe it's coordinated with the NVIDIA earnings. Okay, maybe we start to see positive things. Maybe we hear Tim Cook talking some things today at Apple's shareholder meeting. Maybe. So we got these things to worry about with the S&P 500. Big caps looking better. We've pulled back just shy of 3%. And right at 3% so far on these pullbacks. The one thing that is different is that every time we've pulled back below the 50-day since November, December, we immediately pulled back above the 50-day the next day. Okay, that's every single time except for the recent pullback. Okay, we pulled back a week ago, dropped below the 50-day, and every attempt keeps getting rejected. We tried to get above it on Friday. We stayed there, and then we came in on Monday, and boom, they knocked us back down. Now we're starting to see buyers again. This feels like distribution. Okay, this is a nice run-up, of course. Feels like distribution. We'll know pretty soon. Line in the sand, 6,800 or 7,000. Okay, so I don't know what's going to happen. We push above 7,000. I don't know. It just feels, markets feel very tired. Can that change because of NVIDIA earnings and things they talk about? Consumer confidence was good. We got a really nice number there. Was it 92 versus 87 estimate? So that's good. Let's look at consumer confidence. Michigan consumer confidence, consumer price index. No, I don't want that. I want the consumer confidence. Okay. That's rising. You got AAII bull bear also with a pivot low in 25, still moving high. This is a monthly time frame, so don't get excited. Momentum is shifting. Some of these things just don't make sense, really, with the markets at high. So we need a catalyst to break out above 7,000. Supposedly, the sovereignty trade is going to positively impact stocks like ASML, already at the highs. Let's look at the weekly. Okay, those are, I don't know, these are extended. NVIDIA. So maybe we get, I don't want to say it, but maybe we get a little pullback on NVIDIA. That'll be an opportunity to buy. On the other hand, if NVIDIA earnings are good, we could break above 195. So I'm thinking iron condor, long iron condor. So basically I'll have a strangle with wings. Okay, the wings protect, make it less expensive. I don't want to say protect. The wings make it less expensive. If we get a move, I don't think we're going to move past 200 or 205. I already have calls, the call side. So I'll take some puts. I'll take like the 180, 175, something like that. And I'll have a long iron condor. I'm not selling premium. I'm buying it, looking for a big move. They're currently estimating, what, 5%? The number is 5.5%, I believe it was. For NVIDIA tomorrow, okay, 5.5%. Okay. Hims and Hers. What did they do? Hims and Hers. They had earnings last night, right? Hims. Okay, Hims and Hers recovering. Okay, what do they trade at? Hims and Hers. 57 times earnings. Yeah, this at $15 trading at 57 times earnings. 58 times earnings. I don't know, it's pretty rich PE for a stock that was trading at 65, now trading at $50 lower. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What's Robinhood doing? Robinhood. Haven't looked at Robinhood this week. Robinhood still consolidating. All right. Microsoft doing the same thing. Need to see this base and prices move back above the 9 and 21 day for starters, and then the 50 day. Amazon trying to get above the 50 day and 200 day. All right, this is looking a little bit better. You got an inverted head and shoulders, a neckline right around 212. Okay, look at the 60 minute. 60 minute should look nice, right? 60 minute. Okay, I love using the 60 minute. You got potential in Tesla, potential in Amazon. What's Meta look like? Meta was above last week, and then we lost it yesterday. Need to get back above. Google, same thing. Needs to get back above. NVIDIA. Okay, moving back above, but NVIDIA's in this big trend range. It's got to break out above 195. Earnings could do it. Taiwan Semiconductor. Taiwan Semi breaking out. Okay, above the 60-minute 20 EMA. Okay, gapping up. You can't chase it now. If you bought it over the last few days, last few trading days, good trade on Taiwan Semi. Daily looks good, breaking out. It's up $17. It's got an ATR of 13.5.
as usual sort of uncertainty. I mean, it's certainly
Apple looking a lot better at the moment. Tesla, all right, flagging out Tesla. Apple looks like it wants to go. Nah. Tesla. Okay, Amazon. Okay, Amazon's got some strength. Watch your MACD. If you're going to enter, if you're ever looking at a long trade, okay, or short for that matter, watch your MACD. Right now it's flagging out and volume is tapering off. So we'll see what it does here. IWM, same thing. MACD's crossing. Okay, so watch your MACD. Obviously, the best entry was this morning. Volume picked up. MACD crossed over very early. Taken off. We're already a bit higher. Looking for a move towards 265. Futures are turning up. S&P futures. Futures. Okay, S&P looks good here. Okay, above the level that we were trying to get above yesterday at the close. These pivots right here. That was VWAP. Here's VWAP now. VWAP over here. All right, nice bullish look. Watch your MACD with options with your scalps. Watch your MACD. Okay, we pull that over. Volume looks good. All right, we're looking for a breakout here on the S&P. Okay, Amazon's still going. There goes Netflix. Netflix needs to get back above 80 for starters, and then 85, 90. So Netflix was another one. Okay, so Netflix was another one. Looking at Netflix. Let's look at Netflix here. Netflix. Oops. Netflix. All right, here's Netflix. And it's trying to break a downtrend. It's got to hold at least. It's got to hold 75. What's the PE on this? PE, it's got to be down now. Got to be value, a lot more value. If you buy down here, 30 PE. All right, so that's better. You know this is not going out of business. If anything, it's going to grow. So it's still trying to hold here. So you need the opposite of what we're seeing here. So for Netflix, we need to see this kind of action right here. Okay, we need to see that happen. See how we're trending? I just flipped the chart. That's what we need to see. So we need to see that 20 EMA turn up to start thinking long. So if you're thinking about Netflix, I'm thinking about Netflix. I'd like to buy some, was it NFXL? I think it was NFXL. NFXL, I believe it is. 2 times Netflix. Okay, it's $20. All right, $20. So you buy $100 worth of this, looking for, 50%. Once you start to see the crossover, that's when you want to start thinking about buying. So I'll be doing something down here with Netflix at some point. Apple, love the 20 EMA. We like that. What's Broadcom doing? Broadcom. Okay, still needs to get above. Okay, futures just got smacked. Dropped down a couple of points. AMD, CDW, Verisk, Cadence Design, Booking.com, Zscaler, ARM Holdings, and Intel. Those are the top 10. Number 1 is Thomson Reuters, still on the top of the list. Thomson Reuters, that's still going. Okay, they like this Thomson Reuters. I was looking at that. Okay, the 30 deltas or 3. There's a $10, a dollar spread in the options. So Thomson Reuters, yeah, I can't do that. It's a dollar spread. In the April option series, March, a little better. We got a lot of volume today at the 100 strike.
More methodical in how they're rolling it out to engage with consumers, but you certainly see engagement with consumers starting already with things like customer service chatbots and things like that as well. So to us,
one of the ways that retailers are going to be able to expand margin and sort of in an environment that's very competitive where pricing pressure continues, where you continue to have pressure from Amazon and to maybe to a little bit lesser degree, but certainly continued pressure on pricing from Temu and Shein. One of the ways that companies are going to be able to be successful is by expanding their margins.
Thomson Reuters.
They're not going to have as much success.
Okay, IWM.
Something to chew on here, and we will be waiting for that.
Still in the range, IWM. S&P 500 spiders. The Dow Jones Industrial Diamonds. That one was off quite a bit yesterday. Back above the 50-day. Still trending, 921.50. All right, we've dropped below the 50 a couple of times. This last time in November, it got bought. It's still trending. MACD stochastics are still fading. That needs to turn up as a function of price. All right, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's on the move. Okay, NVIDIA buyers at the low of the day. That looks good. I'd be surprised if dollar's not in this already. Okay, there we go. NVIDIA's on the move. Dollar, you in this? Scalping? Okay, let's see what's going on here. NVIDIA looking really sharp here. NVIDIA. Okay, looking good. NVIDIA. All right, we got earnings coming up. NVIDIA. Everybody's going to be looking at it. NVIDIA.
Founder and executive director of INTC. We help paralyzed athletes get access to exoskeletons. The South Carolina Education Lottery allowed me to get an education and then use it as a springboard to really launching my organization. It all kind of connects back to making life a little bit easier for people.
NVIDIA for earnings. Okay. 195, 200. All right, 195 is the next resistance level.
I'd say, thanks for having me on, Julie. I would say it's more of the same, right? The underlying demand trends for the business have been stable, but we're still waiting for that housing market to kind of unfreeze, right? Like the core thing we'd love to see would be housing turnover improve, right? Like mortgage rates coming down, existing home sales starting to inflect. That would be a big driver of large project activity. We just haven't seen that thus far, but I'd say overall, stable would be kind of the demand outlook.
What would change that, right? Because, we've already seen mortgage rates come down a little bit, but in your view, is there a number at which things start to more dramatically improve, or is there something else that needs to happen before that can improve?
Yeah, we've done a lot of work on the team. I'd say, seeing a mortgage rate that gets below probably 5.5 would be a nice level, psychological. We still have 50% of homes that are locked in below a 4% mortgage rate. To get below a 5.5% level, that probably sees some improvement this year. And you're starting to think about a bigger recovery back in 27 and 28, right? Because the opportunity here at Home Depot is a multi-year sort of recovery. The last couple of years have been challenged, to get back from the pandemic, obviously everything going on with rates. You'd like to see this year be a year of gradual improvement is kind of how we've coined it. And then you start to see the next couple of years see an inflection in demand. So I think the trend line is gradual improvement with mortgage rates coming down. I think the last thing I'd say, consumer uncertainty out there has been difficult, right? Like 25, we had tariffs. Now we have tariffs coming off, but maybe we have more tariffs coming on. We'd love to see a little bit more certainty for the consumer so they can spend on some of these big ticket activities and spend back on the home.
You mentioned tariffs, so I'm curious.
Okay, 195.
New tariffs are going to have on them.
195.
Depot took pricing in the back half of 25. That probably continues in 26. We just got off the call an hour ago, right? The commentary is like you'll see a little bit of price increases continue in 26. That feels, normal for the business. Transaction activity is where things have been weaker. So I think Depot has taken the stance, as is the case with a lot of other retailers, passed on a bit of price, deal with selling a little bit less units.
All right, hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Futures are fading. Let's just keep an eye on hedge flows and see what those look like. Okay, we peaked out a little bit. Got a lot of positive gamma resistance overhead up to 6,900. Excuse me. I think I'm catching a cold. This back and forth, 70 degrees one day, 40 degrees the next, getting to me. Okay, so Apple's holding up very well. We got in 7 minutes, we got the Apple shareholder meeting.
One of the important points in the guidance for 26 is second half of the year should probably be better than the first half of the year because we'll have a easier compare from the store perspective. But really, it's been the trend. We've seen less traffic into some of these stores because you have a homeowner that probably is in their house that's doing projects, right? But you don't have that sort of buying and selling activity that spurs larger project activity. So you just have less people kind of visiting the box.
So when you look at the company's guidance for the year and recognizing that you're saying the second half should be better, the company, missed
Apple,
so what needs to go right for
90,
that?
was it 24 million? 74 million. I was off by 50 million. $74 million pay package for Tim Cook. Wow.
Last year it was later because they kind of talked about the fact that the lack of hurricanes had a worse impact on the business. The 2 prior years was kind of in the middle of the year. And I think it feels like it's the housing market, right? I think that the commentary has been basically stable. The homeowner that has the home is kind of engaged in some projects, but you really need to see that existing home sales kind of pick up to see some of the larger project activity. We also cover, Lowe's. We cover Floor & Decor, right? Floor & Decor is a retailer that's very much tied to large project activity. And it's kind of challenging out there. So you're still kind of bouncing along the bottom. We'd love to see things turn, but housing is different than apparel in retail, right? Like that can turn much quicker. And when you think about housing, it's very slow in terms of how things inflect.
Just one last quick question on Home Depot. Of course, they've been making some acquisitions on the pro side. How's that
Okay, I got to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. Got to stretch.
Right with Depot, right? Is like you're in this environment where you can debate the housing market, and it's kind of been bouncing along the bottom. But I think they're really positioning to go after more of this large pro, and they've done some acquisitions that have given them much bigger foothold. At SRS, saw some challenges because of the lack of storms, right? So the roofing industry, they gave a data point on the call that roofing shipments in the industry were down 28% year on year, one specific SKU. Whereas the SRS business, I think, was down only low single digits in the fourth quarter. So they were actually very encouraged with that, and it was up low singles for the year. So I think the message is they're gaining share. 26 is probably a better year because hopefully, you've got this easy compare from not having storms. You have a normal year and sort of weather activity. That should be a positive. But I think the big message on Depot is, we're investing to go after that large pro. We want to gain all of their sort of wallet for building materials. They had some nice announcements earlier in the year about, using AI to kind of plan projects. I'm sure there's more of that to come for purchasing materials. So I think the big getting bigger is definitely a theme when you think about some of the changes, and Depot being a strong operator, they're probably going to compete very effectively in this space.
Steven, thank you so much for your perspective. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Julie.
That is it for Market Catalyst. I'm Julie Hyman. Thanks for watching. More Yahoo Finance News.
When shopping for personal loans, bait and switch rates can be deceiving. You can count on Credit Karma to help you find more accurate rates, because Credit Karma uses your credit profile to show you real offers with clear terms without hurting your credit scores. No smoke, no mirrors, just personalized rates. Download Intuit Credit Karma to get started.
Next year, everything rides on this robot. Everything. It can't be.
RVGL will resume in less than a minute.
Do you know there's more than one Captain America? My team is a super team with all the Captain Americas on it. That'll never happen.
Future's still drifting a bit lower. VWAP is below. Yesterday, VWAP was overhead. Okay, so far, Apple and Amazon are holding up fairly well. Tesla just pulled back from the high. NVIDIA's doing okay. NVIDIA got earnings tomorrow for NVIDIA. Baker Hughes looking for a follow through. Okay, oil and gas, Chevron, BKR. Baker Hughes, continuation. Baker Hughes, yesterday we looked at this one. It was continuing higher on above average volume. Baker Hughes. Okay, that continues. MACD stochastics, 60-minute 20 EMA. Nice trend to it. What's Chevron doing? Chevron, ExxonMobil. These are getting a little tired, it looks like. PSX. What's Rig doing? Rig. Okay, nice little bounce on Rig.
Welcome to Yahoo Finance's Morning Brief. It is Tuesday, February 24th. I'm Julie Hyman. Let's get a check-in on stock futures here this morning.
Okay, so critical metals, USAR, turning the corner. Okay, that's good. Starting to move here, turning the corner. What about CRML? CRML. Yeah, these are turning. MP materials, turning. Okay, those look good. BKR, Baker Hughes, trending. Micron, Micron bouncing, still trending on the 20 EMA, 60-minute. S&P is starting to bounce. All right, it's starting to look like we're going to have a choppy session. Okay, this does have higher highs and higher lows, though, so that's good. Okay.
All these stocks are doing this morning in pre-market trading. We are seeing something of a recovery, but it's not a huge one, except IBM's up 3%. Obviously, that doesn't recoup all of the losses. All of the others are either up less than 1%, or in the case of Apple, it's still down less than 1%. So interesting to continue to watch this. And then the other thing I mentioned this morning on the AI front is a big new chip deal for AMD to supply Meta with chips.
We're going to go here.
Shares little change, but AMD shares are spiking some 10%. We're going to dig into that more later on and throughout the program. But let's
S&P, nice squeeze, looking pretty good here. S&P. Okay, MACD needs to turn. Volume picking up a little bit. Hedge flows turning back up. Okay, futures pushing a bit.
Yes, good morning. These kind of reports, have been around out, this year, and clearly try to make a case of
MACD turning, looking for that crossover.
potential forces that they may have to different businesses. The way we think about investments.
Bitcoin catching a bid. I'm still not interested, but Bitcoin day traders are active, looks like. Bitcoin active. Yes. All right. All right, looking for follow through S&P. All right, S&P looking for a little push here. Can we get something going? Okay, let's look at the 5 minute. 5 minute. VWAP. Come on, let's push this. Push it, push it. Okay. All right, there goes Amazon. Amazon pushing a bit higher as well. Microsoft trying to catch a bid. Software stocks, that is one Achilles heel for sure. Need to see software catch a bid. This whole AI commentary about companies like Microsoft affecting Microsoft. Okay, nice little pop here. Future's starting to move. Future's starting to move up. Moving on up.
Smaller business and smaller companies that get translated or acquired by bigger companies to try to just accelerate that consolidation. I do think that if you look at just what has happened in the market over the last couple of weeks, investors seem to be rotating and putting, positioning themselves more in areas that have significant amount of capital expenditure and something that is tangible. You see energy, materials, industrial, certain companies that are difficult to replicate, but
got a little bit of resistance overhead.
And I think the use of adoption of those AI that translate into things that could potentially increase that profitability.
MACD still hasn't crossed over on the bullish side. Bitcoin looking better.
And those companies will be in better positioning than those that are not.
Okay. Chevron, just kind of sideways. Baker Hughes looking okay. Baker Hughes, BKR trending at the highs. Baker Hughes. Getting sick.
Some spillover there. This is something that Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan brought up once again in public comments. How concerned are you about that? And how
hedge flows turning up again.
How big a deal
We got a lot of positive gamma just overhead, so not sure how far we're going to go with this. Come on, S&P. Let's go futures. Micron bouncing, Chevron bouncing. Let's see what else is going on here. Micron, Robinhood off the low, still basing down in the 70s. Boeing, nice bounce back above the 50-day. Boeing. ExxonMobil, just above its 21-day moving average. Chevron, Palantir, basing down here at 128. Palantir. Stocks that are doing well. Thomson Reuters looking pretty good on the day. AMD, Intel, number 2 and 3. AMD, Intel, number 2 and 3. Verisk, number 4. Booking.com, number 5. ARM Holdings, number 6. Cadence Design. Keurig Dr. Pepper, Constellation Energy. Almost said Constipated Energy. And IDEX. Those are rounding out the top 10, along with Qualcomm. We got CDW, Synopsys, Adobe, Zscaler, Apple, all vying for that top 10 spot in the top 10. Team Atlassian, Global Foundries, all of these chips looking okay. Okay, Palantir. Okay, NVIDIA still fighting with this level right here, NVIDIA. NVIDIA looking for a push. Looking for it to push through this area, NVIDIA. 195 is the next call wall. That's resistance, and then 200 above that. $195, 200. So if we get a pop through this area, NVIDIA has resistance around 195. Dealers have an incentive.
Because obviously there's a lot of risk factors to pick from out there. I want to talk about tariffs, right? Because this is obviously something that was a surprise to many in the markets on Friday.
Okay, looking for a pop here. Looking for futures to make a decision whether or not it's going to go. Trying to get through this area, squeezing on the 2-minute chart, 5-minute. Dealing with this overhead resistance. 60, 68.85, 68.80. Boeing turning. Come on, S&P, let's do this. Futures 5, 15, 30, and 60 are on buy signals. Tick cumulative trying to turn bullish, trying to cross over bullish above the signal line. Okay, squeezing, looking for a pop. Okay, futures are tickling this little pivot high right here. Trying to get through this area right here, right now. Futures are, okay, futures pushing through this area now. Okay, we should see S&P follow suit. S&P cash, you're looking at S&P cash, not the futures. I'm watching the futures right next to it. All right, starting to push now. All right, so we're starting to catch a bid. All right, here we go. Popping a bit more. Can we get some follow through? MACD's trying to cross over, watching the volume. Okay. MACD's crossing. Soon, MACD will cross. Looking for the volume to pick up like it was over here at around 10:30. Okay, can we go? Go already. Go, go, go. Tick cumulative is trying to turn up. That's telling you institutions are buying more than they're selling at the moment. Futures ticking higher. Okay, so we got this gamma overhead we got to deal with. Let's see what 0-day looks like. 0-day, pretty similar 0-day. Got a lot of volume overhead to deal with. A lot of gamma. Okay. We got a little pocket right there at 6,900. A little pocket pushing a bit higher now. Okay, nice little follow through.
Just touch it a little. 14 grams of protein in a donut. Put it in our mouth hole. Quest. It's basically cheating.
You work hard for your money and deserve auto parts for less, a lot less. Like PartsGeek.com, because everything we do is about saving you money. Don't buy auto parts until you check out
MACD's trying to cross. A little profit taking at the high here. Got this gamma to deal with right in this area, just overhead. All right, hedge flows continue to move higher though. Hedge flows continue to move higher. Why is this doing this? Why is this doing this? That's why. It's not the right date. Why is it doing that? It should default. Okay, so we want orange and blue to be moving higher. That's producing positive gamma. Blue are puts. Puts being sold. That'll produce positive gamma, and that line will move up. So we want to see both of these together moving higher. Presently looking for another push as we hit up against this level. As we hit up our head against this level. Okay, the majority of the stock's looking pretty good though. Okay, let's look at up-down volume. Up-down volume, all right, dissipated a little bit. 1.5 on the NYSE, 2.6 on the NASDAQ Composite, 2-to-1 up on the SPY, 3.7 on the Qs, 10-to-1 up on the diamonds, the Dow Industrials.
He's called over a brother to prowl the wheels. Together, they double their chances of winning and make quite the fearsome opponent.
Okay, we're pulling back in now. No follow through.
But this is just the beginning. Hunt down your next jackpot. Download Double Down Casino and play for free.
I'm a former NASA mechanical engineer. I originally started on YouTube showing off some backyard science experiments, and now I'm doing experiments for viewers all around the world. Please welcome Mark Rober, everybody.
We are watching Meta and AMD. They're the Nordic engines reverse. First up, Meta and AMD have announced a multi-year partnership to deploy AMD's chips. And Meta says it will use up to 6 gigawatts of GPUs to power its AI data centers. AMD CEO says its energy...
Meta and AMD announcing a partnership. Okay. Looking for a higher low on the S&P. We had a nice little pop, squeeze, and then we pulled back in. Very nice. The problem is we have a lot of gamma overhead that we have to get through. Don't think we're going to. There's all this positive gamma overhead. 0 day. Do we take these people out and head through 6,900? I doubt it, but that's what we're dealing with right now. 6,900. Puts are starting to catch a bid now. Puts are starting to catch a bid. Okay, bouncing now. S&P bouncing. Nice trend up so far. The 0 day setup looks good. Trailing stops are right below. Okay, NVIDIA. Here's NVIDIA again. Earnings tomorrow for NVIDIA. Higher highs, higher lows. That's helping. Apple. Are they talking yet? Are they talking? Let's see if they're going to cover anything over at Bloomberg. No, I don't want Netflix. I want Bloomberg. Okay. All right. NVIDIA is just off the highs of the session. Microsoft as well, just pulled back. NVIDIA is trying to push. Amazon's trying to push as well. Amazon, AMZN. Okay, if you're trading Amazon, that's at the high of the day. 60-minute 20 MA, turning the corner. Okay, so put a stop underneath the 20 MA, right around, say, 205. That's a $3 stop. Looking for a push higher. Volume looks good. RSI is rising. MACD's crossing. So this looks pretty good for Amazon. Let's keep an eye on Amazon for a minute or two here. Amazon, where's my, there it is. Amazon, okay. Looking for Amazon to continue. Looking pretty strong. Apple's at the high of the day as well, Apple. Amazon is moving. Amazon's moving. Okay, there we go, Amazon. Amazon. Okay, S&P no follow through yet. All right, puts are catching a little bit of a bid, but we're looking pretty good on the New York Fangs. New York Fangs look okay. Okay, stocks like Baker Hughes still going. Let's look at New York Fang. New York Fang. Okay, tweezer bottom. Junk bonds are one concern that we need to keep an eye on. We did have buyers step up at the low. Not the best volume. Volume is lower than usual. So just kind of like these investors are just sitting here looking for a trend with no particular place to go. Let's see. High yield corporates looking fine. That did dip too, though. Could be the case for a rounding top on these. Okay, we could be seeing a rounding top like this. I don't know. It's definitely something we want to keep an eye on, though. Let's see what breadth looks like for the day. Today is Tuesday, February 24th. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Breadth does look a little bit better, so we're looking for bounces, higher lows, higher highs. We want to stay above VWAP. Okay, there's VWAP down here. We want to stay above VWAP. Yesterday, we were below VWAP. Watch MACD. That's starting to cross bearish now for scalpers. We want to bid. Want to see a bid here. NVIDIA is coming off the high. There goes Amazon. Amazon's pushing a bit higher now. Amazon. Okay, can we get 210? What's the money magic levels on Amazon? I bet 210's a level. 210 on Amazon. Survey says 210. 210. Okay, so 210's the next call wall. Okay, the way this works, if you're looking at the Money Magic channel, you're looking at Amazon, you got 210 and 215. So 210 is the call wall. R1, if you will. R2 is just above that at 215. So these levels will serve as resistance if you're trading Amazon. 210 will likely, prices will probably stall. We haven't gotten to 215 yet. Now, it's possible that these can roll up. What happens at 210, though, the dealer has to hedge. So they have an incentive to keep prices below 210. Once we get above 210, then we start to look at 215 because we know the dealer is going to have to start buying shares in order to hedge their shorts at 210. Okay, we're just below that right now. RSI is moving higher, so we might have the odds in our favor at the moment with Amazon. Okay, so we'll get to 210. We'll see what happens there, but I would imagine we're going to get some resistance initially. We're just $1.40 off of that level. S&P is bouncing, so we're above VWAP. I would think that we're going to have a bullish day today. VWAP is down below. Yesterday it was overhead, and we had a down day. Pretty nasty down day candle, bearish candle yesterday. Pretty nasty. Okay, let's see what we can do here. AMD it's off today, but it does look like it's catching a little bit. Maybe some shorts covering on AMD. Not really that interested at the moment. Amazon, definitely interested in Amazon. Amazon's pushing. Apple, is Tim Cook talking yet? It's a virtual meeting, so I don't know if they're going to tune into that or not. Got better things to deal with, right? Bloomberg? Let's see what they're going to talk about. Oh, advertising. Okay. Maybe CNBC has something. Nope. Caterpillar is talking about. They're talking Caterpillar. All right, breath looks pretty good. Breath looks pretty good for now. Okay, so we got a bullish day for now. Caterpillar. Okay, flagging Caterpillar. They're going to be selling the crap out of these diesel, these generators, whether they're diesel. I imagine they're doing better with the natural gas versions. But these data centers, they have a problem with electrical needs. So they've been buying generators. The last time I heard, Caterpillar was selling like 700 of these massive generators to a data center out in Utah. I imagine that's not going to be the only one. Their only competitors that I'm aware of is Cummins, CMI. That's getting a bid, and Generac, GNRC. Though I don't think Generac is at the scale. Are they at the scale? I know Kohler does too. I don't know if they are public. KOHLER. No, it doesn't. Sorry about that. Swiped in the wrong direction in the wrong window and just killed the stream. Okay, Amazon's going here. Amazon pushing a bit higher. Amazon. Okay. S&P looking for the bounce. Amazon pushing higher. Okay, VWAP below. Amazon looking good. VWAP. All right, Apple drifting off the high of the day. I've been looking for a re-entry on Apple. I want to do something like June options. I had July. It's too far out. Originally thought Apple might take longer to move, so I bought July options. I sold those this morning, along with the 270 strikes that I had. 270s I had for Friday. I sold those. Maybe I'll buy some out a little bit further out. My concern is that the markets continue to oscillate in this area, and it's risky. It's risky. We don't know what's going to go on here. We don't know if they're going to drop this. If we take out 6,800, we know exactly what to do. Okay, we'll be positioned more bearishly if we take out 6,800, but we need to get back above the 50-day. For the past 4 or 5 occasions, we pull back below the 50-day. Immediately the next day, we were back above the 50-day in each one of these cases until last week. We dropped below the 50-day, and we've been sitting here below the 50-day with the exception of the close that we had on Friday. Yesterday, a big down day. Today, we're trying to get back. We're still basically an inside day. So got a lot of work to do. All right, stocks like Amazon are helping, of course. Apple, Tesla pulled back from the high. Netflix, watching Netflix and Nvidia. Microsoft, those three are not doing much. Snowflake got shellacked yesterday. That's trying to bounce. Chips are doing okay. Chips. You got AMD, Intel, ARM Holdings. Let's look at Constellation. Constellation, I have some options on Constellation, CEG. Okay, so 3-day pullback, holding the 90 MA. 90 MA crossing up through the 21-day. RSI rising. I believe the options I have are further out. I've been buying June. I've been buying June options for the most part. Okay, June, let's see. Constellation, where are you? What? CEG? I thought I had it. Did I take these off? Okay, Constellation, I'm going to get back in this. Can't do it now. I thought I still had options here, but I didn't. I don't. Huh. That's weird. Maybe it's in another account. Oh, you know where it is? It's in my investing account. Okay. All right. Well, I don't want to spend too much time thinking about that because Amazon is looking pretty good. CRML. That's moving on up. GE off a little bit today. GE still consolidating. Okay, S&P just pulled back. S&P Constellation. S&P just pulled back from the high. Okay, S&P still range bound up here at the highs. Okay, VWAP down below. All right, so we got some supply overhead that apparently is slowing things down. Let me just enable that so I can see what's going on. Okay.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest.
Okay, we're going to have we're going to take this low out. We're going to bounce. What time is it? 11:30? Okay, time. The day is flying by. Okay, so just keep in mind that there are other equity markets besides the U.S. Let's look at emerging markets, breaking out the new highs. Emerging markets. What's IWM doing? IWM, small caps. Okay, IWM. That's fading from the high. Okay, so I'm looking to buy this dip, IWM. EEM. So EWI. Let's see what Italy's doing. Italy up. EWI. EWQ. France at the highs, EWS. Singapore, EWT. Taiwan breaking out, EWT. A lot of these are looking good. ASWI. Nope, AWSI. AWSI.
Let's talk first about this UAE data center deal. Take us through this announcement and why it's so important for
Nikkei, ACWI, grinding. These are the top stocks around the world. Sands removing the weight of the U.S. ACWI, Argentina, Chile bouncing. What's Mexico doing? EEM, Ireland, Australia. These all look pretty good. Canada, even though we beat you at hockey. EWD, Germany breaking out the new highs. Italy, Switzerland, Netherlands, Spain, trending. France, Singapore, Taiwan, United Kingdom, trending. Mexico, I'm surprised Mexico hasn't pulled back more with all of the things that are going on with the cartels. South Korea. Okay, Brazil breaking higher. Looks like Brazil wants to break out, right? Brazil trending. So there are a lot of places to place your money besides the U.S. U.S. is at highs, consolidating, trying to look for a catalyst to break us above 7,000. Greece, political comments about Greece, I won't say anything. AWS, Hong Kong, Hang Seng. All right, so yeah, emerging markets look good. You know what? Looks pretty good, right? Emerging markets. Let's look at the weekly, pretty extended. Okay, nice little bounce on the S&P now. Little bounce here. So far, we're consolidating up here at the highs. Amazon. Okay, at the high of the day, Amazon. Okay, I got to take a 2-minute break. I got to make a phone call. Be right back. Watch Amazon.
Submitting that construction application will signal to the market that, look, we're here to actually build, pour concrete, build steel, and that is our future in the coming year.
And I want to talk about space before we have to say goodbye, because I'm just fascinated. You're exploring nuclear power through space for your low-key microreactor. You've reached out to NASA here and NASA programs. How real is this potential commercial opportunity in space versus being a more long-dated R&D effort?
Yeah, great question there. NASA and the current administration, they have a mandate to even put a reactor on the moon. So our Loki MMR space reactor is perfectly fit for that. So it is an R&D phase like many of these other reactors as well. But this is a new frontier. Like, for example, putting data centers in space is a new frontier. So we're looking to be a part of that whole I would say ecosystem out there, and us, announcing an RFI to gather partners to actually make this happen. We've got a tremendous amount of interest from other I would say partners in this and building our Loki MMR for space.
And Jay, you're targeting a demonstration at Idaho National Lab in 2027. What has to go right between now and then for you to stay on schedule?
Actually, the Loki MMR, we decided to pivot that. That was, I would say, an older version of that. Our new version, we're looking to actually build it with another commercial partner, not Idaho. So we'll be announcing that in the near future. But yeah, we're looking to continue the space race. That's very important to us. And there's so much noise around space with SpaceX and everything happening. So we want to be a part of that dialogue, and we're going to stay the course and stay tuned for that news, I would say.
Certainly will. Jay, appreciate you being with us to highlight some of what you're doing over at Nano Nuclear and some exciting new deals that you're working on. Jay, you, the executive chairman and president over at Nano Nuclear Energy. Thanks again. Coming up next, we've got the Disruptors. We'll be taking a look at AMD and its move to the upside after a major partnership with Meta. That's next. Connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden here in our Chicago headquarters. Let's head out to the New York Stock Exchange for a check-in with Nicole Petalides, host of Opening Bell and the Watch List. Good morning to you, Nicole. We've got another update on arguably my favorite saga that's happening right now in the markets, this Paramount, Skydance, Warner Brothers, Netflix saga. What is the latest?
Yeah, and I think you said it all. I mean, it's like the heat of Hollywood and what's going on here. It's been going on for well over a year. And so it's been back and forth. And it was pretty much decided that Netflix was going to take over Warner Brothers, part of Warner Brothers.
But there was a 7-day waiver, and here comes Paramount because they're back. And so Paramount is really trying to buy the entirety of Warner Brothers. They have offered a sweetened fresh offer. It's a higher offer. We don't know exactly what it is. David Ellison, the CBS owner, is really pushed. He says we have a more clear path to regulatory approval here in the United States. They would get the coveted Hollywood studios as well as taking over the global networks, including NHL, CNN, TBS, Food Network, etc. So, and that was originally at around, it had been sweetened to about $108 billion, $30 a share with a breakup fee of $5.8 billion, covering the Netflix breakup fee. So that's what Paramount had offered, and now it seems they're sweetening that. We haven't gotten the exact numbers. At the same time, Netflix really has stood ground. The board members have been leaning towards Netflix. The Netflix offer of $82 billion to the $108 billion. The 108 would take everything of Warner Brothers, including the debt. The Netflix offer of 82 and change billion would really just be for streaming and the studios. Really, what is that? The studios, the cinemas, HBO Max, and that would go to the streamer galore to Netflix, right? Because they were the original one. And so that's what's happening. The battle goes back and forth. So now, okay, it needs to be decided, and then Netflix will have 4 days to go through this and then either sweeten more or whatever. So this is not done. We should anticipate there may be more. Right now, it's been encouraged that the board members still lean towards the Netflix offer. But I'll tell you, when you look at what Polymarket and all the bettors are saying, they don't believe that Netflix will close this acquisition with Warner Brothers by the end of the year. Nobody believes that. And so now we'll have to wait. And if it stays with Netflix, then the shareholder vote is on March 20th. There you have it, Marley.
So many updates, Nicole, and yet I have a feeling this will not be the last time that we check in with each other about this story. But thank you for breaking down the latest for us. We appreciate it, Nicole Petalides. It's now time for the disruptors. George Tillis, our senior markets correspondent, is here with today's company. We're talking about AMD, the chip maker, trading higher after announcing a deal that could be worth more than $100 billion with Meta. Take us through the details here, George.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty big deal for AMD in terms of the size and scale of this deal. If you look at AMD, they're really still leading the pack when it comes down to CPU technologies. One of their goals is to actually deploy CPUs amongst the server base out there in the ecosystem, at least domestically, by 50%. They're expecting to grow their margins by 32%, and as well as top-line sales at 35%. So you add on this deal, which comes from Meta Platforms with an investment in the business. Now Meta investing in AMD up to $100 billion for the MI450 GPU chips going forward. That's a big deal because if you look at $100 billion, that's about 3 times, roughly speaking, last year's sales, and roughly it's another 30% of the entire market cap for AMD. So initially there was a huge ramp up in price to the upside, but part of this deal in terms of its 6 gigawatts capacity deal is milestone shipment payments and warrants that are investing by Meta Platforms in AMD. So Meta Platforms actually has an investable stake based on essentially AMD hitting some of the milestone shipment targets. And so therefore, again, it's a deal that speaks to the volume of GPUs that Meta Platforms, the hyperscaler, is in demand for, but also gives you an idea that AMD is starting to encroach on as the second best 3D accelerator company out there behind NVIDIA.
And as we take a look at the move here and the implications, George, of what this could mean for AMD, because I was reading some of the commentary after the deal, and even discussion around how using the chips for inference here for Meta puts them in direct competition also with Broadcom. Seeing the move to the upside here, this move that they've made almost erased their losses so far this year. They're still slightly in negative territory, but considerably less here. If we look to trade this name for example purposes, how would you structure it?
Well, there's a couple things to mention. If you look at last earnings, it was in February, the stock has gapped lower, and since then, it's been trading in a balance range between 220 on the high side, 180, 190 on the low side. Now, assuming we do get, for instance, a market move to the upside the next couple of days, AMD may participate. may end up going to the higher end of that balance range around that 220, which also, by the way, corresponds to a declining 50-day moving average. So it may end up retesting that level. So with that said, I'm going to structure a trade with that target in mind, but it's a very narrow time frame. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to structure a long call butterfly. It's an unbalanced butterfly. Basically going to buy an in-the-money 210 call. I'm going to sell 2 of the 220 calls. That's at that target level, so keep that in mind. But also tap it off by buying by 240 call. So it's a 210, 220, 240 call butterfly. Altogether, it costs you essentially about $2 a share, $200 a contract in debit. So that's all you can lose in this trade. That's what you have to be mindful of. 212 is essentially your break even. The best outcome is hitting that 220 target, to which point you would achieve about $8 a return for $2.
All right, just chop at this point.
Again, if anything beyond that, you start going into
Hedge flows, you can see, are just kind of leveling off
the sweet spot in this trade.
in this area. We got a list positive gamma that we got to deal with.
And assuming it does do that, that's great. If it does not, you have to be mindful of that $2 debit risk and position size accordingly.
Okay, NVIDIA looking for a bounce. Apple off the highs. Microsoft off the highs.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Worked hard, and after he passed away,
S&P trying to push a bit higher now. We're going to break out of this range. Looks like a little range, right? At the moment. VWAP is below. MACD is just kind of stalled out, not moving. Flat to slightly lower. Okay. Still the top 10. Thomson Reuters, AMD, Constellation Energy. Can't believe I sold that. I don't know when I did it. Had to be last week. Because I was looking for the bounce. I do have some shares in another account, but I had options. Very curious. All right, no big deal.
Being with us. Nick, I'd like to start with you. What are some of your takeaways from this report, seeing this move to the upside here, and a bit of a surprise in terms of that Comscore sales number?
Okay, S&P is trying to turn the thrusters on, it looks like. Maybe we'll get back to the top of this range. Let's see what we do here. Buy order blocks. We got some buy order blocks here. AMD is starting to look a little better. Watch AMD. That's starting to look a little better. AMD. NVIDIA is doing the same thing. Higher low at the moment. Watch the chip stocks. They were pretty active this morning. Intel, etc. Micron, trying to do something. Micron, Boeing, back above the 50-day. Robinhood, basing, trying to push through 73, 72.50. Let's see, Boeing, Chevron, Exxon. Those are still consolidating right above the 21-day, 90 EMA. S&P, what are you doing, S&P?
It's a member of our ideas portfolio that's been in there for many years. So, we're encouraged by the results.
And Nick, Jamie just brought up some of the commentary from management. I think they even used the term a frozen housing environment at one point. They said for about the last couple of years, 3 years, I think they said, what really needs to thaw first here? Is it mortgage rates, turnover?
Oh, boring for a different reason. We're not breaking higher. We're just kind of inside the upper half of yesterday's range, which I guess is a good thing. We still need to get back above the 50-day. If you look at the daily over there on the right, still need to get back above the 50-day. That blue line, 68.95, basically 6,900. If we can do that, that would be a big plus. Okay. Different look. Same idea. Pull back 2.8% on this recent low from that 7,002 all-time high a few weeks back. Okay, it looks like they're taking profits in the puts. Puts are losing a bid. Okay, here we go. S&P is starting to move. S&P is starting to move now. 68.80. Back to the top of this range right in here. Back to the top of this range. If we can break through this level here, that would be good. Okay, we held the low. VWAP is down here. Looking for a move through this level. We do have a lot of gamma right overhead. So this is serving as resistance. The purple serving as resistance right now. That's 0-day. Non-0 day, a little bit less right here where we are. It starts to pick up again at 68.90 and then 69.10, 6,900. But hedge flows are rising, so that's a good sign. What's Amazon doing again? Amazon holding on to the high. Okay, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's starting to move now. NVIDIA's popping up. NVIDIA with earnings tomorrow. NVIDIA popping up again. New high of the day. It's going to take out 195. We get 193 and change. Looking for NVIDIA to continue higher. Netflix. All right, Netflix and Skydance. Still dealing with this Warner Brothers. I wish I'd get it over with. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. S&P. Okay, we need to pop through this area. VWAP is below. Price action is more bullish today for a change. We're trying to climb back above the 50-day, doing chin-ups. 5 chin-ups. Okay, back to the top of this range. Looks like we're going to get rejected again. I would assume that we will until we pop through. Then 6,900, 69.10. Be the next targets, maybe. NVIDIA is looking really good. NVIDIA, nice little pop here on NVIDIA. Okay, that looks good. NVIDIA, that's helping out. NVIDIA's, that's helping out. Okay, can we break through this level? You can see over there on the right, resistance that we're dealing with. NVIDIA, right here, NVIDIA. Okay, looks good. NVIDIA, nice volume too. MACD's turned up. Okay, futures look like they want to keep going too. Futures, let's go. LETSGO. Coming up to 12 o'clock. We'll switch gears and go listen to what CNBC has to offer. Come on, S&P. You can do it. Futures are trying to break higher here. Futures, watch the futures. Trying to break out. NVIDIA's helping. Apple's just off the high. Microsoft not doing anything. Microsoft's just sitting here being the turd that it is. Apple. Amazon. These all look good. Amazon. Okay, Amazon, note the MACD's flattening out. So if you got profits, you may want to take a little bit off here. Amazon had a good day today. Still need to get through this area over here on the right. Amazon. Need to get above these pivots. Looks like we could do it this week so far. Okay, if we look at the 60-minute on all of these, Amazon, 60-minute. Okay, we're pushing off. Looks good. Need to get through 611, 612. That'll do it. Then we can start trending. The opposite of what we're seeing over here on the left. Amazon. Amazon. Need this 20 EMA to turn up and to the right. Make this like a U-shaped pattern. Okay, there goes the S&P. S&P trying to go. S&P. S&P trying to pop through this top of this range. S&P is trying to pop through this range. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, February 24th. We're coming into the noon hour. Let's see if we can pop through this area. All right, we're looking for S&P to pop through this area. Can we do it? Looks like we're going to do it. Squeeze. You can see the squeeze coming on. All right, so looks good. Looking good. All right, futures are popping through this area. 5, 15, 30, 60 are all on buy signals. Tick cumulative looks like it wants to cross over on the bullish direction. There goes Robinhood. Robinhood breaking out to a new high of the day. Robinhood, new high of the day. Robinhood, new high of the day. AMD turning up. AMD is looking good. All right, S&P, can you push it a little bit more? This hesitating right at this previous resistance isn't the best. All right, need to get through this area now. Resistance for now. Okay. MACD is trying to turn up. Futures getting rejected. Okay, Robinhood looking pretty good though. Robinhood looking good. Robinhood breaking up to new highs. Robinhood, if you're trading it. I have a small position looking for more upside.
Curious about how companies are performing heading into quarterly earnings, or how the macro environment is influencing the markets, or even specific sector performance and how they're faring? Connect with me on social at Marley Caden.
Tesla, nice little dip and bounce. Tesla. Okay, back to VWAP. Bouncing. Futures. Come on, futures. Let's just do this. Get it over with. Put the bears out of their misery. They were looking for downside. Okay, we're trying to get through this area. I got a feeling we're going to get rejected, though. There's too much gamma up here. Too much positive gamma. Still got this over here to deal with. And you got hedge flow starting to round out. That's moving higher. Okay, they're still buying calls. The orange, still buying calls, still selling puts. See that? That blue line is rising. Okay. Damn it. Why does it do that? Why does it do that? Okay.
Now that we've got the roadmap for today's trading action, it is time to bring in my co-host. We've got Kevin Hayes zooming in from his home set in Chicago, plus Ben Watson, Senior Manager of Trading Services at Charles Schwab, joining us today. Tom White has the day off. All right, guys, we had a slew of Fed speakers. We've got the State of the Union address later today. Consumer confidence, that came in better than expected. That surprised me, actually. Always and by the way, NVIDIA earnings ahead of us. Kevin, how do you just make sense of all of this?
It's incredible, Diane, that everything you just talked about may have to take a back seat to AMD's news today. Think about that. AMD is currently up more than NVIDIA's expected one-day move. So their one-day move just beat NVIDIA's expected one-day move. Now, we'll find out what their real one-day move is on Thursday. But listen, I think that this deal between AMD and Meta that shows possibly that AMD is actually starting to compete with NVIDIA in the GPU segment. I think it's pretty big news, not to mention Meta taking up to options for a 10% stake in AMD. That is a big number that they just put up there. So NVIDIA, ahead of a day where everyone is going to be talking about NVIDIA, kind of got their headlines stolen this morning by AMD. So very impressive. Two mega cap firms getting together and kind of taking some of the luster off of NVIDIA. Now, NVIDIA is going to get it back, and they have a history of reestablishing a lead once AMD tries to catch up. So I think tomorrow it just puts another
Okay, we're starting to move.
intrigue into tomorrow's earnings report, Diane.
Okay, well,
Okay, looks good. Looking good. Can we get through this area? Got resistance, that's for sure.
Well, to Kevin's point, good morning, Diane. I think this is what a horse race looks like. You get one leader kind of poking its nose ahead a little bit, and then the other one catches up, and then there's that increased competition. And I think
Shut up.
Scott, I mean, I'm not going to hit the table again, but how many years have you and I been doing this, Scott, Joe, Josh? We've had fears in recent years. 10 months ago, the story.
I know Jimmy and those people that are on halftime report have to be frustrated because every day they come in, they're looking for the markets to move. And we've been in a range since like October. We hit the highs and we can't seem to get through that area. So yeah, it's got to be pretty difficult. Got to be pretty difficult for them to be in here every day trying to call stocks that are moving higher like RIG or NVIDIA, whatever. Okay, rising up a bit. Snowflake looking a little better.
It has been a steady stream of stocks getting hit on any AI-related headline. It's a great timeline that we can show you. We were just cycling through it, but we'll put it up again just to make the point even firmer that, day, headline, segment, ticker, decline. That's basically what you're talking about. You have Google launching Project Genie January 30th. Okay, then you got these software stocks go down. Legal tech, right? Anthropic, Claude, Mechanism, stock, ticker, decline. It's making a lot of people nervous, that they fear that something bigger might be coming, that the market's just not supposed to react this way.
I think most of the shares of these companies don't change hands on these.
Come on, S&P, just keep going. 60 minutes looks pretty decent, 60 minute. Okay, S&P 500. Oh, I just killed your eyes. I know, going from dark screen, black screen to white background. My apologies. The only thing that bothers me is that this last pullback below the 50-day just seems to have so much difficulty pushing back through. RSI is trying to get above 50. MACD turning up. Okay, stochastics has already turned up. Okay, so this is looking better. Okay, so MACD is turning. All right, MACD is turning. Histogram is starting to point towards the zero line. This could be better. Listen to Josh.
Yeah, bad things ended up happening in the European debt crisis, but the entire world didn't fall apart, and there are always offsets. So I think
Yeah, you got a lot of stuff. You got a lot of international ETFs that are doing well. So don't forget about emerging markets and Brazil and France and Spain and Germany. All of those are moving higher. Bitcoin at the high of the day. Bitcoin's looking good.
Let's start there. I'm not just buying them all. It tells me what investors are actually doing and where the accumulation is. That is the point of even tracking what are the best stocks in the market in the first place. And this became apparent very early this year. Investors had spent 15 years worshiping at the altar of the asset-light economy, mostly software, professional services, and data businesses. And that whole paradigm flipped. And now they want heavy assets and companies with low obsolescence risk. Here are my top 10. This is hang on real quick before you do that, because I don't want to blow by what has now become something that's in the zeitgeist of sorts. Your so-called halo stocks, which
Halo.
in newspapers now and in research reports from different Wall Street firms. Halo standing for what you just said: heavy assets, low obsolescence.
All right, we're trying to break through this area. Kind of sticky, look like molasses. Can't seem to get through it. Looking for a pop through this area. Okay, we got free ride up to about 69.08, 69.10. There's a gamma up there too, but just not able to get through it. Not able to get through it. 69, right in this area. All right, that's non-zero to zero day. 68.90.
So these are all on my list, and I think more than half of these we've done segments on. They all look unbelievable. Texas Pacific Land Corp. This is West Texas oil and gas.
Yeah, there goes futures. Here goes the futures. Futures starting to go. Here we go. Pop in there. S&P popping through this area. Okay, you can see hedge flows are continuing here. Hedge flows, purple line. Okay. Both of these are rising. Puts being sold, calls being bought.
I'm not saying they're cheap. I'm not saying they're undiscovered. I'm not saying they're quote-unquote better companies than Adobe or Disney. I'm telling you that these are the stocks that are being accumulated by people who are looking at their portfolio and they're like,
Amazon looks good. From a swing basis, I like Amazon. Baker Hughes, from a swing basis, I like Baker Hughes. SPY, range bound, so you can expect to see some rejection overhead. I don't think we're going to make it to 7,000 anytime soon. We could see that, but there's better opportunity, in my opinion. Stocks that are moving above their 20 MA. Meta's not quite there yet. NVIDIA, back above. It's trending higher. It's got the earnings tomorrow, a catalyst. I plan on having a long iron condor for earnings. The 195-200 on the call side, and something like the 185-180 on the put side for earnings. I'm leaning more to, okay, here we go. I'm leaning more to long. Okay, S&P is on the move here. S&P.
Names like Airbnb and Carvana, DoorDash, Disney, Roku, and Spotify. Jimmy and Joe both have lists as well. Let's just get them out there. Let's try and give people constructive ways to think about the inverse effect of AI, ones that have some level of this halo effect, if you want to call it that, which Josh has done, and as I said, others are picking it up and going with it. Joe, you got Baker Hughes and some others on the list. Tell us.
Yeah, Baker Hughes, Merck, Vulcan Materials, Bunge, which is actually a consumer staple name. Think about Generac, FedEx, Welltower. Josh already mentioned FedEx. Josh mentioned Corning. That's the name that I own personally. So conceptually, I agree with what Josh is identifying here. I'll let Jimmy go, and then I want to come back. I've got an important question to ask Josh about how we think about allocating. Jimmy?
Well, I mean, one of the things I'll say about these types of stocks is they're very easy to understand. So if I point out a CRH, this is an aggregate manufacturer. If you think about you're driving down the road and you see one of those little depots with a silo and it's got, concrete or cement or gravel in it, dump trucks fill up there and they go to, where do they go? They go to building sites for data centers or housing developments. Anywhere you're making a road, that's where CRH is going. It's so easy to understand. Energy, we've talked about this a lot. We're obviously consuming a lot of it and a lot more of it in every form as these data centers come on. So,
Okay, a nice little follow through here.
ExxonMobil, Transocean. I think, though, the easiest one to explain is travel and experience, right? You cannot replace getting on an airplane and going to a Wynn Resort or Disneyland. You cannot replace that. Sure, you could go get, metaverse glasses and put those on and try, but it's not the same thing. When I'm on the airplane, I sometimes play the blackjack game on the back of the seat. It's nothing like being in a casino and actually playing blackjack. And that's not going to go away. That's not going to be made obsolescent.
The broader point, though, it's not so much whether it's Citrini
Okay, nice little pop through this area.
or whoever puts out whatever paper. It's the reaction which has people nervous in the way that these stocks are reacting the way they are, because it's just not supposed to happen that way. You're not supposed to have a hypothetical research piece come out and IBM have its worst day in more than 2 decades. It reminds me of how Jamie Dimon was speaking at the investor update yesterday, where he talked about just the mere fact that asset prices are high in his perspective and what could happen if the economic cycle turns. Listen.
There will be a cycle one day. I don't know when there's going to be a cycle. I don't know what confluence of events will cause that cycle. My anxiety is high over it. I'm not assuaged by the fact that asset prices are high. In fact, I think that adds to the risk.
That kind of speaks to it, right? You're
Okay, nice little, nice little pop. Looking for a higher low, higher high.
Because of the AI trade itself, and now the air is coming out. No one knows truly if there's a bigger air pocket.
AMD continuation, pushing higher.
If these stocks continue to be upset.
Okay, Amazon at the high. Amazon pushing. Be nice to catch a bid in Microsoft and Apple right here. Nvidia's pushing, Netflix is pushing. We got Meta trying to take the high of the day. Okay, all of these looking for follow through. Okay, so the 60-minute 20 MA is what I like to watch personally. Meta, once these get above the 20 MA, these are a go for me. Amazon can put a stop right underneath the 20 MA, the green line. 20 MA on the daily is for reference, the red dotted line. Okay, here we go. Looking good here. S&P, let me keep an eye on.
Where, Josh, you believe that you need to, as an RIA, begin to allocate a little bit away from those technology, those asset lights, those heart of the economy names, more towards what Scott is speaking about, a better valuation opportunity that exists in your Halo theme.
Yeah, I think it's happening already.
Okay, nice little pop here.
In the wealth management industry, we are the component of the United States investment business that did not throw in the towel on emerging markets in Europe and Japan. We own these stocks. Like, they don't own them necessarily in hedge fund land. Maybe now they do, because rest of the world versus U.S. went up 30% last year. But, we tend to have portfolios that look different from the S&P 500. One of the main reasons is we don't sell ourselves to clients as we're going to race the S&P for you. So we are normally diversified. And when you have these sort of secular shifts into a new investing regime, we have been adding and we have been rebalancing systematically for years, so that we have the representation in other industries.
I'd like to see these critical metals also catch more of a bid.
The S&P 500, we own small caps. Like, you can look at 13F filings for the top 20 RIAs
using an LLM, and in 5 minutes you
Okay, so this looks good for Amazon. ExxonMobil. I really like Exxon. I'd want to do something with Exxon. ExxonMobil. Okay. So we're still consolidating. So there's nothing here that says jump into ExxonMobil at the moment. Once it starts to move, we get some bullish candles like this one over here about 12 candles ago. We get a bullish candle like that and then a follow through. I'll put a stop underneath, say 150 once it goes. I do like Exxon though. I like Rig as well. Rig, cheap stock, but it's trending. Baker Hughes, like that one too. Baker Hughes, trending. So every time it comes back to the 20 EMA, that's an area where you want to look for a reversal. Put a stop underneath 63. Current stop is at 63. Looking for this to follow through. Phillips 66, trending. So you don't want to buy this until it turns back up. Spiders, range bound. Nothing to see here. Apple, above its 20 EMA. It could pull back. Okay, so this is what I'm looking for. I said 270 to 273, something like that. So I sold the 275, 280s that I had that were out in July. They're too far out. I thought when I first initially took these, Apple, I was concerned over here when it moved above the 50-day. I was concerned it was going to take some time to get there, so I bought July. In hindsight, probably, obviously, I know better, but in hindsight, June would have been fine. So what I want to do now is buy like April or May, and I want to buy 275, 280s. So if it gets to 280 and breaks out, then I can roll from May or April to May or May to June and have some time on my side. So anyway, that's what I'm thinking on Apple. Apple, I took some off. I also sold the 270s I had that expire Friday. I'm out of my Apple positions for now. Okay, there goes ExxonMobil. It's probably going to run here, ExxonMobil. Do I want to do ExxonMobil? ExxonMobil. Let's see. Damn it. I hate toss at times. It just fills in stuff that I don't want. Just talking to myself, sorry. ExxonMobil. Let's see. Let me look at ExxonMobil. I just said the 60-minute needs to improve a little bit more. ExxonMobil. Okay. Yeah, I'll pass on that. All right, looks good for a day trade. Looks good for a day trade, ExxonMobil, but I'm not going to buy it for a swing at the moment. NVIDIA looks good. NVIDIA higher highs, higher lows. Got earnings tomorrow. Broadcom turning back up. Apple fading. Apple. Had the nice run up in Apple. I'll buy some if it gets down here to 270 or something like that. 270, 275, 275, 280, something like that. Apple. Probably April. ExxonMobil does look good. I got to stop looking at ExxonMobil. I'm going to wind up buying it. All right, let me change the screen. Let me just do Chevron turning back up. Chevron, I do still have Chevron. Okay, Chevron, same idea. CVX, Chevron, same idea. Okay, the 20 EMA. Long as it's trending, I want to think long. If it gets below the 20 EMA, I got to consider taking a stop. In this case, I keep rolling up since we got long back on, was it the 4th of January, 5th of January? After Maduro was captured, we got long. We stayed above the 20 EMA and pretty much just keep trending with it, with good news supporting the idea that this could keep going. So I rolled up from 150, 155, did the same thing all the way up through 170, 175, 175, 180, 180, 185, and so on. And now I got 185, 190. So Chevron, yeah, Chevron's looking good. Oh, I also have 200, 210s for April. Okay, Apple, S&P looking for more of a breakout. Okay, let's look at hedge flows. They're still buying. They're still buying calls and selling puts. That looks good. feels like the market's getting a little tired. You don't want to buy this time of day between 12 and 1. We're probably the high right now. Most likely will pull back a little bit. So if you got profits, maybe scale out some, hold on to a few. You're totally missing the point here, Mr. Wapner. NVIDIA, AMD, ASML, and Taiwan Semi are going to benefit from the tariffs. The whole sovereignty, U.S. security. Will benefit them. It might. We might pull back on NVIDIA. That would be an opportunity. If we pull back on NVIDIA, I'll be buying some shares. NVDX. ZLO looks good. GE. Baker Hughes, still trending. Baker Hughes. Futures holding on to the highs here. Futures. You're looking at the cash. You're looking at the cash index. Here's cash as well. Okay, that looks good.
If you listen to the luminaries of the space, that's what's happening. And I refer to Jensen Huang, I refer to Brad Gerstner, I refer to Andrew Jassy. These are the people who are saying that every increment of compute that comes online is monetizable, that they are supply constrained right now. So that is
ARM Holdings, Merck, all of those were looking good yesterday. Let's see what Merck looks like. Merck on the 60-minute 20 MA. What does it tell you? Just stick with the swing until this drops below the 20 MA or takes out the low of the morning. Either or works. I'm getting an alert that I'm not broadcasting.
On the deal with Meta. Meta agreeing to buy 6 gigawatts of AI compute from AMD, $100 billion. So you own the stock. AMD's having a really nice
Mic check, mic check.
Almost an afterthought perspective when people talk about NVIDIA and Broadcom and some of the others, but Lisa Su does this deal, the stock tops 9%.
And it should. And, you know, the warrants were struck at a $600 share price for AMD. That gives 10% towards Meta. But I think what's important
What's going on here?
Is the ability for Meta to actually have that custom design relationship, which is kind of different than what they have existing now with NVIDIA. And then they're not going to step away, Meta, from on their own trying to design chips. I think all of this collectively really speaks. And by the way, NVIDIA absolutely remains a bellwether. But on the NVIDIA earnings call tomorrow night, you want to hear the confidence that they're not losing market share as we hear, Scott, about all these relationships related to chips. As we hear and Broadcom with the tensor processing units, as we hear from inference chips being developed, we want to have the confidence that NVIDIA still has it, especially when we continue to see the rollout of these types of deals that we see with AMD and Meta.
So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back.
Oh, no wonder. I'm clicking on Monday's podcast. Here's Tuesday. That's why. That's why. Monday's podcast. Oh, dummy. You dummy. Okay, futures look like they're going to keep going. We'll look at hedge flows. Hedge flows still rising. Looks like we could go some more. Don't like the idea of buying anything right now at the high of the day, but it definitely looked like we could keep going. Going to take out the highs. Okay. We're still going here. Still going. S&P, nice follow through. Looks good. Okay, we're pushing a bit more. Can we keep going here? Looks like the bears are having to renegotiate the highs. The next level now. Okay, so let's see what's happened here. Okay, watch the left panel over here. Watch the changes in gamma. Okay, there's a lot more gamma in here, positive gamma. So as we push up through it, this is resistance. But as the resistance makes way, we start to see these shift upward a little bit, it looks like. So 69.05 possible. 69.05, we're at 68.92 right now and trending. S&P. All right, so 6,900 is just overhead right there, 6,900. Okay, let me grab current levels. Okay, let me just fill in the current levels here. My mistake, I didn't do that yet. Control A, Control V. Okay. All right, so we got the current levels on the screen. So 6,900, that's L2. We're above the vol trigger, so that looks good.
Discretionary has been a really interesting space. It's been getting trounced by staples so far this year. It looks pretty good today. Just consumer confidence beat, so that's one thing. But that was after Home Depot showed unexpected Q4 comps growth, and that stock was up a bunch. Lowe's up, a lot of the home builders up today. Cruises, casinos. Part of it, Jimmy, plays into the Halo idea. Carvana, which Joe owns, has been on the list I read earlier. Wynn was on the list I read.
All right, 6,900 up here. Let me just make that red for resistance, 6,900. Oh, nope, don't want that. I want this. 6,900.
I think it just got a little too far ahead of its skis.
Okay, there you go.
Another one. I mean, look, we all travel. Have the planes been empty? No, they've been packed. Airports have been packed. Did it maybe get a little bit ahead of its skis? Have there been some concerns about oil prices rising? To me, what I'm saying is this is a lot of noise. The long-term trends are we've got low unemployment, we've got wage gains, we've got people going out and doing things. Maybe they're not doing as much as they used to, but they're still going out and traveling and getting experience.
But Joe, it's been really stark, the outperformance. Staples up 15% year to date versus discretionary down 2.5. Now, maybe, after you had a terrible confidence number, I think last month.
Pretty nice day, right?
Is now a trade that gives you something.
Pretty nice day.
You're being pretty disappointed.
I'm not sure that it does. I'm a little bit not as optimistic as Jimmy is on the consumer.
Got a lot of names here. DoorDash,
I do.
LDS, TJX, Burlington, Delta, Live Nation, Ulta, Pulte, Royal Caribbean.
And a lot of those names just seem to break down in the momentum. Expedia can easily be disrupted by AI.
Okay, so this is time of day we start to look for B and C pivots. Usually.
Some of the names we own right now, they are not working in consumer discretionary. Understand for consumer staples, it has been about Walmart and Costco having really, really good numbers. That's 21% of the staple sector overall. For consumer discretionary names that are working for us, it's about Darden Restaurants, it's about Yum China, Williams Sonoma, and Ulta Beauty. And I think in each one of those instances, it speaks towards that Halo investment thesis.
Hey, Josh, what about? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, anytime you put that XLY ETF on screen.
We have any news today? Any news? Let's see. U.S. 2-year. Trump speaking at 12:30. Trump's supposed to speak at 12:30. We might get a pop in the market, so have your puts and calls ready. Okay. Supposedly Trump will be speaking here shortly. When did that plane leave? When did that plane leave for DC? That was like 30 minutes, 40 minutes ago. Okay, you know he's going to talk about USA hockey. So if you're a Canadian in the trading room, well, we won. What can I say? Not going to mince words. It's all good. North America, Canada, USA, good hockey players. Okay. Robin Hood at the high of the day. Still got to get out of this base.
Let's take a break. Actually, let's get a news update. I'm sorry. Courtney Reagan has that for us. Hey, Courtney.
Hi, Scott. Russian foreign intelligence claimed today on the 4th anniversary of the war with Ukraine that Britain and France are plotting to give Ukraine a nuclear weapon. Moscow said
What?
without evidence, the weapon would help secure more favorable terms to end the war. Ukraine called the claim an absurd lie.
Ukraine used to have nuclear weapons, right? And then they gave them up. Any historians in the trading room? I think that's what it was. I think they had it at one point, and they gave them up. I'm not sure when it happened or why they did it. I think it had something to do with them becoming independent from Russia proper. Anyway, 6,900's right overhead, so still looking at that as resistance, a target potentially for today.
All right, Court, thank you. That is Courtney Reagan, of course. All right, up next, best stocks in the market. The spotlight is on stocks in the sector coming off a fresh record close. We'll give you the names next.
And Figures plans don't end with stocks. For more on this, we're joined by Mike Cagney. He is co-founder and executive chairman of Figure, which went public back in January. Mike, it's so good to speak with you. Thanks for coming back onto Bloomberg. Tell us a little bit about what Open offers and how it's different from other tokenization efforts.
VWAP. It's a bullish day. VWAP up and to the right. We opened up and moved away from VWAP. We got positive gamma overhead. We ran into some resistance, and now we're just dealing with that. Just dealing with that 6,900 resistance level. Not a bad day. I'm probably going to take a walk here shortly. 10-minute break, walk around the block, get some fresh air, get some exercise, stretch my legs. But it's been cold as hell. It's been like 30 degrees. I was going to run this morning, but this morning was like very cold. I don't like running on the cold. What's Vinny talking about? I'm just shooting the breeze, waiting for the S&P to do something. AMD continues to climb. What a nice entry on AMD. If you took it, here's Merck. Merck is trending. AMD looked really good this morning. Okay, pop back above the 20 EMA. All right, so I love when this happens, when it moves above the 20 EMA. That tells me immediately that I need to start watching this for a swing trade, AMD. 20 EMA is down below. We popped above. All right, I'm not in a hurry to chase it, but over the next couple of days, we'll probably have a nice trade on AMD. Okay, so Amazon did this too. Amazon moving above over the last week. Looking for this to get through 212, 215 into the gaps overhead. Amazon looks good. Apple's still fading from the high. I'm looking to get into some Apple again on the dip. Okay, I'm still bullish. So if you've got a position like, say, shares or whatever, you don't need to do anything. You can see the buyers came in yesterday as well. Same kind of candle, same looking. I'd like to see this close in the upper half of the daily range. You can see Stochastics is saying you should see that. So any dip should get bought. Okay. That's what stochastic is telling you. This was designed by Mr. Lane. I always forget his first name. Was it Frank Lane? Designer. George Lane. George Appel. Gerald Appel and George Lane. George Lane developed the indicator, stochastic indicator. George Lane. Trading cotton futures. One of the way to see whether or not holding cotton futures made sense. And the way he did that was designing stochastics so that when stochastics is rising, it's telling you look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. So if you buy dips, stochastics is telling you to look for a positive outcome on average. You know, this is a 14-day period. I could do it. I could cut this down to 7, but it defeats the purpose. I'm looking at the swing time frame. Let's see what Gerald Appel's. Okay, Gerald Appel, designer of MACD, recommended using 3 time frames. The short time frame that I have currently is 514. Okay, so the short time frame crosses over. That tells you to get into the trade, right? So this is Apple. Then the intermediate time frame tells you, okay, that's a confirmation. That's what everybody uses, 1226. Now the long time frame, 1939, that's the swing time frame. So you want this to turn up and you want it to start trending. So between this and the 60-minute 20 EMA, okay, this is all saying the same thing, okay? Apple, Amazon, these are all saying the same thing. Apple above the 20 EMA. It's just a little extended, that's all. But it should close in the upper half of the daily range, according to stochastic. All right, Meta's looking pretty good. Meta, that needs to get above the 20 EMA. And we start thinking swing again. Meta, day trade for now until it gets above the 20 EMA.
Josh, that's the point. You're making it exciting for a sector, regulated utilities, Duke Energy. I mean, otherwise, I'm just like, all right, they're putting in a rate increase request, and they're going to get it, and it's going to grow 7%. But something like Pacific Gas and Electric, still cheap.
Trending, too. I think Jimmy's right on the ball here. It's trending. Okay, CEG, same thing. Constellation Energy, big move on Constellation.
ETF. It's had a remarkable move since earnings last week. I wouldn't chase it here. Wait for a pullback to the 50-day, and then also servicing
CEG, Constellation Energy.
Ticker symbol P. More exciting. Let's look at Quanta Services because the price target there it is, 560. Goldman today goes to 685. So from 495. Yeah.
So Constellation Energy had earnings today. Baltimore Gas and Electric, generating, purchasing, and selling electricity, and purchasing, transporting, and selling natural gas. Okay, looking for a bounce. We got the bounce today, thanks to earnings. Okay.
They may have some culpability in that lawsuit.
Came in hot over the Citrini note. Now you're excited about utilities thanks to best stocks in the market.
Okay, long-term agreements with Microsoft, and most recently with Meta and Cyrus One. Okay, so it looks like we're going to bounce here. S&P looks like it's going to bounce. Okay, looking for a follow-through S&P.
About that. He's bored. I don't know. We'll find out next. I'm excited, Scott.
S&P. S&P looks like it's going to push off of this level. Okay, looking good. Okay, let's look at hedge flows again. I always want to keep an eye on these hedge flows, looking for this to turn up again. Okay, we got resistance overhead. Look at the change here. Look at the change in the look at that. Okay, it looks like they're rolling up above 6,900. Either that or they took positions off. Either way, resistance is a little bit higher now, 6,905. Meta is on the move. There goes Meta. Meta's working. Let's see what Meta looks like here. Meta, M-E-T-A, Meta. What happened there? Okay, Meta. Okay. Why did this pop? Why did this do this? Default. There we are. There's Meta. Okay. I don't know why it jumped off the screen. VWAP down below. Meta's looking good. Still dealing with this base down here. All right, S&P pulling back now. Okay, B and C pivots. There's still possibilities to test the 6,900 level. There goes Robinhood. Robinhood's on the move. For those of you trading Robinhood, that's having a good day. It's still got to get above this base. So we're looking at a base over here. Basically, a base that's basically like that. Okay, so we got to get above this. Got to push through this level here. Okay, Robinhood looking pretty good. Robinhood. All right, what's Amazon still strong? Man, very strong day for Amazon. Very unusual strength. All right, we're starting to taper off a little bit. So anybody has profits up here, we're running up against resistance. Eventually, we're going to pop into this gap overhead. Amazon will do its thing if that keeps going. Baker Hughes, DSX, these are all trending. Merck, let me take a look at Merck. Okay, here's Constellation Energy, Merck, MRK, Merck. Merck is just trending. Okay, the pharmaceutical stocks looking good. All right, so we're dropping off here, S&P. Let's see if the puts are bid. Puts coming off the low. All right, Merck looks good. Merck looking good.
Stocks on the move and some calls, but let's start with Expeditors International. They did report a drop in profit, revenue down, stock down, almost 9%. They do authorize a $3 billion share buyback. Joe, you own this one.
Unfortunately, we do. It was a name that we purchased at the end of October. You have challenges here as it relates to ocean freight. The problem here is they are an ocean freight broker, so they can be disrupted. They're in the services business. AI can ultimately organize that freight, that global freight, ultimately better than they can.
So why'd you buy it? Why'd you buy it?
Well, it had really good momentum, strong balance sheet. The bigger decline actually happened on February 12th. February 12th, the stock was down 16%. And that was off a report that there was an algorithm that was being introduced to the logistics business.
See, this is what we're talking about.
Specifically targeting
that was the karaoke machine.
See, people look at this, they see logistics, and they say,
wow, wow, Expeditors looks terrible.
We're thinking about something that is
wow,
asset
I don't know how you can defend this one.
No, they're a broker. They're not involved in the actual freight themselves, and that's why you saw the big decline.
You know what song you were singing that day on that report?
What was it?
Cry Me a River. Right? Stock down.
There we go.
That was a day.
It was funny.
That was a day.
Wapner's such a genius. He's always right. You should manage these portfolios for these guys and ladies. All right.
Valuation in a flow state, Josh, is what they say.
Yeah, so I talked about the re-rating in the A block. I won't repeat it, but
Nothing like being humble. Merck. All right, so Merck, these pharmaceutical companies have been looking pretty good. Here's Merck. Let's look at J&J, AstraZeneca, AbbVie, BMY, Bristol Myers. Okay. Let's see what's actually moving. today. S&P mid-cap 400. Let's look at the 500. Keysight. This one's involved in quant, isn't it? Keysight Technologies. It's involved in quant computing, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Keysight.
We talked about that earlier too, as being one of these halo names. Target to 195.
Measurement solutions, communications, electronics industries. It was a recommendation that had to do with AI. The earnings look really good. 43% earnings growth, 23% revenue growth. Everything looks good here. All four metrics green. They came in with $1.6 billion. Reported earnings $2.17 versus consensus. They beat by 18 cents. All right, S&P is bouncing again. All right, very erratic at the highs here. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Keysight, big gap up on Keysight. Okay, big gap up. Don't want to chase it up here, but this is looking good for later on. Okay, we'll come back and look at this one once it comes back to earth. Okay, looking for Meta to do something. Meta's still pushing. Meta needs to go that 20 EMA. This could be a sneak attack for Meta. Maybe this will retake the 50-day and the 20-day. AMD looking really sharp here. AMD, nice reversal. Looked at this morning and missed the opportunity on this dip over here. And this dip, and this dip. Scroll back to about 11 o'clock. I was talking about AMD. And there it goes. There it goes. So if you took it, congratulations. I did not. I don't think I have a position in AMD, do I? I don't think so. No, I don't have any AMD. That's okay. I got other chips like NVIDIA, Micron. All right, nice day. Nice day in the neighborhood. What's GE doing? GE got buyers at the low of the day? Yes. Okay, so GE dipped this morning, and now it's taken off to the upside. GE on the daily, this looks sharp. That's telling you that this is going to go more. GE, look at the weekly. Okay, trending above the 10 EMA. Look at GE Vernova, also moving higher. GE Vernova and GE Healthcare, GEHC. Okay, not as good, but looking good nonetheless. Back above the 50-day. Love those GEs. Constellation Energy, big day on earnings. Okay, S&P back, moving back up. Amazon's at the high of the day. This is a lot more fun to talk. Me personally, it's a lot more fun to talk on bullish days because I don't have to deal so much with people's anxiety. I know people get anxious. The markets are not always going up. It's just human nature. Unfortunately, that's not reality. Let's see. We're still looking at the stocks that are on the move. Okay. Keysight, AMD, big gap up. Probably going to be into the 220, 240, 220, 235 gap in the near future. So I'd be watching AMD. Moves above the 50-day. That'll be nice. Albemarle, that we saw that yesterday. Didn't do anything. Maybe some of you did. MACD stochastics rising, RSI higher. Okay, let's see. A lot of good looking stocks here. Albemarle, Constellation.
Karaoke machines to research papers to whatever is the next catalyst to drive stocks lower.
These little storm cells that obviously are roving around the market. I think it's doing a few.
We also talked about Owens Corning. Corning, glass, fiber optic. That popped up at the end of January, broke out of this flat base. It's continuation now. Beautiful. The picks and shovels of AI. All the cabling and fiber optic, I imagine that they're going to do. GLW. Let's see what their earnings look like. GLW. Okay, reported in line.
Right out of the gate, I thought was sending up some warning flares. It immediately found its footing. So within this range, I think you have to be a little bit agnostic about really where we're headed. I think the positives for today is that we're narrowing out again. This is a NASDAQ 100 rally. This is not a equal weight and unloved sectors leading the market higher rally. So I think that's okay. A bull case from here, I think, is that you kind of de-risked positioning and made it more neutralized because people have been so confused and chopped up in some of these disruption.
There's an interesting social post from Bill Gross who says the elite 8, 9, or 10 are being cut quickly. Oracle, Microsoft, IBM. Maybe it's not a single elimination game, but it feels like it. I'm staying away. Be satisfied with single-digit returns. Verizon, AT&T, Western Midstream, Vanguard, All World,
Sure.
ex-US.
I think that fits. I think that generally fits Bill's orientation in general. Right. I mean, buy stocks that look like bonds might be the way to go. But look, what's really fascinating is NVIDIA has done almost nothing for 6 months and yet has now outperformed all the rest of them. And so it's
This looks good.
going into the numbers. I don't think it defines the next move of the overall market, but I think that kind of attitude is why the stocks have gotten cheaper.
Yeah. All right. We thank you, and we'll see you coming up later on closing.
GLW. Looks good. GLW. Yeah, that looks beautiful. I got a feeling this is going to be much, much higher in the years to come. Very extended now. But definitely, if you can find some competitors to GL, what are the competitors? That's a good question to ask, actually. GLW competitors. Same. Vertiv VRT, thermal power management, liquid cooling. APH is another one. Let's see, APH. Okay, that has yet to take off. APH is also in the interconnect systems, AI infrastructure role, high-speed electrical and fiber connectors, backplanes, etc. Arista Networks, involved in network switches, Ethernet switches for AI backends, and Eaton, ETN, electrical management, switchgear, UPS, grid-to-chip power solutions, critical for managing sudden power spikes from GPU clusters. Eaton, Arista Networks, strategic advantage in that it's a leader in cloud networking software and high bandwidth routing. That may have gotten a pullback because of the whole software concern. Let's see what Arista looks like. Arista Networks, yeah, that pulled back with that whole software business. So that's probably going to get a bounce. Buy the dip. Okay, S&P is bouncing right now. Okay, strategic advantage of Eaton. We talked about that. Strategic advantage for Corning, massive scale, meta partnerships, US-based manufacturing, blah, blah, blah. Cisco competes in the active optical cable market, while Corning provides the massive fiber infrastructure. Cisco provides the active transceivers. I know a number of you are long Cisco, so this should continue to be a swing trade that's going to work. I mean, they're looking for this build out to last the next 8 or 9 years. So buying dips, opportunity are opportunities, any pullbacks. So looking for that. So I imagine most of you are thinking about longer term, not just day trading. as members of the closing print. So going to focus more on that as well in the months and years ahead. Okay, so S&P, all right. Robinhood's still going here. Robinhood took off this morning off the low, just keeps going. Robinhood made a low over here this morning and just took off. Still got to get out of this base, but it looks like we're going to do something hopefully in the near term. Robinhood, I don't think, given the earnings that Robinhood has, I don't think you're going to keep it down here too much longer. Okay. While it's not the kind of earnings that it had last time, I think the last time it was like 60% earnings growth. Revenue growth was like about 30%. It's a little bit lower, but still, the company's growing, and now they're into the predictions market. That started in February. Robinhood should do well. Okay, let's see what else is going on here. Albemarle, Constellation. Constellation looks like it's going to take out the 50, the 200-day. Just keep going, 325, 350, 375. I could see 50 points upside, 60 points upside in Constellation. Okay, RSI is still rising, so that's showing there's still plenty of time. And also that the trend is persistent. This is Constellation Energy. They had earnings this morning. CEG, what did they say again? CEG, earnings-wise. Okay, so the earnings growth isn't spectacular, but revenue growth is picking up, and revenue surprise was good. So earnings will follow. Natural gas, electric. I thought they were somewhere. I didn't realize they were here on the East Coast. Is it Baltimore? Where are they based? Constellation. Do you guys have Constellation? Steven's, I believe you're here on the East Coast in Maryland, right? Outside of Baltimore?
Closing bell, 3 o'clock Eastern. Hope you'll join me. Mark Lazary will be with me. So will Rick Reeder.
All right, they merged with Calpine.
Alex Kenchowitz, Liz Thomas.
There are a lot of good things to say about Constellation.
What do you got?
We did Martin Marietta as a best stop the other day. Let me know when they announce Claude Cement. I don't think it's coming, guys. I think it's gonna be okay.
All right. Farmer Jim.
Microsoft.
He's crazy. He's losing his mind, Josh.
Joey T. KLA Corp. You still need semis. All right, guys. I'll see you a couple hours, 3 o'clock. The exchanges now.
Okay. Robinhood is still going. Wow, look at Robinhood go. Robinhood, nice move on Robinhood.
Meta's deal with AMD fits into that. I'm Kelly Evans. Let's get a quick check on the markets with stocks rebounding following yesterday's sell-off. The Dow up 429, the Nasdaq up 1%, the Russell up nicely as well.
Mag 7, the Mag 10, the New York FANG components, 10 stocks in the New York FANG index. You know them all. Tweezer bottom, looking for this too. I like it better down here as a new entry. All the news being more negative. I like it better. I don't want to buy it up there at the highs back in October. Okay, still watching this hedge flows though. Hedge flows. Still looking for higher lows, higher highs. We got this level here, 0 day, non-zero day, same level. 69.05, 69.10. Can we take that level out? All right, I'm going to leave this on the screen for a few minutes. I got to take a couple minute break. Pop something in the oven for lunch, and I'll be right back. Lisa Liu talking. Here goes the S&P.
Specifically for the most important AI workloads going forward. The deal also includes performance-based warrants for Meta to acquire up to about 10% of the company as AMD meets certain goals in the relationship. Meta, by the way, struck a similar deal with NVIDIA just about a week ago. So while it may be a win for AMD, What does it mean about the shifting nature of Meta and the Mag 7 going forward? Let's bring in Gary Mobley. He's a semi-analyst at Loop Capital, and Daniel Newman is the CEO of Futurum. Welcome to you both. Gary, first to you. Would you describe this as a big win for AMD?
I think I would. I think, well, first of all, thanks for having me, Kelly. Good to see you. And I think it's a win clearly based on the idea that it puts AMD on a path to generate roughly $20 in non-GAAP earnings per share in the next 3 to 5 years. And this is a key element of that. It's the deal, even though they're issuing warrants as part of the structure of the deal, is still earnings accretive for AMD, which is maybe the ultimate determinant of shareholder value and whether it's adding value. So yes, I clearly think it's a win-win for both AMD and Meta.
Do you think any shareholders should have issue with 10% of the company potentially being owned by Meta, 10% by OpenAI?
Giving away your market cap to generate revenue from an optics standpoint is never good. But again, at the end of the day, I think the ultimate question that has to be answered is it adding shareholder value to AMD holders? And I think the answer to that is a clear yes. This is such a transformative deal for AMD. If you combine the value in terms of annual revenue for OpenAI and today's Meta deal, it potentially doubles the company's revenue from where we're at just in fiscal year 25. So it's the cost of doing business in many respects.
Wow. So Daniel, I'll turn to you because speaking of transformative, how should we think about Meta being in the semiconductor business to some extent?
Well, I think, first of all, this is what AMD needs to do. Lisa Su needs to make these kinds of deals when you're going up against Jensen Huang and NVIDIA. You're talking about a company that's 95% or so of this AI accelerated compute market. Lisa knew what she was doing with OpenAI, and she knows what she's doing. And by the way, Meta is not OpenAI. Meta is one of the best in terms of the implementation and application of AI into their business, generating tens of billions of dollars because of AI. And of course, this is a proof point for AMD to be able to show that its technology, it's often criticized maybe for not having the same level of software support as in NVIDIA. But in this case, for inference and for agents, both EPYC, which is their compute, their data center CPUs, and of course, Helios, their data center GPU rack scale solutions, which will largely be used here, will be applied to these workloads that Meta utilize every single day in their business to generate meaningful revenue. This is the proof point that that AMD needs. And furthermore, all the people that have complained earnings after earnings with AMD that they didn't show enough growth. It was their MI business. Now it's going to be their Helios business. These are receipts, Kelly. Right. So these are the receipts that the investors want to see. The dilution or the potential ownership by Meta, I think it's a good partner to have, knowing what's about to happen.
Yeah, you say, and I think this is a good line too, that this kind of puts to rest the narrative that AMD is just for training. But can I ask you, because I don't want to ask Gary, it's not really his space, but Daniel, can I ask you about Meta specifically here? I'm just going to repeat the question. Do investors want Meta to be in the semiconductor business?
I think that investors probably, so there's the two sides. Great question, by the way. There's the two sides of this. One is owning fabs and foundries versus maybe being in the processor development business. I mean, Meta's already in the chip business. They have their custom accelerator. They're building a custom CPU. They work closely with ARM. They're going to continue to develop their own chips. This gives the compute capacity. Mark has been very clear that he wants to win the compute race. And to get to superintelligence, AGI, whatever we're calling it today, you need to have the most compute. That volume of compute between NVIDIA, between AMD, between all the compute that Meta will build on its own gives it the ultimate amount of flexibility to continue to innovate and build on future.
AMD still going?
That's what he needs.
I'll frame the narrative an alternate way.
All right, so AMD looking like it's getting a lot of commentary.
Probably what Meta is saying or pitching, which is this is investments that's going to get us to AGI or whatever. There's going to be a clear payoff for investors at the end of the road. What if Jeff Curry's right and the only output that we're going to end up with here is AI compute, and the value of that compute goes down as it all becomes commoditized, and therefore all of these companies are putting steel in the ground, transforming themselves into effectively commodity producers and getting into a business that is cyclical and where the end product rarely holds its value over time?
I'm not sure I'll take that one, but I think that ultimately that's the wrong thesis. There's a reason that you have 7 of the Mag 7 leaders all investing, barring Apple, which knows it needs to make these investments. this spend is a race to secure the moats of their operations. Does the compute depreciation create some concern? If you don't have the cash flows, if you're raising debt or you're doing complicated financial instrumentation to get there to afford this, but these companies know that their multi-year moat, their position as Mag 7 leaders, and many of the companies down the S&P know they need to make these big bets on AI. Saying that compute is going to depreciate to zero and therefore not invest, I think those are the companies we're going to see go the way of the dodo bird.
Right, and the way you put it is very important. If they're right, if it does kind of enhance or secure their moat, then for sure that's an important way to kind of secure their market position. Gary, sure, go ahead.
I was just going to add, I don't cover Meta, but we do have an analyst here who does, and based on the conversations that we've had, it sounds like Meta is getting its return on investment primarily from the simple fact from ad revenue, is evident in the ad revenue. And so you're starting to see $200 billion in revenue base accelerating to 30% year-over-year growth, driven by these recommendation engines that are largely driven by this hardware infrastructure that we're talking about.
So the only thing, Gary, we got to bring your colleague on, but that I would ask, you're absolutely right, and they're incredible with monetizing ads right now, but it's not that big of a business ultimately. And look at what's already happening with their cash flow and how much they're spending potentially beyond that in these investments. And Lisa Su herself this morning said that Mark Zuckerberg's vision is bigger than that. So I just wonder if the question investors should be asking is, how much bigger is the vision? Would it be better if the vision was actually smaller? Just invest in order to make your ads the most optimal. They're happy with that. But if it's something more than that, if it's competing against Gemini, for instance, I would just like to know what that vision is.
Yeah, I can't speak to all of Meta's plans because, again, I don't follow the company. But clearly they've got something, visualized well beyond just the ad revenue they're generating today. And, that's really all I can add from Meta's perspective.
Daniel, a quick last word.
Yeah, I mean, Mark's been very clear. He spent billions hiring on the right talent. He's going for it. I think it was great they pulled back from Reality Labs. We know that trend line doesn't have the same outside capacity capabilities, and therefore he's investing big where he needs to invest big. And I think these are the right partnerships, and he's getting the compute he needs, and that will not be trivial as power, memory, compute all become less accessible. He's securing the future and the future position of Meta.
It's a great way to kind of debate it is, are they protecting moats or are they competing against one another for what kind of ultimate product? I love it. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. Gary Mobley joining us from Loop Capital along with Futurum's Daniel Newman. Let's talk about
getting the deal done. Yeah. I think they have made significant movement.
All right, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break. I'm just making some lunch. I'll be here with you. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, February 24th. Currently off the best levels of the session, looking for higher lows and higher highs. I'll leave Trace on here so you can see what's going on. I'm going to take about 5-10 minute break.
Will say anything directly to Chief Justice John Roberts or any of the justices assembled there?
I think he will. I think he will want to talk about, certainly about the reason why he thinks he's right on trade policy. I think he really believes that in many cases, beyond the economic impact, he thinks it helps him in leverage on national security issues, and he's going to make that case. But I think he's far more comfortable being more of an attack dog online than he is in person. And so I don't
different when you have to make eye contact.
Yes. So it's like look what he did to the whole tour of Jerome Powell at the Fed, right? Sure. You read all the tweets he put out, but then we actually see in person it's friendly. Look at Mamdani and what he actually had Mamdani into the White House. And so when he's actually engaged right in front of somebody, he's less comfortable actually having the same hits as he is on his phone.
Talk to us about Iran. We understand that Marco Rubio is briefing. And there are reports now, Axios says the CIA director is going to be part of this briefing as well for lawmakers at the White House ahead of the speech tonight. Are they going to Congress with an ask, or is this simply the information we have, the president will decide when he's ready?
I think the latter. I don't think they feel they need to ask Congress for anything, but it's more of a courtesy update of where things stand. I think that from the president's negotiations perspective, Iran likes to drag administrations along. They've been doing that for 50 years now. But I think the president has kind of drawn a red line here.
And
did we hear him announce the beginning of strikes in a State of the Union address?
I would suspect that there will be strikes. I do think that, but I'm not sure it'll be announced tonight.
Well, and what will it signal if, even if they're not announced, he dedicates a certain amount of the State of the Union speech to geopolitics, knowing that when he came back into office, he said he was doing so when he was running for election again on an America First agenda.
Well, I think, frankly, he should. I think that his policies, what he did in Venezuela was remarkable. I think his strikes on Iran were good. I think standing with Israel has been good. I think, sadly, the departure that is on the 4-year anniversary of Russia invading Ukraine is where he's been weak. But I think he has several successes he can talk about. And so I think he should.
Is that what his base wants him to be talking about?
I think his base is more supportive of him as a person than perhaps a set of ideals. And so I don't think you see much blowback from the base regarding what happened in Venezuela or Iran.
Yeah, interesting. We talked to Don Bacon last evening, which is a really interesting moment to be talking with this Republican who has crossed the president on issues including tariffs. We asked him about how many members of the conference he speaks for, and I'm wondering what you're hearing. I know you're in touch with a lot of these same people you used to work with. Did the Supreme Court give the Republican conference hope that they might not have to deal with this tariff issue straight through the midterms?
I don't know about that. I think the Supreme Court ruling was an important one because it's an important constitutional precedent. But I think it was always clear to the president, regardless of the outcome, to move forward with his trade agenda. If any Republican was thinking that the Supreme Court would save them from having to address this, that was foolhardy. I think the president's going to continue down this path, and he'll likely be calling on Congress to stand with him. And I think there's plenty of Republicans are hoping the court would take care of that so they wouldn't have to take a stand.
Well, we also spoke last night with the chair of the Budget Committee in the House, Jody Arrington, who was gung-ho on the idea of a second budget reconciliation package that could in part codify the president's tariffs into law. Do you see any real prospect of another reconciliation package making it through this Congress?
Not at all.
I mean, he can't even take the question seriously.
As chairman of the Budget Committee, Jody Arrington has to put out that whole, or else there's less relevancy to his committee. And that helps him with a lot of things as far as raising resources in this town to put out the whole bill, be a second reconciliation. And for the administration, they want to talk about that too. So I would hear them talk about that and the president call on Congress to do it. I just think the margin for House Republicans has only gotten smaller.
Yeah.
And as you said, the president's numbers have declined heading into a midterm. So there's going to be very little, I think, appetite for Republicans to actually take on another big legislative bill this year.
I thought the chairman was going to send Kaylee flowers when she asked me about it. Mark, thank you for being here on a State of the Union Day. Great pleasure to spend some time with Mark Short live on Bloomberg TV and radio. Chairman of Advancing American Freedom, of course, used to run Ledge Affairs in the first Trump administration and was Mike Pence's chief of staff. Let's assemble our political panel. We're going to take a couple of swings today with Rick and Jeannie, including right now Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis. She is our Democratic analyst, I should say, and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Rick Davis, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, which Donald Trump shows up tonight? Is this a victory lap or a retribution speech?
I think Susie Wiles and his team would like nothing more than for him to focus on affordability. I agree with Mark Short. I look back at his State of the Union. This is somebody who's much more experienced than we sometimes give him credit for at giving these speeches. He does stick to prompter, although you just imagine what's ringing in his head, these poll numbers and those kinds of things. I heard him yesterday talk about the fact that he said something like, I suffer for the country with these fake polls. So I think some of that's going to be ringing in his head. So I think he sticks to prompter. I think he focuses on affordability. But you never know with Donald Trump, and that's quite frankly why some people like him so much.
Well, so when we hear from the president tonight, Rick, is it a president that's on offense or a president that's on the defensive? I think we're having a little bit of difficulty with Rick's audio there. Jeannie, I guess I could ask you the same question. As you talk about the idea that he's underwater and what are supposed to be his strongest issues, his approval rating right now is the poorest it has been in his second term. Is he going to have to spend more time defending himself than outlining future vision for the remaining 3 years of his presidency?
Yeah, what he ideally should do is say, look at all the things, and he does have some positive things to talk about economically. Look at what I've done, and look at all the things, Kaylee, that we're going to do going forward. But Donald Trump is, not somebody to apologize. He's not somebody to rethink what he has done. He's more somebody to boast and to try to bring people along with him and to go on the attack against his opponents. So I think there's going to be a little bit of inner battle we may see in this 100+ minute speech, Kaylee, with Donald Trump. You know, him having sort of a chokehold by Susie Wiles is where he should be going and what he really wants to burst out and say. But, you know, what he should do is he really should say, this is what I've done and this is where we are going and things will be brighter next time I'm up here.
We've got about a minute here. Rick Davis, what's your expectation?
Yeah, I think more defiant than anything. You know, it's been a bit of a battle with him in the last month. You know, we've talked about it already on the program, you know, dropping poll numbers, defeating the Supreme Court, some pushback from Republicans. And it's almost like he's fighting more his own team than he's fighting Democrats. And I think that defiance is going to come out in spades tonight. I think he's going to push back on everybody. He really thinks he's a government of one and wants it to be that way. And so I don't think he's going to let any daylight into cooperating with Congress. He's going to give him some of his demands. He's going to push back on the Supreme Court. I'm pretty confident there'll be a moment there. And I think the unifying aspects will be talking about, you know, Erica Kirk political violence in the stands and the goal-winning men's hockey team. So there'll be moments of light. But I think you're going to see a defiant president who believes that he's done all the right things.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our political panel today. They'll be back with us for more in just a few minutes. Out on the other side of our conversation with Republican Senator Ted Budd of North Carolina. He's going to be joining us next right here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Get in on our epic savings event at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
HYMC. WULF.
The journey begins the moment you step aboard. Every detail, something rare, something refined. The sea, a quiet backdrop. The yacht, your oasis. Time here feels less like travel and more like belonging. The Ritz-Carlton Yacht Collection, unlike the rest.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
I just won $5,000 on this game. This game is free. No ads, no withdrawal limits. Withdraw to your bank account in hours. Just click on the video to try it out.
Five-Star Painting Myrtle Beach is the only painting company that stands by our 30-day promise. We will get it done right, guaranteed. That's Five-Star Painting of Myrtle Beach.
Schedule your free estimate today by calling us at 854-233-3041.
Premieres February 27th, only on Bloomberg.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
Very good question.
It's a good question. Great question. I so appreciate that question. If somebody asks,
interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television, top experts, great questions.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Burr.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Rafiti. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start with your steel sector. It's really propelling the steel forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season's underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P 500 index off session highs, but still close to those levels. Up about 52 points now. That's a gain of about 0.8%. A rally in tech firms is spurring a rebound in stocks. The Dow up 413, now up by 0.9%. Yesterday, you recall, it was down more than 800 points. NASDAQ up 229. For NASDAQ, that's a gain of 1%. 10-year at 4.03%, with spot gold trading down 1.3%, 51.61 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%, 65.92 a barrel, and Bitcoin down 0.4%, 64,280 on Bitcoin. Novo Nordisk plans to slash the U.S. list prices for its blockbuster drugs Wegovy and Ozempic next year. Right now, we are looking at shares. They are trading lower. Novo Nordisk down 2.5%. Rival Eli Lilly in that group down 1.2%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where we are counting down the hours until the State of the Union address from President Trump, of course, expected to begin around 9 p.m. Eastern time. And we'll be bringing you special coverage here on Bloomberg TV and radio as we look forward to what is expected to be a lengthy speech from the president covering a variety of different issues, largely probably his economic policy and potentially foreign policy as well. But of course, your view on what the president is likely to say, or your reception to the way in which he says it, probably depends on what side of the aisle you're on. Certainly, when we spoke with Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware on Balance of Power yesterday, he didn't seem too enthusiastic about the president's speech tonight. This is what he told us.
Tomorrow night is the State of the Union address, and I'll predict for you what President Trump is not going to say. He's not going to say, I imposed a tax on all Americans that raised your cost of living. He's not going to say, I have a clear plan for what we're going to do in the Middle East in order to get Iran to stop its nuclear program. He's not going to say, I think Russia is the aggressor in Ukraine, and on the 4th anniversary of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, I'm going to stand with Zelensky and all of our European allies and finally force Putin to the table. He's not going to say, I'm taking responsibility for appearing in the Epstein files more than 30,000 times and finally coming clean about his relationship with Epstein and his role in dragging out the release of these files. I do not expect to hear any of those things from President Trump tomorrow night.
RBLU.
That is the Democratic framing of the speech that will be tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern. And of course, we'll bring it to you live here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Let's talk to someone else who's going to be in the chamber, who I'm sure has very high expectations for this address. Senator Ted Bunn, Republican from North Carolina, joins us right now on State of the Union Day. Senator, it's great to have you, as always, on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm compelled by your guest this evening, the fire chief of Batcave, Chief Freeman, is going to join you for the State of the Union address, which reminds us that all news is local in your business, Senator. I'm wondering what you're hearing from people in your state. What do people in North Carolina want to hear the president talk about? Do they want more tariffs? Do they want masked ICE agents? Do they want something new from the president? What do you want to hear tonight?
What people in North Carolina want is more opportunity. If it's like the chief that's coming in from Batcave, we're so glad to have him as a guest tonight. He's going to hear that he is, along with everybody in the 25 Western counties, remembered by President Trump. When you see the Democrats who did not vote to extend DHS funding and essentially shut it down, they're not just shutting down ICE like they think about. They're shutting down DHS. They're shutting down FEMA. They're shutting down TSA. They're shutting down the Coast Guard. And that's irresponsible. And, and to my colleague, respectfully, and by the way, you think about divisions here in Washington, D.C. We get along as far as riding in elevators and occasional friendships, but we could not agree more on policy. I mean, this is a president who was overwhelmingly elected by the American people, and he is living up to his promises. And Trump won, and Trump, President 2, when in his second term, he's got a whiteboard. He's marking these promises off. And so when he says he wants more opportunity for the American people, he's doing that. If that's tariffs and if that's funding for people in Western North Carolina, that's what he's concerned about.
Well, the American people, Senator, may have elected the president. Thank you for being here with us today. Yet polling consistently shows they are not necessarily happy with the job that he's doing now that he's back in office. A 60% disapproval rating, Senator, when you consider the fact that there is a Senate seat up for grabs in your state of North Carolina, does that kind of number not concern you as we get closer to midterms?
Well, you think about hockey, and I think we're going to have some special guests for hockey tonight. You always want to skate where the puck is going. And
All right, futures continue to move back down a little bit.
Family's tax cut, that President Trump supported, that's going to put more money back in people's pockets. And what Trump was
SP fading from the high.
is to work on tax.
VWAP's down below.
The Democrats could not be more opposed to this, but President Trump gave them the largest tax in recent history, largest tax cut in recent history. And the Democrats voted for the largest tax increase in recent history. So I think people are going to start feeling more money in their pocket. They want to know that there's certainty, that they're safe, and that's what President Trump's doing, and whether it's international or whether it's in someone's hometown. I think President Trump's policies are what are making more money and putting more money in people's pockets.
You serve on some important committees, Senator, as we remind our audience, including the Armed Services Committee. What are you hearing about the president's plans for Iran? We know that there's another round of talks set for Thursday. The president has reportedly been considering a bloody nose strike to increase leverage at the table. That would suggest the potential for a strike in the next 24 to 48 hours. Do you believe that he would announce strikes against Iran tonight?
I wouldn't put a timeline on the president. I think the president is operating in good faith. He's doing everything he can to come to a peaceful resolution to end the Ayatollah regime that's been there since 1979. It's slaughtered its own people. He is standing with the Iranian freedom lovers and against this awful regime which chants death to America and death to our allies. So I think he's giving them a chance. If you look at the precision of the strike,
AMD at the highs of the day. We're looking for B and C pivots. We've already got our A pivot now, the high of the day. MACD still drifting lower.
And that's what he wants to do. If he feels there's a threat or that Iran, which chants death to America, has a nuclear threat, then he'll take action. But again, he wants to give peace a chance, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Well, if he opts for something beyond just a precision strike, if this turns into a more durable, prolonged conflict, does he need to ask your permission as a United States Senator, the permission of the United States Congress?
If it's prolonged, but I don't think that's what President Trump wants. He does not want American boots on the ground. He likes precise, decisive victories like we saw with Operation Midnight Hammer, like we saw with in Venezuela in January. So I think he wants quick.
Okay, let's see. Looking for a higher low. Baker Hughes and other stocks continue to make new highs. Baker Hughes.
Do you have a sense of what they are going to learn, or will they bring you information that you might not have seen or heard yet?
No, I think they want the latest. Are we seeing? And one of the things we've seen is that money is starting to flow out of the country. And I think that just shows how dishonest the Iranian leaders are for their own people, and also shows them that they're very scared of American forces and our precise strike capabilities. So we're going to learn more, but again, that's contained among representative a group of 8, and I think they're going to get all that they need to know. But again, you don't want to disseminate that too further, and you want to preserve the right for the president to do what he needs to do.
All right, Senator, thank you so much for joining us on this State of the Union Day. Republican Senator Ted Budd of North Carolina here with us on Balance of Power. And for reaction to that interview and more on how geopolitics could factor into the speech tonight, we turn back to our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are still with us. So, Rick, we know that the president campaigned for election on the idea of America first, on an agenda that was supposed to be more focused on domestic issues than what's gone on internationally. The last few months have seemed to be the reverse of that. So how do you expect the president to message, if he decides to do it at all, his reasoning behind being more interventionist, whether it's in the Western Hemisphere, in places like Venezuela, or in the Middle East?
Well, it's certainly well within, his capacity to articulate this Western Hemisphere strategy that the administration put out just a few months ago. And I think that's been relatively well received, both by the American people and by experts who believe that security in our own hemisphere is tantamount in importance. That being said, it is a little interesting that the candidate, Donald Trump, who spent virtually his entire campaign talking about the evils of engagement, very reminiscent of our very first president 250 years ago, George. Anyway, so yes, we would thoroughly expect this to be a speech around how he can get out of the box on his America First agenda. The economy, tariffs, these are things that are polling the worst he's ever had in his political career, and he needs to resurrect that if he really wants to make a run for Republicans in the midterm elections.
Jeannie, there are a lot of things that Democrats would like to shine a light on this evening, including the Epstein scandal. We're going to see a room with Democratic lawmakers who in some cases have brought victims of Jeffrey Epstein to the House this evening. There have been several revelations over the past couple of weeks invoking names like Howard Lutnick and Donald Trump. I'm sure he's not going to talk about this, but when you consider the various Democratic responses, not just the official one from Abigail Spanberger, but the progressive response, the Spanish language response, how does the party try to break through the administration's messaging tonight?
You know, I think number one rule for Democrats tonight, and you hear this from Hakeem Jeffries, you hear it from Chuck Schumer, is do no harm. This administration's poll numbers are at January 6 lows. The president is frustrated by them, rightly so. They are underwater, and the two top issues
What is she smoking?
being the economy and also immigration. So the worst thing Democrats could do is do anything to draw attention to themselves. So it's the old adage, do no harm. Beyond that, I think we're going to get Spanberger and the litany of Democrats beyond her who are going to be speaking about chaos and costs. And I think as it pertains to Jeffrey Epstein, we're going to hear a message, not necessarily about this story that won't die, but about promises the president made and didn't keep. He promised to release all the Epstein files. This is important to his base. He hasn't done that. And what you were just talking with to Rick about, this issue of interventionism, as Kaylee was talking about it, he promised no endless wars, no intervening. He made the promise and he has broken it. So I think that's the context in which Democrats were gingerly approach that. But by and large, this has got to be from Democrats, do no harm, economy, cost of living, affordability.
Indeed, as Jeannie mentions, Hakeem Jeffries warning members against unforced errors at the State of the Union tonight. We'll find out in real time what everyone has in mind. With the help of our panel, they're going to be here too. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis in for the long haul. So fasten your chin strap. What will the president say about AI tonight? Will he address the meeting today at the Pentagon with Anthropic? We're going to have a special conversation ahead with Gregory Allen at CSI.
Redemption to your bank account in minutes. Try it out.
Discovery is not found. It's found. Every horizon opens to another world.
every shore rewrites what you thought travel could be. And the further you go,
All right, nice bounce on the S&P. Nice bounce.
your experts in knowledge, unlike the rest.
Jerry is trying to get on the road for a long weekend camping trip. Gary is just sitting down to enjoy his perfect crafted sandwich. Oh no, Gary and Jerry just received a last-minute meeting invite. Thankfully, Otter has the team covered, with an AI meeting assistant to take notes, generate a summary, and capture action items. So Jerry can go camping, and Gary can enjoy his lunch break. Regain your schedule. Try now for free. Visit otter.ai or download the app.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Oh my God! What the? 972 is $2. What? Oh my God! Damn, bro! I can't believe that!
Win! Win real cash with Cider Casino.
Millions are trading crypto, finding
HIMS.
difficult unless you use crack. Industry security and regulatory compliance. Super transparent. Proof of reserves you can see for yourself and low fees with no surprises. So, if you're brand new or already, there's education and 24/7 support. It's simple. Buy, sell, or withdraw anytime. Crack. Looks good on you.
Companies everywhere bought into AI. Problem is, nothing works together. That was not me. Only the ServiceNow AI platform breaks down the walls. It integrates anything, any workflow.
Any data source, and with the AI Control Tower, we can finally manage all our AI.
The ServiceNow AI platform lets you connect and control everything to put AI to work for your people. Like, see, look. On the check.
HIMS.
Easiest if everybody just moves down one. No, okay.
It's the grand finale. I am ready to put on a show.
Download Marvel Rivals today.
Woohoo! This just shows how popular the new hero Deadpool is. Don't be fooled by his goofiness. He's the only character in the game who can cover 3 different roles. I love playing duelists. You can switch between dual blades and dual pistols. Draw the blaze and you're a battlefield cleaning assassin. Switch the guns and you're the most annoying range damage dealer. 2 shots, boom, a race. Let's run a Deadpool selfie contest.
Download Marvel Rivals today.
Oh, duelists in Hong Kong. I'm Xiaoyan in Tokyo. Watch Bloomberg Tech Asia. New episodes Friday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute aerospace news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Guy Johnson at the Dubai Air Show, and this is Bloomberg. It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got stocks higher ahead of the State of the Union tonight. Also in video results tomorrow after the close of trading in video right now up 0.8%. We are seeing a rebound for the U.S. stock market after yesterday's swoon. Tech names leading the way higher. Right now, the S&P is up 55 at 68.93. That is a gain of 0.8%. Dow Industrials up 454, up 0.9. NASDAQ, the composite index, up by 1%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 1.1%. 10-year at 4.03%. 2-year currently yielding 3.45%. Gold is down 1.3%.
Nice pop in futures.
The ounce. Silver down 1%, 87.35 the ounce, and a retreat for crude. West Texas Intermediate 65.90.
Baker Hughes continues higher. Baker Hughes is highly, or has a lot of exposure to traditionally oil field services, but now it's getting into energy technology and AI infrastructure. It's aggressively re-rating the stock analysts because Baker Hughes provides mission-critical power equipment needed to solve the #1 bottleneck for AI grid capacity. All right, this looks really good for Baker Hughes. S&P 500. All right, we got that 6,900 level overhead that we need to move above.
Around safeguards around its AI modeling. Apparently, the defense secretary, this is according to reporting from Axios, gave Anthropic until Friday evening to give the military unfettered access to its AI model or face harsh penalties. The harsh penalties, we know, Joe, that could be in question here are including declaring Anthropic a supply chain risk, or even, according to Axios, invoking the Defense Production Act to force the company to tailor its models to the military's needs.
The CEO at Anthropic, Dario Amodei, has spoken eloquently and in some cases in a very scary fashion about the risks and the challenges that AI brings to the table here. And this is for him a part of a moral question about using the technology for mass surveillance or for human-free weapons, autonomous weaponry. And this is the conversation, apparently a very tense meeting with Hegseth. He's got till Friday now, knowing, and this is important, as the New York Times scoop today, Grok has been cleared, the XAI tool, to be used in classified systems. So there could be a replacement if Anthropic is shut the door here. And it's where we start our conversation with one of the most important minds in the business on this technology. Gregory Allen is back, senior advisor at the Wadhwani
AMD pulling back a bit. AMD.
Strategic and International Studies. I will remind you, he was director of strategy and policy at the Department of Defense.
AMD profit taking.
Intelligence Center, and would have been in the room for this meeting if he still had that job today. It's great to have you back with us on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Great to be here.
I don't want to turn you into someone who needs to make moral judgment on the air, but talk to us about how important it is to have this access and what exactly the Pentagon is doing with this software. We're not at the point of having human-free weapons. What is Pete Hegseth asking Anthropic to do?
Well, I think there's a few things worth unpacking here. The first of which is that on classified DoD military computer networks, Claude is the only active AI model that is really already providing meaningful military and intelligence advantage using advanced AI capabilities. For example, we've seen in reporting by the Wall Street Journal that the raid on Maduro was enabled by offensive cyber capabilities that would not have been possible had Claude not been involved, had Anthropic not been involved. And since Anthropic won that $200 million contract to work with the Department of Defense, they have been leaning forward among all the frontier AI companies in most aggressively supporting national security. So this dispute comes at an awkward time because on the one hand, the user base within the Department of Defense loves Anthropic, loves Claude, and says that their restrictions on usage, at least from the conversations that I have been having, have never been triggered. There has never been a time where Anthropic said no. And it's worth pointing out that when Anthropic first negotiated this contract back in July 2025, the DoD was comfortable with a much longer set of restrictions than what Anthropic is asking for right now. They have already walked back so many of their requests. Now all they're saying is, we don't want our tool being used for mass domestic surveillance, and we don't want our tools being used for autonomous lethal weapons without a human on the loop. That's a pretty modest set of requests. And the DoD
views that as so unreasonable that they're now threatening to designate Anthropic a supply chain risk, which is a dramatic escalation.
So do you think it's unreasonable? Would this severely hamper the ability of the DoD to keep the country safe?
So to be fair to the DoD, what they're saying is they want a contract that allows Anthropic, or sorry, requires Anthropic to make their tools available for all lawful uses. Now, why might they want that? You can understand that the DoD, when lives are on the line, when national security is on the line, they do not want to be having a debate with their company providers about can we use it for this, can we use it for that. They need flexibility, and I understand that. However, the DoD already agreed to a much more restrictive set of terms back in July 2025. And so while I'm sympathetic to the DoD in saying it needs flexibility in these contract terms, what I think is an unreasonable escalation is threatening to designate Anthropic as a supply chain risk. That's what we do when we find out companies are secretly have Chinese or Russian ownership. To take a domestic AI champion at a time when the White House is saying that the AI race with China is equivalent to the space race during the Cold War with the Soviet Union, you do not want to take one crown jewels of your industry and light it on fire over something like this. There is a better
MARA.
Ask yourself, where did I go wrong? What didn't I get? Right. Admittedly, sometimes there's nothing to get. Right. It was just, something that was unrelated.
AMD fading a bit from the high, looking for higher lows, looking for opportunities to buy some AMD. Missed the opportunity earlier.
And one of the things, especially when you're young, if you're listening, you're excited about it, somebody whispers in your ear and says, you got to buy this stock, and you do it without doing your homework, and then it blows up.
MARA.
You only have yourself to blame. There's your point.
Well,
Do your homework.
lesson learned, sizing the position is critical.
HIMS.
Never be too big in anything. I generally size everything at anywhere from
MSTU.
2 to 4% of capital.
Right.
Right? So let's say I had $100,000.
Doesn't blow you up. Right.
No positions more than $4,000
IDRX.
capital at cost. You want to go and buy it, that's 4%. The big guys, Apple, Amazon, etc., 4%. The little guys no one's ever heard of that may one day triple, quadruple, etc., they're 2%. And even if a couple of those blow up,
Okay, and that's exactly the point.
Fine.
2%, when if they blow up, they're not going to kill you.
yeah,
Right.
and I've had a few of those.
APPX.
Yeah, so
We've all had a few of those. Are you telling people to do index funds? That's what it tells us. No.
No, absolutely not. No, my portfolio has typically 40 names. Right now we're at 44. It's a growth portfolio, the American Ingenuity portfolio. And so if I'm not beating the index consistently, I feel I'm not doing my job. In fact, I interviewed at a place many years ago, Brown Brothers Harriman. Old conservative Boston Bank. And so these young analysts said, okay, so we have a question for you in the interview. So if you describe yourself in terms of a beta, and right, a beta, the market has a beta of 1, so if the stock has a beta of 1.2, it's 20% more volatile.
MARA.
Right? So, and they thought they were being really
MSTU.
Describe yourself in terms of beta, Mr. Economics major. And I said, oh, well, I'm probably a 1, 2, 1, 3. And you could just see they were shocked. The old Boston from
HIMS.
Why are you so volatile? I said, if I can't beat the market, I'm no good. I was 22. I did not get the job.
It's your question. It's interesting because you say index funds. I think when you're starting out,
Markets are really strong today. Looking for it to retest, hopefully get back above 6,900.
a share and a half of Apple. I mean, you can, but and you could do it that way if you're going to be consistent. If every month or whatever, a couple of months, you put in $2-3, you're going to buy a share. You could do it that way. Or you could start off by creating an ETF portfolio, which will give you broad exposure until such time that it grows enough that you then can start to then diversify more with individual names. That's what I was starting at.
Or you can buy 10-year yields right now at 4.25.
And by the way, after inflation, make 1% a year.
When the S&P is giving you 18%, and NASDAQ 24%.
I gotta get that in. Yeah, no, you're the bond guy.
I can tell you, I'm amazed at such a young age that you said you had 65%.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's just amazing.
I was trying to say, like my parents, they lived through the Great Depression.
Yeah.
And so they're trying to provide me with some guy. And I said, what do you think, bonds, equities? And I'm not good. Bonds. You don't see what happened to my friends and whatnot during the. And that's how they thought. Yeah. They didn't get out of that mindset. I mean, until years later. Well, listen, that's right. And like you said, into the 70s and early 80s, when the equity market was just horrible.
Robinhood's still going, looking really good.
40 years of my life as an institutional floor broker, which was really one of the most exciting experiences.
HIMS.
One or the other.
Robinhood's still going.
I was 19 years old in the summer of 1982 when Paul Volcker was Fed chair and Ronald Reagan had just become president. We had just done the Reagan tax thing, and they made that surprise announcement on Tuesday, August 17th, where they initiated and they gave birth to the greatest bull market that the country and world's ever known. When they decided, they came out, they cut interest rates by 10%. 10% was 2 full percentage points because they were 21%. Yeah, right. Wow. And so and that was the day on that Tuesday, and the market exploded, right? And the Dow was up 4.5%. The Dow was 792, so 4.5% was 35 points on the Dow. Yeah. But it was a percentage move. That was amazing, right? Yeah. But it was at that moment that whole argument went out the window because then rates started to come down. Yeah. And the equity market just took off. And for 25 years. And still, as recently as 1984, I was getting a 10% interest rate on my insured savings deposit. Okay, that's shocking. 1984. Yeah, well, 1984, right? So my first one, 1983, I had a 59% mortgage.
Robinhood's still going.
People complain about these mortgage rates right now. And I'm saying, like, it's crazy.
You're crying about 6%.
Like, I think with portability, I think is a good concept here. They do it in the UK, they do it in Canada. But at the end of the day, you look at mortgage rates now, like in the context of what we're used to, money is still cheap. In general. I agree with you.
To Adam's point. Yeah. I mean, my first mortgage was 7.25%. And I kept calling the bank. I said, if it goes under 6, and they finally called me, and I got 585, and I thought I was the king, and a hero. And now rates are 6.05, and people are just saying, oh, this is so high.
But I will say, you can't blame them because for 15 years, rates were zero, mortgage rates were at 2.5%. But this whole generation of people grew up with 2.5% mortgage rates, so 6% looks like usurious.
150%.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily
CIFU.
right? It's
WULF.
When I was 19, the rates were 20%. My mortgage was 2.5%. I accepted that is what it was.
I talked to a lot of these. You're 150% like on it. I mean, I talked to a lot of these younger kids, and they're like, "This is all they know. This is all what they've grown up with." So they think like zero rates are completely normal, right? And it's like it's not.
Yeah, but you can't blame them because that's what they learned.
And by the way, so is free healthcare, and so is free tuition.
I think what we're overlooking is the ratio of a price of a home to income was still significantly lower. Yes. When you have 4.5% mortgage yield versus where you are today. Right. This today is crazy. Right. The highest ratio since probably 2006, 2000. Okay, but again, because they kept rates for so long, that housing prices just went way out of whack. Right. Right. And the fiscal stimulus, not only the monetary, together, and that was a big mistake. And I'm always puzzled by the fact that back then, when you had these gargantuan federal budget deficits when spending is taking off in Washington, at the same time, of course, you had Jerome Powell keeping rates 0%. Fed funds rate, basically, which made absolute
well. He actually said, "I'm okay letting the economy run a little hot."
It ran hot.
Well, you know what? He made a big mistake, in my view, during the pandemic. He could have just bought treasuries and he bought mortgages, and he's got all of these mortgages on his balance sheet, and they're not rolling off.
No, okay, I hear you. Right, I hear you. Janet Yellen could have refinanced long-term debt at 1.5%, which she never did. Right. Let's not even go there. Listen, gentlemen, thank you for coming out. I really enjoyed the conversation. The pasta will be right out. That's a wrap for today's Trading Talk. But the conversation continues. Subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you get your podcasts. You got questions or topics you want covered? Email us at tradertalk@yahooinc.com because we're always listening.
Robinhood's still going here.
Stay sharp, stay disciplined, and stay in touch. Take good care.
This content was not intended to be financial advice.
CRWG.
It should not be used as a substitute for professional financial services.
CRWG.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner trying to get their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity. The garage is full.
They go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they go to the overflow
Well, I heard him out right here. Let's just stand quiet.
I bet you guys have driven some great cars.
MAI.
Progressive can't protect
you from
becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto.
FCEL.
I think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
This year, Candy Crush Saga is on a roll. With over 20,000 levels and more being added with every season, the fun just keeps on growing. No Wi-Fi? No problem. Plus, it's free to play, so you can let the good times roll anytime, any place.
Robinhood's still going.
Now that's what we call a sweet treat.
Very nice trade today on Robinhood.
Candy Crush Saga.
FCEL.
Play now.
All right, so Apple, Amazon,
Just 15 seconds to explain why you
Amazon high of the day.
I mean, I need way more time there for power accent.
Amazon having a good day as well. Trying to break through this level over here on the right. Amazon needs to get above that 212 zone to jump into the gap, maybe get the 220 in the short term.
CIFR. MARA. FCEL.
Hey, your show's starting soon, right?
Did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
MARA. FCEL.
Amazon high of the day. AMD starting to turn.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Watch List. I'm Diane King Hall. Coming up on 2 p.m. Eastern here at the New York Stock Exchange. Let's dive into our roadmap. Here's what's coming up on today's show. We'll jump into what's next for software stocks as AI fears have driven major names in that sector lower. The IGV software ETF is down more than 25% this year. Kevin Horner will join us for Technical Tuesday with charts for the S&P 500, SLB, that's the artist formerly known as Schlumberger, and Snowflake. Plus, our panel will break down the state of the weight loss drug trade after Hims & Hers earnings and recent weakness for Novo Nordisk. All right, let's wind down and do a check of where markets stand now with just about 2 hours left in the trading day. We are still seeing gains on the board. In the S&P 500, you're better by a little bit more than 0.75%. Consumer discretionary continues to lead the gains, followed by industrials and information technology. Over the tech sector, NASDAQ 100 still the bell of the ball, rallying more than 1% today. So we've got a recovery happening here. I want to attribute part of that to AMD. The Dow has a gain of nearly 1%.
Small caps, Russell 2000 better by just a little bit more than a 1% a touch there. Let's take a look at the other price action across asset classes and some of what we are watching today. Dollar a little firmer there, up about a tenth, a little bit more than a tenth of a percent, just above 97 against a basket of currencies. They're approaching 98, I should say. Gold taking a step back, off nearly 1%, below 5,200. Crude oil's been fluctuating. Earlier in today's session, it was higher. It's been taking a step back throughout today's session. It is off by about 0.5% there, but still closer to that $66 a barrel level for West Texas Intermediate. Bitcoin now flat. Earlier it was under some pressure, and industry watchers were saying watch certain levels, watch 60,000. It didn't get to that level, but certainly has been some pressure on this today. But right now holding at the flat line for Bitcoin at 64,525. Some of the biggest stories in the markets. We want to welcome in Kevin Haynes, co-host of Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. Kevin,
Tesla on the move.
I hope you had time for some lunch there. Let's talk AMD. It's been rallying.
Tesla popping.
I know, right? Exactly. So AMD, big rally today. It's got that expanded partnership with Meta Platforms for AI infrastructure. Tell us how you're reading the tea leaves on this now as the day progresses.
Tesla's on the move.
Pretty good case for early in the trading day. The AMD Meta news and the Home Depot earnings are what energized the market a bit higher. And then they continued. The recovery in Bitcoin is substantial, but the news out of AMD and Bitcoin is a deal reached for up to 6 gigawatts of AMD's graphic processing units. Meta could be buying. Meta also taking options for as much as a 10% stake in AMD, about 160 million shares. The agreement is said to be worth $100 billion. And so what this does is this really throws some question into, is AMD really starting to compete with NVIDIA for market share, overall market share in terms of GPUs? Remember,
that's going to
What if it breaches those 2024 lows you just
Then you're out. Then you're out. Yeah, no, this is a falling.
Well, how far is it going to go? Down a lot, I suspect, right? It looks like a snowflake, sort of icicle overhanging an awning right now.
That's right. We say the bottom of the chart is not support there. The assumption is that ultimate support is $0. We don't know. I'm not setting a target of how far it'll fall. I'm going to let someone smarter than me buy first and let it carve out that base.
Right. So does it make you... what more do we say about what's going on in tech right now? Which the whole sector has its issues. There are parts that are much stronger. Obviously, if you can really get into like semi-cap and tools and things like that. But the biggest market caps are weighed down by the forces that you're describing.
Yeah, I'd argue it's quite concentrated in software. Semiconductors look terrific. The big caps are a bit mixed here. I think there's still a place for tech for the long run. Semiconductors, one of our top industries, great source for beta. And I think
All right, Tesla's still moving here, looking pretty good. Okay, Microsoft turning up now. Microsoft.
Which is above its 200-day average, still down 30%. That's an idea that our fundamentalists like.
Because they do like data tagging, right? Or so I don't.
Okay, Microsoft turning up. Looking at Microsoft. You guys are seeing the same thing I'm seeing. Microsoft turning back up.
Others like an Adobe, which has broken a 6-year top below the 2022
Adobe was one of the original SaaS stories, right? You go back to Value Act and Jeff Ubben and this whole thing where then everyone in the industry basically copied them, and now here they are just getting carried out as this whole trade reverses.
The whole group's under pressure.
So I get the debate, I think, and I'm going to speak very generally because all these companies are different. The debate is whether or not they're needed. Do we need this if AI can do that? We don't know. But I will ask you this, Harry. Does the market need these stocks? Does software matter at all to the broader index?
Tesla looking good.
I think right now it matters for growth PMs, this big part of those benchmarks. But what I think you're seeing here is this incredibly bullish rotation. you're not seeing value outperformed by simply falling less. You're still seeing the stocks accelerate to the upside. For the select, I'd say it's very concentrated weakness in software. Against that rollover, you're seeing that's being balanced by a greater number of industries breaking to the upside. You've had the highest expansion of new highs in over a year there.
Good.
So to us, this is a bullish rotation. I think there's going to be parts of the market that are picking up the slack.
RPGL may version 10 seconds.
Number of new highs in a year
Since November 24.
Wow. Okay.
You see that report that came out? Everybody's been talking about it. I'm sure you got. Yes, I missed the show yesterday.
Not much. A little bit.
You did talk about the Citrini research report about everything's going to go away. And
All right, Bitcoin continues to rally up.
like this.
Bitcoin,
Is that what's been moving?
Bitcoin having a good day.
Market seem knife edge reaction.
Bitcoin.
Anything that comes out that seems to, no matter where it's from, that anything that comes out that suggests AI is going to kill blank, insert whatever that thing is. Is that where we feel like we're easily rattled at this point?
And you're seeing that play out, whether it's the real estate brokers, and it's been rumbling through the market here.
Yeah, every day we had fun. Wealth advisors, real estate brokers, the truckers, commercial real estate companies. Boom, 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 boom.
And what has that created? This bottom of
RZLG.
dispersion is a significant divide. I'm sensing it from all my clients between sentiment and price action. The sentiment of the market right now and investors is quite fearful, given the fact that the S&P 500 is only about 2% off an all-time high.
I have can you settle a debate from last hour about the financials?
Okay.
Carter Worth is quite bearish on them. A lot more kind of fundamental guesses still think they look pretty good. No reason to hate them. Not to put you on the spot, but do you have a point of view about the financial sector here, which has all of a sudden stumbled yesterday and now is one of the worst performing year to date?
Yeah, it's a sector we downgraded in January because of some weakness on an equally weighted basis. I think some of the strength was in the big cap banks and brokers. But you're seeing the the payment names roll over, and obviously private equity names. And you're seeing some broadening weakness there, which is a group that we'd be more cautious on over the near term. So I would agree with that assessment.
Does that settle your debate, Kelly?
Well, I realized I asked another technician, and Carter is also. So from the technical point of view, it seems like everyone agrees. It's just that perhaps the charts will change. If they can show some strength again, maybe put some of these AI concerns behind them, and then we can tell a better story about the broader market, I would think.
Yeah, and again, look at the action in capital goods and industrial.
So the market can decline even if the financials are struggling.
I think so. I mean, there's always an area. Is it about software, about semis, about banks? I mean, look at semiconductors as kind of been that key leading barometer for so many years. That group is still acting great. I think high beta stocks in general and cyclical. So for all these reasons, I think the weight of the evidence, fourth year of the bull market cycle, getting later on, it doesn't owe us anything, but I think there's still some positives out there.
Well, there is a guy here that's pretty smart, says there's always a bull market somewhere. Ari Wald, thank you very much. Do appreciate that. All right, speaking of financials, 10-year yields, they're so close to falling back below 4%. All that is a big bond auction closed just about an hour ago. Let's get more on what all of this means. Rick Santelli joining us now from Chicago. I saw your grade. I saw the auction. And that 4% level, Rick, we're not there yet, but we're getting closer.
Yes, we are. We've been getting close to it basically for most of last year towards the end and lots of time this year. Let's start at the beginning. Let's look at today's chart. What was the low? 4.02. That was the intraday low. Now, let's go to yesterday. What was yesterday's low? 4.01. Let's go to a week ago, Tuesday. What was the low intraday yield? 4.01. So yes, Sully, you're spot on. We keep chipping away down there. And if you look at a year-to-date chart, you can see we're hovering both on a closing basis and intraday basis at the lows of the year. But the last time we actually settled under 4% were the 26th of November, actually 2 days, 25th and 26th. Then there was a bunch of days in October. All told, for 2025, we had less than 10 settlements under 4%, and the low yield close for the year in October was 3.95%. Is it not only a huge psychological level, there was a big follow-through if we actually started to spend some time under 4%, and all those potential buyers of houses out there, of course, are keeping their finger crossed. but there's a lot of moving parts here, and I'm not sure with all the debt we carry in this administration making big progress on growth. If we can eat away at the debt, maybe we can. And the last chart, well, this is a 210 spread. Look at how it's been going straight down. It's flattening again today, but today the 10-year is the passive component, the 2-year yields up, that's the active component, but really lately it's been mostly about the 10-year going down. That's been flattening the curve. Kelly, back to you.
Flattening the curve, financials underperforming. I don't know.
Microsoft, Tesla, Bitcoin.
Rick, thank you. Coming up, the deal
Tesla.
causing AMD stock to surge, but did they give up too much for it?
Doing well, Tesla.
After the break.
Amazon still pushing. Amazon looking good. Futures coming off the low here, starting to bounce. Futures starting to bounce. All right, let's see what hedge flows are saying. Yeah, we've been making lower highs and lower lows for now. We need to see that turn back up. Resistance, pretty obvious. Resistance at 69.05. All right, nice little dip there, Nick. Good job. Nick trading some puts on that way down. Tesla looking good. Microsoft turning back up. Apple off the high of the day. Still thinking about getting back into Apple on this little dip. Stochastic says look for dips to get bought. Look for a close in the upper half of the daily range. That's what we're looking for. Apple looking for a close in the upper half of the daily range. 3 white soldiers back above the 50-day. Upper Bollinger Band starting to turn up. RSI is rising. Volume picking up. MACD stochastics turning. Do I want to buy this dip on Apple? Yes, I do. All right, starting to turn. If it gets back above the 100 period moving average here on the 1-minute chart, perhaps I'll do something. Okay, Apple, what are you going to do? We're going to bounce. Apple. Nice quote by Warren Buffett. If you're not happy with 50,000 or 100,000 in your bank account, you're not going to be happy if you have 50 million or 100 million. I kind of disagree with Mr. Buffett, but I understand what he's saying. If you're not happy with 100,000 in your account, you're not going to be happy with 50 million or 100 million because you're always going to be unhappy, according to Buffett logic. All right, Microsoft watching. Chevron pulling back a bit. What's Exxon doing? Okay, Exxon still sitting there. Baker Hughes. Baker Hughes.
Soaring today about 9%. Meta on the rise as well as the 2 mega cap companies struck a multi-year deal to deploy up to 6 gigawatts of GPUs for AI data centers. AMD CEO Lisa Su joins Qualcomm.
Okay, AMD dipping again, giving an opportunity.
How this deal marks an inflection point for AI.
We are sizing this AI accelerator market at $1 trillion over the next 5 years. It's a huge, huge market, and we're actually at an inflection point where I'm a
Futures continue to fade.
No one size
The
fits
high.
all. Frankly, you need a lot of different types of compute. AMD has all of the pieces, so we have CPUs, GPUs, we have the system infrastructure, and what we want to do is place bets on who we think are going to be the winners in AI innovation going forward.
And who might those winners be? Which companies will come out on top for AI innovation? Joining us now to give us his take is James Chuckmuck, the Chief Investment Officer of Clockwise Capital. James, welcome to you. How do you feel about the deal?
I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense from Meta standpoint. I mean, why wouldn't you want to diversify your supply base? You know that the pace of build out that you want, and at the same time, shore up your supply to make sure that you have everything that you need for it, and 10% on top. So I think it makes a lot of sense from Meta standpoint. I think there's more question marks as it relates to AMD. Obviously, it's good today. You see the pop in the stock, but there's questions about why they have to keep doing this. And give up equity in exchange to fulfill demand. I think it does show promise in the fact that their next generation offerings will continue to have a demand in the market. But between the two, AMD and NVIDIA, we lean towards NVIDIA.
Well, and to your point, they've done it again. They had an opening.
All right, we continue to fade off of the high here. S&P 500.
Check under your seat. There's another piece of AMD. It might make sense.
S&P dropping off.
These long-term look at the end of the day, you can have the public market shareholders. You could have a long-term partner like one of these companies. It seems to make sense. I'm actually more curious what you think about from Meta's point of view. I mean, do you want a company
S&P
like this getting into the semiconductor business?
Yeah, I think so. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of these companies will continue to develop in-house, and obviously, I think it makes sense from the standpoint that this is the way the world is going. So why wouldn't you want to participate in that in a more direct way? So I think from Meta's standpoint, it makes more sense. And
VWAP way down here. VWAP's down at the bottom of this range.
I want to ask you, James, about Apple, if I can. I know it's one of your biggest holdings. It's a company you love. Moments ago, Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, you might have heard about that guy, confirming that the Mac Mini, which has been popularized, by the way, lately is
I got 2 Mac Minis.
a network server, is going to be manufactured for the first time ever in the United States in Houston. So it's a big win for H-Town, go Houston. That said, do these types of announcements matter either way for the stock? Does it matter to Apple investors where not jobs? We know that does matter, but for investors, does it matter where Apple products are made?
I think you can make an argument to some. It might matter, but from our standpoint, not so much. The way we look at Apple is kind of different than, we're an active fund, so we're constantly looking for where can we create alpha in terms of, avoiding the downside or capitalizing on the upside. And Apple's not really one of those stocks that we trade. I mean, we look at it as a 5% top line grower, 10% when you include the buybacks and the accretion from the growth in their services business. So we're not really looking at it like that. I think Apple continues to be a very, very good long-term story. But, right now we're still focused on playing offense where we can on the tech side. But, the market, with your prior segment, there is fragility in there. So I think you have to balance it out with more value-oriented stuff and maintain hedges where you can.
And we'll say, do you think he'd be in the audience, Brad, Tim Cook, tonight, State of the Union?
At the State of the Union. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I would imagine that President Trump will reference this Apple news to bring jobs to Texas, which has a pretty tight Senate fight.
True.
Going on right now. This is a big win for Houston and for the state of Texas.
Yeah, and so James, then I guess
wild stab.
Yeah, wild stab. Maybe that's what's going on here. Then where does that leave you on the rest of, for instance, the software space?
Yeah, I mean, look, software has taken a beating. Not all software is created equal, but we're certainly not going to be participating in a big way anytime soon. I think that's the theories around and the hypotheses around enterprise software will continue to ring true and resoundingly so over time. But, we do like pockets of software. Companies like Hut 8 Corp are in there. Obviously, it has crypto exposure, but GitLab, that's a new position for us. So, there are opportunities within there, but, the CRMs, the Adobes and whatnot of the world, we're not really there. And I think question, Tony, Kelly,
AMD looking for a bounce.
Just going to ask, I see here that it says that you actually exited the financials. Why is that?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. On your show a couple of months ago at the end of the year, I was like, we're not, that's our kind of least favorite sector.
Okay, AMD is a bit elevated, so that could come back a bit.
But I do think that there is some possible theory that, there is going to be increasing correlation between the financial sector and the software sector if things keep going the way that they are. on the software sector side. So, you know, we've exited financials completely. You know, we're very, very, very picky.
S&P continues lower.
And,
Well, very quickly, surprise, we have the Hut 8 CEO on tomorrow following earnings.
Look at that.
James didn't know that's how it works. That's how it works. Tune in tomorrow, James.
VWAP is 6870. MACD still lower.
The shares are up 11% today. As we talk about where the big movers are, they're not the names we were talking about 6, 12, 18 months ago.
Ironically, we did trim it today into the print. So a tiny bit, just a little off the top.
James, thanks for the time. We appreciate it today.
Thank you.
James Checkmark with Clockwise Capital.
See, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you just get good, sometimes you get both. All right, coming up.
A fairly large body candle today. Wick on the top, wick on the bottom. S&P 500. Okay, S&P 500. We got a wick on the top, wick on the bottom. Pretty solid day. We'll see if we bounce here, if we drift a little bit lower. RSI trying to get above 50. MACD stochastics are resetting, so this could be a bounce that follows through tomorrow. Watching the S&P. Puts or bid, currently puts or bid. Looking to get into some AMD as well, but AMD looks like it could drift a bit lower, so I'm going to wait on AMD. Okay, let's look at Amazon. Amazon's had a good day today. Amazon, I don't want to spoil the day. Okay, so we're looking for a higher low now. Look for a close in the upper half of the daily range. Okay, stochastics turning off the low. So this is really good. It's turning off at 20. So Amazon should start closing in the upper half of the daily range. So you want to buy dips or opening levels like we see over here on the left. Right now, I wouldn't do anything except buy a dip. So we're watching Amazon for that. Tesla, same thing. Tesla at the highs. Tesla looks pretty good. Okay, stochastics needs to turn back up. So we don't have a signal there yet, but coming off the lower Bollinger Band right above the 200-day moving average. AMD still fading. AMD still fading.
ONDS. ONDL.
ONDS. ONDS. ONDL. Just looking at this one the other day. ONDS. ONDS. Looking for that to bounce.
ONDS.
S&P trying to hold this level. We broke above it earlier. Came right back down to it.
I'm Dominic Chu with your Market Navigator today. Now, we talk a lot about potential disruptions in the AI trade. Our next guest is looking at a couple of financial companies that were known as market disruptors at one point, maybe still are in some way, but are now the ones getting disrupted in some way. And he says they could offer some good buying opportunities. Jay Woods is our guest. He's at Freedom Capital Markets. He's their chief global strategist and a CNBC contributor as well.
Let's see if this is a bear flag. What are we going to do here?
And I got to maybe think that they're fintech oriented, that were those disruptor names that are now the ones that are perhaps getting a little bit more disrupted on a relative basis.
Yeah, we've got a 2 for Tuesday for you, Don. We're going to look at 2 beaten down names that were darlings, SoFi and Robinhood. First, SoFi. Both of these stocks, when you look at them technically, have that same rounding top formation. Fundamentally, they've been on a nice run, and then all of a sudden, with the AI disruption, these two got taken back behind the woodshed as well. But what we see now is an opportunity. We want to see, right, long-term trend is broken. This is a problem. But when you look at that topping formation in SoFi, it broke down and got toward target. It went from 25 to 32, broke that top. Now a downside target around 18 where it's sitting at now gives us an opportunity from a risk reward, and that's what we're looking for, opportunity to buy the stock. And then if you layer in Fibonacci retracement
VWAP way down here at the low.
ratio of 61.8%. And then when you look at momentum indicators, the RSI, a bullish divergence, positive. MACD showing us a buy signal. So for me, risk reward, SoFi is a good place to enter right here at this $18 level.
Okay, S&P 500.
Back to 22, 23 over the coming weeks.
All right, where else are you looking right now besides SoFi? What types of other companies out there in that same vein are opportunities?
Yeah, as I mentioned,
Short term is turned up. MACD is turning on the intermediate term and long term. Looking for it to turn. RSI back up. MACD is turning.
Long term, trend is broken, still has a lot of work to do. But short term, when you look at how it's broken down from that topping formation, risk reward, this 70 to 74 level looks like a good opportunity to step in. When you back the chart out to 5 years, oh my goodness, we have good support from where it broke out initially when it began this magnificent run that got it included into the S&P 500. So I look for both of these stocks to have nice relief rallies for now. Are they going to turn around? It may take more time. But for someone looking to trade these beaten down names in the financial sector, these two are prime examples of where you can get in now and get a quick reward with very little risk to the downside.
All right, they're talking Robinhood. Robinhood. Nice turn up after a little dip there, a little profit taking. Robinhood turning back up. Yeah, we'll record it.
RPGL.
All right, looking for a bounce. S&P. Trace turning back up. Okay, so these levels overhead at 6905. They've taken those off. This is non-zero day. Let's look at 0 day. Pretty much the same 0 day. Let's zoom. Let's backtrack a little bit. You can see this is a much larger level. And now that we're retracing, people are taking positions off. Got some negative gamma overhead. Lack of positive gamma now. Okay. So you can see the purple area where the hedge flow stopped and turned around. You can see that purple band. That's telling you that's where the resistance is. It'll probably stay there for now. Okay, so you can see this big purple band right here. Right where the hedge flows turned around, came back down. Just above 6,900.
Wall Street analyst to help sort things out.
All right, S&P is trying to bounce.
Because in AI, a handful of giant buyers can set the pace for everyone else.
S&P is starting to bounce. Looks like a little descending pattern.
And for today's market show and tell, we're looking at NVIDIA through a fundamental lens. We're breaking down gross margin to show how it can swing the stock price when the cycle shifts.
Pretty much a descending channel.
Number 53%. Remember smart glasses, they're back, and that's how much demand is expected to grow this year. And today we are welcoming David O'Connor. He is a senior semiconductor research analyst at BNP Paribas and a former chip designer who spent a decade building silicon companies like MRVL and Texas Instruments. And the theme of the
It is a big day and a big year for Cheniere Energy. Company CEO speaking earlier today at an energy summit in Washington, D.C. And Cheniere celebrating the 10th anniversary of its first ever cargo of liquefied natural gas. Later this year, Cheniere's 5,000th shipload of gas will also take the seas. It's also been a big run for the company and its investors. In the past 5 years, LNG stock has popped 200%.
Cheniere Energy from my home state of Louisiana. Cheniere Energy.
1 million European homes for 1 month. Wow. Yeah, wow. And they've done almost 1,800 of those cargoes. Welcome back in, Jack Fusco. He is the president and CEO of Cheniere Energy for an exclusive energy interview. Well, energy, I guess, is appropriate. It's a double entendre, but it works. Jack, I'll take it. It's been a long couple days. So let's talk about this. Congrats.
All right, S&P turning back up.
Anniversary. And listen, today is the 4-year anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I have said, and I do not mean this in any form of TV hyperbole, that U.S. gas has literally saved Europe. It's kept the lights and the heat on. What has it meant for Cheniere, its employees, and also for your business?
Well, Brian, first, thanks for having me on today. And I have to say, what a glorious day it is to be a Cheniere employee. We just got a House resolution passed that called it Cheniere U.S. LNG Day, just to recognize the 10 years of exports, the 5,000 cargoes. Here at the Transatlantic Energy Security Council meeting, it was a very warm.
Cheniere Energy down in South Louisiana on the Gulf Coast. Their new terminal. This has been built over the last 5 years or so, I guess. Very nice. Cheniere Energy. Beautiful.
For me, it has been just a highlight of my 40-year career in energy.
Yeah, it really has been. The exports from the United States replacing all the Russian gas that was mercifully lost to Europe. They need the gas. It has to come from somewhere. It's coming from you and the United States. We need a lot of gas to power energy and the data center revolution. Is there then, you saw a big price spike a few months ago, Jack, where gas went to $7 briefly. Do any of those things, data center demand, price spikes, or whatever, do they fundamentally impact your business or your earnings?
No, Brian, so when we sent that first cargo out in 2016, natural gas production in the United States was around 70 BCF a day, billion cubic feet per day. Today, it's over 120 billion cubic feet per day. So we are blessed.
Wow, that's amazing.
An incredible resource that the rest of the world really needs. So as you mentioned, gas spiked because of weather, and it dropped immediately. It's down in the $3 range again today. And, we don't see it.
Jack, I'm curious if you would draw parallels between now, maybe the shale boom is too much, but maybe going back to the early 2000s. We had the dot-com crash, and then we realized, wait a minute, we underinvested in energy and in all these important things. And then we saw nat gas prices go up, and we saw oil went over 200 barrel, and today's day was 140 back then. Could we see something similar now? Are we seeing the beginning when we see what's going on with memory prices? Could we see that more broadly for energy prices like nat gas and others?
I don't think so, Kelly, because what we've seen recently is the price of LNG into Japan, Korea, Malaysia, the JKM marker, when it gets around $10 a million in MMBTU, the demand really increases in Asia and Southwest Asia. So I think what you're going to see is prices are going to moderate and demand is going to explode, and that'll create stability in the price of natural gas worldwide.
Here's the crazy thing, Kelly, and Jack knows this, and we've been over in Europe reporting it. Him and his team have also just helped with the raw data. Russia's still selling a huge amount of natural gas to Europe. They're just doing it by LNG, right? Cargoes. Is there a time, Jack, where you and some of your colleagues and competitors here in the United States would be able to produce and export enough natural gas that Europe could finally end buying any Russian gas to try to starve Putin of money for his war machine.
Well, no, that's absolutely right, Brian. It's why I'm here today. It's why I've met with the 12 energy ministers of Europe and Director General Dita Jorgensen of the EC. It's to try to make sure they understand that here in America, we are blessed with a great resource of natural gas. We have the innovation. We have the willpower to continue to build out our infrastructure and make sure that we can deliver to Europe for decades to come.
Do you have the support you need, Jack? When I think about, even in parts of this country, we don't have the right infrastructure to get nat gas where it needs to go. And obviously the export situation has been a different one. And again, one of the great stories of all time, we go from importing it to exporting it. That was only, a decade ago. Now here we are. Do you feel that you have the support in terms of infrastructure, in terms of regulatory, to kind of do what you think this country needs, what the world needs right now?
Absolutely. Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright were the hosts. Today, they are 100% behind the men and women of U.S. LNG. And this is a totally different administration and feel to the administration as far as wanting to share with our friends and allies this great resource of low-cost natural gas worldwide.
Next time, we'll ask about whether or not there's a change in that administration in 2.5 years, Jack. But for today, we're out of time. It's the 10th anniversary of that cargo. Jack Fusco, President and CEO of Cheniere Energy. Jack, real pleasure. Congrats to you and your team. It's a big accomplishment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's get to Pippa Stevens now for the CNBC News Update. Hi, Pippa.
Hey, Kelly. A Utah judge rejected a bid today to disqualify a team of prosecutors in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The defense for alleged shooter Tyler Robinson argued the prosecutors were biased because the team included a lawyer whose daughter attended the Turning Point USA event where Robinson is accused of fatally shooting Kirk. Robinson is charged with aggravated murder. He will not enter a plea until his preliminary hearing, which is tentatively set for mid-May. The Supreme Court ruled today Americans can't sue the U.S. Postal Service, even if an employee deliberately refuses to deliver mail. In a 5-4 ruling, the divided court ruled against a Texas landlord who claimed her mail was intentionally withheld for 2 years as a result of racial prejudice. And the Louvre's museum director is stepping down months after a brazen daytime heist at the museum. French President Emmanuel Macron accepted her resignation today, calling it an act of responsibility. In October, thieves stole more than $100 million worth of crown jewels at the world's most visited museum. Kelly, back to you.
Wow.
All right, thank you, Pippa. Coming up, we are going to talk about peanut butter, AI, and bonuses. And if that's not enough to keep you around, I don't know what is. We're back in a minute.
Fundamentals to time the market. Having said that, David, how do you use gross margin in your analysis for companies?
Okay, markets are sleeping right now. Looking for a MACD cross and for markets to pop back up. Baker Hughes, LNG, Baker Hughes. Probably going to be in Baker Hughes for a while. Given the fact that it's getting into the whole AI business. Baker Hughes, gas turbines and compression, digital oil field and U.S. fracking and land services. Baker Hughes versus the big three rivals. It's also working on the LNG super cycle, a toll keeper for global liquefied natural gas with historic $35.9 billion backlog. The company has revenue visibility through 2028 that most competitors lack at this point. The AI power boom, major 2026 catalyst for Baker Hughes. Just today, February 24th, Baker announced a 1.21 gigawatt generator order from Boom Supersonics AI data center solution. This follows a massive 10 turbine order from 20 energy. Oh, here we go. S&P just popped. S&P popping here. Something's going on. S&P popping. S&P with a nice boom here.
Like any technology, there's probably room for just a couple of players. There's room for the first guy who's the fastest runner, and he typically attains 70-80% of the market. You know, conceptually, number two guy then maybe 10% market share, and then the third guy, you know, just less market share. And
Bunch of shorts covering just now, most likely.
You know, it's quite. Anytime you've seen this over multiple generations of technology, so it's very important to be the first guy and to be the fastest runner to kind of secure those big design slots. And
real quick, what makes NVIDIA such a fast runner here?
I would say they started sooner than everyone else. Absolutely. They engage.
Look, about the story today is for all the chaos it's caused in the past weeks and months, Anthropic today is quelling some software disruption fears at its enterprise event, announcing partnerships with some big names in the space. But at the same time, its head of economics confirming workers are using its tools more than ever. Here's what he said.
About a year ago, roughly a third of all jobs across the U.S. economy had at least a quarter of the tasks that people do in those jobs appearing in our data. So you're a copy editor, something that you do in your daily job, people are using Claude for, software engineers, of course. That number, a third of all jobs, has risen over the course of the year to around 1 in every 2 jobs.
And meantime, PayScale is releasing its annual compensation report today, and it finds a majority of employers are updating existing roles to include AI-related skills, but are not necessarily willing to pay more for that proficiency. Joining us now in an exclusive interview is Chris Hayes. He is PayScale's CEO. Chris, it's great to have you here. Welcome.
Great. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Could you start by telling us everything you know about AI's impact on the labor market up to this point in 3 minutes?
3 minutes or less. Yeah, I mean, I think AI is definitely having an impact on the labor market. I don't think it's as prolific yet as it will be. I think it's more, just the clip you just played, I think speaks to it a little bit. The AI is starting to take parts of our jobs. So different functions and roles and skills, I think, are going to be taken over by AI. But I don't think we're to the point yet where AI is fully taking over a large scale of jobs. Maybe some of the ones that are more easily automated. But where we are today, it's more about just taking pieces and parts of it than the full actual job itself.
From your data, can you point to, so we have heard anecdotal examples of companies. They say, you know, we've stopped adding certain headcount, or we're letting attrition take place, or you know, maybe you can't go company by company, but is your sense overall that AI has led to the loss of any jobs in the broad kind of, you know, view of things that you have?
Yeah, I think in the survey that we just released, I think it was something like 30% of companies said that they have eliminated or they're considering eliminating jobs because of AI. And that does break down. There's certain industries have a higher percentage of that.
Okay, looking for futures to push a bit higher.
Quotable statistic that we have in the survey that we just released.
Right, so 30 to 35% of companies said they've either eliminated a job or may eliminate a job because AI can do that. And go ahead, Brian.
No, I tweeted out a couple days ago, Chris, and I think we sent it to you if you didn't see it, which is basically like, if AI kills all the jobs, there's no consumer spending, and thus there's no economy, and thus there's no reason for AI to exist.
S&P pushing higher. Futures pushing higher.
The reality is that the economy is consumer spending. 70 to 75% is people having a job, getting a paycheck, going to Vegas, flying, eating, groceries, car payments, whatever it is. AI kills all that. The economy is destroyed. And I'm trying to make a point that I can't see AI killing the jobs, because then it kills the economy and its own reason to exist. Or maybe, I don't know, I was in the Colorado air for too long recently.
No, I think you're spot on. I mean, I think we've lived through, for those of us who are a little bit older, we've lived through quite a few disruptions in our careers. I think this is a disruption, and I think just like the other ones that have happened in the past, jobs will evolve and change and morph, but I don't think that they'll be fully displaced. To your point, I mean, if all of this happens just for margin improvement and there's not compensation passed on to the people that we all employ, this thing gets really ugly really quick. And I don't think that's what's going to happen, Brian. I think your point's a valid one. I think where we are in the macro right now, with some of the stuff that's happening in AI, companies are taking advantage of the macro and some of the things that are happening in AI. I think Sam put an article out a few days ago about talking about AI washing and using AI as an excuse to like increase margins. And
I love that.
I do think that will, I think that will change though. I think as the talent that AI unlocks and the different skills, companies will value that talent. They'll end up paying for it, which is something you saw in the survey that people aren't willing to pay for it yet. I think it's because we don't fully understand what skills AI is bringing to us that are going to be valuable, that are going to drive growth and that competitiveness that companies thrive in.
So I want to make clear what you just said, because I love the point. We've heard of, about greenwashing, where companies say we're green, even though we, make, gasoline or whatever for a living. This is AI washing. The idea being that companies can use AI as a blanket excuse to either not hire, lay off, or change compensation, right? Sorry, I can't afford to give you a raise because AI is coming, and nobody can disprove it. We don't know if it's true, but they can say it, and there's no way for anybody to know if it's actually happening. I haven't seen AI exist in any form at all in my life, other than some stupid internet bot that gets it wrong, and I end up pressing 0 to talk to somebody, at least not so far.
So far, I think as those skills evolve, though, and companies will value those skills, we'll start to see the market adjust, and we'll start seeing that pay for that. And then as those efficiencies actually manifest into revenue and growth, I do think we'll see a clear connection. But I would agree with you right now, Brian. It is a little bit murky out there.
And finally, Chris, quickly, what would you say? Right now, people are not getting paid for the skill, but you think they ultimately will. Like, do you see good things happening on the income wage front?
I do, actually. So the largest percentage of people said that they weren't paying for AI skills. There was a cohort in the survey, it was roughly 14% that said they were valuing it. The good part about that is that it was highly valued. So where those skills are becoming relevant and manifesting and observable, companies are willing to pay for them. And that's, to me, that's very encouraging.
Indeed. Love the granularity. Thanks for bringing it to us. A great conversation, Chris. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Chris Hayes, CEO of PayScale.
Very thought-provoking there. All right, on deck, something else thought-provoking, a scary report around Iran and what it may mean for both energy and global security.
All right, I'm pushing higher. Baker Hughes, BKR, BKR. Okay, that looks good. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're just looking for the markets to push a bit higher, maybe get back to 68.95. We're in this descending channel. Looking for some confirmation. Baker Hughes at the high of the day. We're just watching some of these energy names too. Let's take a look at the sectors real quick. Just do a quick review. XLB. Materials getting a bounce. XLC Communications. XLC Communications catching a bounce. Needs to get above the 50-day. XLE Energy consolidation. USO Crude Oil consolidation. XES Oil and Equipment Services trending. Okay, there goes the S&P. S&P popping up here. Okay, S&P turning back up. S&P 500 spiders. All right, so that's XLE, XLF financials. Got beat up yesterday. Need a bounce. Industrials. Industrials looking for a bounce. XLI. Okay, that looks really good. Caterpillar and similar stocks looking very strong. Caterpillar, Baker Hughes in the liquid natural gas turbine business as well. Seeing some activity there, bullish continuation. Let's see. Baker Hughes. What do I have? I have the 65 call. All right. So we're just out of the money. Looking strong. I like to roll these out. I have April calls. I like to roll these 65s out. Same strike. Roll those out to maybe June or something like that. On the next little pullback. Got a nice profit so far. Baker Hughes. Okay, so we're looking at sectors, energy, industrials, consumer staples, bouncing. Let's see what SPHD looks like. SPHD. Consolidation. S&P, nice little rally here on S&P. S&P, nice rally. S&P, right back up to resistance. Nice pop. Did we get a high tick alert? No high ticks yet. No high ticks, but this is looking pretty good. Pretty bullish. Okay, let's look at hedge flows. All right, those have turned up as well. You can see that dark purple overhead, or bright purple, I should say. There's going to be some resistance. We see the hedge flow line hit that level and rejected before. So that's where we're headed right now, it looks like. Going to turn it down a little bit so it's easier to see price action and hedge flow. Okay. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, the 24th of February. Just watching AMD. I'd like to take a shot at AMD, but I'm looking for a little bit lower. Maybe 212, 211, 210. Maybe I can get a lucky entry on AMD. Okay, Apple flexing its muscle again, back up into the range. Apple turning back up. Amazon having a good day. Microsoft having a good day, finally. I don't want to jinx it. All right. Okay, let's see if we can't get a bounce out of this. Somebody just took some profits on that little bounce. Okay, we're going to go again. We're going to go again, S&P.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. The real threat of U.S. military action against Iran is high, and it may be going higher. Today, Reuters exclusively
May be going higher. May be going higher. I don't know why they do this. Speculation, innuendo. Why can't they just report on what's happening instead of what they think might, could, should, maybe happen? It just makes me crazy. Talk about what's happening in the markets. Much more helpful. Okay, That's Ryder. I don't want Ryder. I want Baker Hughes. D K R.
Lower guidance was given. Brian, I want a quick final thought from you on this space. Some call it the vanity trade. What's your final thought?
Dan, I think that there is a lot of there are lots of legs in these stories, right? I think that the whole longevity thesis is playing out, or we're in the early stages of that. I think what Kim's
MACD.
the personalized medicine approach, right, where you have a lab test that can measure your health, and from that they will personalize medications in whether it's 1 or 2 injections that include the GLP, vitamins, supplements, and all the other things that would help you, have the best health you can have. I think that there's a lot of room for that to grow. I think that we're in very early stages of that. So we like this strategy. It's just a matter of getting through all the noise and the overhangs that we're having to deal with here near term.
All right, we'll leave it there for a time. That's Brian Tequila, Managing Director for
RPG
Healthcare Research at Jefferies.
AMD's turning up. All right, so I'm going to buy some AMD. AMD. I want to go out a little ways, though. AMD turning up. AMD's turning. I'm going to take some options maybe out in June. Let's see, June. AMD. Let me go with a 45 delta. That's the 240, 250. Buy some 240, 250s. 240, 250s. Buy vertical 240, 250. Oh, shit. It's getting going here. Okay. AMD. All right. AMD. I bought 240, 250. AMD. Okay, AMD scaling into some 240, 250s. Let's see. Monitor. Filled orders. 240, 250.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Not insights, actionable data, educate traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
All right, S&P pulling back a bit.
When my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become? I don't even know if they could envision it to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for 25 years through purchasing up houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us. I want to invest in a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
CIFR.
3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caton coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters. And I'm Sam Vardas coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at what is coming up on today's show. We will be joined by the CEO of the infrastructure as a service company, DigitalOcean, after its latest earnings report. Revenue from its AI-based customers. Later, we'll check in on the IPO market and how AI can reshape who is IPO ready and who is not. And in Options Corner, we'll take a look at options activity on Qualcomm after the stock was upgraded by Wells Fargo and Loop Capital earlier this morning. But for now, Marley, take us through what you've been watching today.
Thanks so much, Sam. AMD rising today on a long-term deal with Meta. The social media giant will buy 6 gigawatts of GPUs from AMD to power its next generation of AI infrastructure, all a part of a multi-year agreement valued at more than $100 billion. This deal marks a big win for AMD as it looks to take market share from both NVIDIA and Broadcom. And Home Depot moving higher as well today after topping earnings estimates for the first time in a year. Despite posting a roughly 4% quarterly sales decline, the home improvement company bested Wall Street's revenue and earnings expectations, boosted by a rise in same-store sales and its pro business. And Keysight Technologies is the top performer on the S&P today, jumping after posting a beat on the top and bottom lines alongside second quarter guidance that exceeded Wall Street's expectations. The electronics equipment maker saw Q1 revenue up 23% and record orders driven by AI and semiconductor demand. For Q2, management expects revenue to rise 30%, EPS to be up 35%. That's far above the consensus estimates. Lots of stories to break down today and lots of guests to interview, but let's take a look at where the markets stand as we near the end of the trading day. We're maintaining this sea of green that we've seen. The S&P trading up 0.75% higher at 68.88.59 right now. The Nasdaq holding on to a 1% gain, still 24,970. The Dow is up 0.8%, having added 392 points so far today, and the Russell 2000 trading 1% and a quarter higher at 2653.91. The 10-year sitting pretty firmly at 403 for most of the day. The dollar at 97.76. Gold moving lower, 51.71 a troy ounce right now. That's down about 1%. Crude also moving lower, 65.88 a barrel. And Bitcoin mostly unchanged, but still can't seem to find its way back north of that 65,000 mark. We're at 64,520. I do want to check back in with Sam in New York, though, and see what top stories or themes caught her eye today.
Well, Marley, the software stocks recovering today after a big sell-off yesterday. The IGV, which tracks software, is rebounding after markets got spooked and not helped by that Citrini report, which imagined a world in a few years with unemployment at 10% and a big drawdown.
All right, so S&P pulling back a little bit now. Okay, respecting this channel down at the moment. S&P is respecting the channel down. We got VWAP down below. Decent bullish day. I would hate to see it give back too much, but, you know, looking forward.
HYMC. Software space we're seeing is overblown. Now, this morning, Anthropic hosted an event where it provided the latest product updates and also mentioned new partnerships, which seems to be easing some of the fears out there in the market, particularly around some of the companies which were actually named. Now, the positive takeaway from it all.
All right, General Electric had a nice bounce today. General Electric, GE. GE, nice reversal.
A bit more felt today by a name like AMD, which frankly was in need of some upside, but announcing that they have now signed this multi-year partnership with Meta Platforms, and Meta will purchase up to 6 gigawatts of AI chips that will be supporting its expanding infrastructure. And so as part of the deal, AMD has issued Meta a performance-based warrant for up to 160 million shares of the company's common stock, which will be given in these various tranches.
All right, GE, nice swing.
Scale up to then, of course, the full purchase agreement, which is 6 gigawatts. Shipments will be scheduled to
begin at least in the second half of this year. But this really is a long-term demand lock-in for AMD. I mean, it's a multi-year agreement that, again, gives them, the gigawatts of computing gives them rare visibility into, frankly, the future of AI chip demand from one of the largest purchasers in the world. Now, Meta is deliberately diversifying also away from NVIDIA by, of course, scaling and utilizing a name like AMD, because right now, NVIDIA has a cornerstone on the pricing of a lot of these various chip components and probably looking to get things at a bit of a cheaper cost. But the structure does also strongly align with, overall the incentives. As we do know, this is a performance-based warrant, which is interesting. And so execution does matter beyond just the headlines. And I will say, I was having an interesting conversation with my guest today, Corey Johnson, who was basically saying that they don't necessarily view this as execution risk, but it is an interesting metric of the deal that is frankly unusual, which does go to show that this is going to be more of a show me story. And obviously, AMD has to be
GE, nice day today. Outside day, bullish outside day. Bullish engulfing at highs. All right, we got NVIDIA tomorrow.
Gigawatts of power, but I do know that it shows the evolving ways the grid is continuing to change before our eyes. Absolutely. All right, this next one also another earnings move higher. Some positive sentiment about the consumer, the stability or lack of a recession that many people believe indicated by Home Depot's earnings. Take us through their report. Not as big a move to the upside, but still a move to the upside. Yeah, and I will say that for Home Depot, which we've not seen this favorability in its recent earnings report, it does feel like an absolute win, especially because the housing cycle has not really turned yet. So this was a quality beat, not necessarily driven by a demand inflection, but it was good enough at least to support shares today. I mean, we saw they topped easily both their top and bottom line expectations. Comparable sales, more notably, also turned positive as same-store sales rose 4% overall, roughly 0.3% in the United States. This was a pretty important signal after multiple quarters of declines, and their average transaction value increased, suggesting then that customers are still spending, just of course being more selective. Also, they did raise their quarterly dividend 1.3%, which then further underscores, I think, their really confidence in their cash flow and appealing to more of these income-oriented investors. Now, on the other hand, we did still see sales contract 4% year over year, which shows again that the housing slowdown is being felt still in different ways. Transactions also dropped about 1.6%, which then shows that right now that demand is being supported by price and mix rather than just like sheer volume growth. And management did acknowledge that right now we're waiting for things to thaw in this housing turnover, which continues to largely delay these renovation projects. And so that's their big ticket items. We know that they don't typically get a ton of their, huge margin business from, say, like you and I as the average consumer, but more and more so the commentary has been the same, and that's that people are waiting to make big purchases because they feel as though they'll eventually get a better price or eventually get a better rate. But I don't know how long we can wait to see, because it does feel like we've been saying that for quarter after quarter now for Home Depot. And interestingly enough, to a lot of the commentary with the SCOTUS ruling coming out before Home Depot was whether or not they would comment on tariffs. And it was such a blip in the earnings call. Management just said it was still in the middle of its analysis about tariffs and potential refunds.
Okay, we're down at the low here. S&P, puts are being bid again. Puts are bid again. For the record.
This year. Another 37.5% this month. This name is on a tear, and so delivering a blowout first quarter. Obviously, you can see from what has been a pretty strong move all throughout today's session. Now, growth is broad-based across their geographies and segments, with communications, defense, and semiconductors. Of course, semiconductors leading that acceleration. They did raise their guidance, targeting second quarter revenue up 30%, earnings growth of 35%. Those were well beyond consensus. And also with improving trends and less exposure to AI than software also been a meaningful outperformer even prior to today's move. But strong first quarter results really only further increase this exuberance of them being perhaps an AI winner. Much of the equipment and software that is used to optimize various manufacturing processes and enable communications has been run through Keysight Technologies. And so they also have strong demand from the defense sector. We know that has hit some companies very well. Others have not been as part of some of the various funding, but that has also been a major bright spot for them just over the last year. And they've also, this comes after they really underwent 2 years of stagnation, given some of the pressures we saw on things like EVs, communication. And last quarter, it did become clear that they had started to return to growth. So I think that encouraging, we're seeing that message further just cement.
Okay, we're fading more off the highs, giving back some of today's gains. GE Health. Oop.
Hugely optimistic analysts. It's like a laundry list of every analyst that has updated their coverage to the upside, frankly.
Sorry about that. GE Healthcare, bullish engulfing candle.
Maybe I've been talking about AI stocks too much. To me, that doesn't seem, I know historically for them it is elevated, but compared to some of the eye-watering valuations, it's actually not a pain point as far as like the broad, right now valuations having run up so quickly.
I read that same note on Zacks and thought the same thing. And thought, 32 times rating because the 32 times, that doesn't seem significant, but it shows just the skew that AI has sort of put on everything as we read. But it's a very good day for them. Up 21% still. They pretty much held on to these gains of north of 18% for the entirety of the day. And we'll continue our earnings story. All these moves to the upside today. No negative performers in our top movers here. With Keurig Dr. Pepper.
Keurig Dr. Pepper doing something that a lot of their staple peers have not been able to do, and that's garner any positivity on the back of earnings. And so we saw weakness from Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and as well as a lot of these staples. Not so much today though for Keurig Dr. Pepper, as they did forecast really strong annual results after beating their quarterly earnings estimates. Betting on now these new flavors as well as new marketing efforts to drive demand for their beverages. So they saw pretty resilient demand, and they did contribute part of this to some of these fresh new flavors like Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut and refreshers that are based on these TikTok trends, which helps them attract more customers. And their U.S. refreshment beverage segment did see sales increase 12%, driven by strong volume and mix. And we saw also favorable net price realization of 4.5%. Now their U.S. coffee segment net sales rose about 3.9%, but that was partially offset by a volume mix decline of just over 4%. So coffee prices really did hurt this name last year, as we did see coffee prices surging as a result of adverse weather and also tariffs. But they've also been banking on this soon-to-be-closed acquisition of JDE Peet's to help appeal this younger consumer, which was a really interesting take to me because I know that the coffee business of anything that is like beverage exposure has not been doing well, but maybe they think this will resonate with that key Gen Z demographic. And earnings definitely signaled further strength ahead. I just thought it was so interesting. They have all these new flavors that we must try because I had never heard of this Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut, which sounds terrible, but I will still try it.
I'm going to leave that taste test to you, and Nicole and I will do the caviar McDonald's chicken nuggets. And you can have the creamy coconut.
I will always do the weird drinks, I guess.
Thanks to Jenny Horn for breaking down those top movers. KDP trading up about 4% higher. I do want to send it back to Sam in New York, though, for a look at what we have coming up next in the show.
I don't know about you guys, Marley and Jenny. I'm sticking with my espresso. Coming up, we will switch gears and look at the oil markets as geopolitical risk is still a factor in oil prices remaining around $65. Market on close will be right back.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves. Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Nicole Pedalides live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the watch list.
All right. A little bounce here now. What are we going to do? S&P. Channel down. Getting close to an area where we might bounce again.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live. Subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Back to market on close. Let's switch our attention now to the oil markets. We have seen prices coming off for crude today. We're at $65 a barrel. So let's bring in our next guest to discuss this. Vikas Dwivedi, who's the global energy strategist of Macquarie Group. Nice to see you, Vikas. Look, it seems to be a case where a lot of the analysts are pricing in about $8 to $10 as far as a geopolitical risk premium in these markets right now, given what we're seeing in the Middle East with the biggest military build-up since '03. Just wondering, with this sort of maximum pressure campaign and what we've seen as far as the Iranians, what they're likely to do to put the squeeze and the chokehold on global markets, how are you assessing this situation right now? I mean, what is the likely outcome here?
ASTS. Yeah, great point. You know, the way we're assessing it is that the momentum seems to have shifted from, you know, like relatively 50-50 odds of a diplomatic solution versus a military. And now the trend has become decidedly towards a military outcome, you know, with the U.S. Attacking Iran in some manner. I mean, and that's where the debate is now. It's actually almost moved away from whether there'll be diplomacy or military. It's almost more like what type of military action will be taken. Will it be very strong or will it be limited?
Okay, we're starting to bounce here. S&P. S&P is starting to bounce.
Is the potential for regime change? It's still, we think, low, but it's probably double. It's probably gone from 5% on to 10%. You know, but the fact that we're even talking about it, I think is meaningful.
Certainly meaningful. So walk us through this. If this were to happen, this strike were to happen, and obviously there's a range here from some sort of limited strike to a full-scale strike. If that were to happen in that sort of range of possibilities, what would be the expected price path for oil?
Yeah, you know, on an initial strike, I think it'll be half of what we saw in June, which was, you know, kind of $8 to $10, and then it gave it back. We think it's more like $4 to $5, and then, you know, the market will wait to see what Iran's response is. If it's measured, which we believe it will be, then the market will sell off. And I think, you know, that's the key. Who could short right now, right? I think you'd have to be a daredevil to short the market, even if your fundamental balances are highly oversupplied, which ours are, by the way. And I think most people have fairly oversupplied supply-demand balances, but it's hard to short with it sitting in front. But I think once the missiles are fired and there's a stronger confidence that this will be a limited engagement, neither side is going to try to really, you know, like destroy the other side, then the market can sell off. And I think part and parcel with that is the risk to supply will go away, right? The risk premium on what would Iran do with a block the Strait of Hormuz, would they attack other Middle East oil
Okay. Squarely in this descending channel. Okay. So scalping long, short, has been working today. AMD snookered me here. So I'm looking for a bounce. AMD actually pushing a bit lower. So I can add to my position. That's why you scale into these positions. You don't put 100% of your chips on. If you're going to do like 10 calls and you bought all your calls and now it's pulling back a little bit, then you're not able to scale in at a lower rate, at a lower level, or take it off if it stops you out. So AMD currently pulling back a bit more. Gave myself some time so theta doesn't kick in. Oh, it's 322 already. Wow. 322 already. All right.
China's oil demand has been fairly disappointing for about 5 years, and it's come in different ways. Obviously, electric vehicles feed into the gasoline demand. They never really got back to the pre-COVID levels on international.
Bitcoin's holding the high of the day, so that's pretty good. Bitcoin, maybe it gets something going the next few days.
More recently, in the last couple of years, they've lost demand growth to CNG and LNG for trucking, right? So they've been getting hit from every direction. The petrochemical demand, which is also a very big part of the Chinese demand picture, has also not really been able to get any momentum. So, like almost every which way you can look at it, they're not getting it. And, if there's a rotation back to China in terms of more manufacturing, because the tariff picture is a little bit more attractive to go back to China, it will probably take 2 to 3 years minimum before you see the benefits of that. But while that's going on, you're still getting very challenged, right? From diesel getting hit by LNG trucking, and more recently EV trucking, and then jet just sort of lagging. Yeah, so we're not counting. I think anything positive that happens would be a bonus to demand, not certainly our base case.
And because you mentioned gasoline there, and I saw in the notes that demand could surprise.
And you're telling somebody, I'm going to give you quarterly liquidity, but in essence, every loan you make is a 4 to 5 year mission. Yes, they can always get liquidity, but
Robinhood coming off the high of the day. Robinhood had a nice. Robinhood.
and that's what's going on. So that's why you're having all these issues. You can't sell things at par when people are nervous, and that's what's happening in the private credit space.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of concern, obviously, over loans that were made to software companies and how
NVIDIA trying to push a bit higher as well. We've got 35 minutes to go. Less than 35 minutes to go. Tesla's starting to move again. Tesla going again. Tesla going again.
Today, would you want to make that loan at par? That's the real question. And I think the answer to that is no. You'd want more collateral. You'd want a higher EBITDA. So things have changed, but you don't have that luxury. So if I was going to go buy that, or other people wanted to buy that loan, you'd buy that loan at 80 cents. You wouldn't be paying par for that loan because you're not getting paid enough for the risk you're taking.
We used to have these conversations, Mark, and the audience that we would generally be speaking about would be very high net worth investors or simply institutions who, across the board, knew what they were investing in. They understood that these were either semi or highly illiquid instruments. But now the game's changed a little bit, I think, and these products are being put into retail investors' portfolios in a greater degree than they ever have. I'd like to read you a quote from Lloyd Blankfein regarding that, as he told the Wall Street Journal, and I'd love your reaction to it on the other side. He said, quote, "Why are you going into this dangerous territory? Just to make your business a little bit bigger when that represents such a big potential problem in the future? These securities are opaque and maybe riskier than most. But to the extent you're selling to institutions, people don't care that much. But if individuals lose money, or insurance companies or real businesses lose money, it's terrible. I think it's so short-sighted of these guys to get into it for that reason. I don't hear people saying that, and I'm saying that. What do you think of what Mr. Blankfein said?
MSW.
I think he's actually right. I mean, think of what you're doing. The small investor, you're telling him, I'm giving you liquidity. And I'm going to give you a quarter liquidity, but I'm going to invest in paper that's for 5 years. That's a mismatch. And you can only give liquidity when there's no issues. And the minute there's an issue, everybody wants to get out, and especially retail investors. So I think Lloyd is absolutely correct. It's wrong, but it's a big business, and people love that business because they can get large fees from it.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, I guess we'll keep watching to see what happens. Let me get your point of view on a few other things. Kevin Warsh as picked for Fed chair. You like it?
I think he'll be fine. I mean, I don't know him. I know you had Rick earlier. I have the highest respect for Rick. I think Rick would have been the best Fed chair ever, but
Well, why do you say
wasn't
so?
my decision.
Why do you say so about Rick Reeder?
Because I think he's one of the few people who has street smarts and book smarts. He understands markets, and he's easy to talk to. So I just have a lot of respect for him.
The other thing I'd love your opinion on, we're obviously getting ready for the State of the Union tonight, and there was this luncheon at the White House in which the president told our Joe Kernan and some others that he's going to tonight push for more tax cuts, both on the corporate and personal side, maybe lean a little bit heavier on the personal side. But as I asked Rick Reeder, here we are having a conversation, not every day anymore, but often enough, about the deficit and how to control it and the fear of long-term interest rates going up. What are your thoughts on that?
Look, it's great for you and I. It's horrible for the country. It just is. Like, why do you want to have a larger deficit? Do I want to pay less in taxes? Sure. But that means that my kids and my grandchildren are going to have a bigger obligation. And that's really what this is. I think we should be looking for the future and try to make sure that we're doing the right thing, as opposed to saying that people like me need more tax cuts. I don't think that's a benefit.
I was going to say, speak for yourself. Don't put us in the same tax bracket.
All right, then I won't. Okay.
Let me lastly ask you, because we always talk about sports investing when you're on, and I think the last time you were on.
Okay, we're still in this descending channel. S&P testing the low again. We're up on the day. 43 handles, holding up very nicely, but still below the 50-day moving average.
Look, I think it was great. I was at the Olympics. I went to the women's gold medal game. I thought it was fabulous. The U.S. won. I think on the men's side, just as great. What you're seeing is that people just love sport. And if you're part of the Big Four and the Big Five, there's just going to be more and more growth. And the question is it growing at 5% a year or 15% a year? I think it's a great investment. We've started also looking at investing in any of the Big Four right now. So I think it's, look, do I regret selling my stake? Yeah, it's up, so that's life. But I think there's just a huge amount of opportunities in sports today.
Well, I mean, you did a 7-bagger. It's not like,
No,
you're doing all right.
7 times. It was 8 times.
Oh, sorry. All right, that goes back to
away from me.
Goes back to the tax bracket thing we were talking about.
Yes,
You be well. We'll see you again soon. That's Mark Lasry of Avenue. All right, still ahead. Aldra's Anka Crawford. She joins me right here post 9. She'll tell us what she thinks is riding on NVIDIA a little more than 24 hours from now.
All right, we're bouncing off the lower part of this channel for now. Oh, why did I do that? Okay, nice little bounce so far.
EOSE.
Get a bounce. We're going to get a bounce. What are we going to do here? Oh, boy. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. February 24th, Tuesday. Feels like Friday already to me. 2 days in a row. Slept like a baby. Exercise. Speaking of exercise, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to do a little stretching.
PYPG.
PYPG. PYPL.
PYPL.
IREX. EOSE.
PYPG.
SMU.
Futures are on the move. Taking a nice bid in the market.
PYPG. PYPL.
PYPL. PYPG.
All right, that was a nice stretch. That was a nice stretch. Okay, nice futures pop in there.
PYPG.
Okay, we've got, 26 minutes to go? 26 minutes to go.
PYPG.
EOSE.
Boom.
ONDS.
PYPG.
EOSE.
Yeah, USAR, those look like they're coming off the low, finally. Took a little patience, but looks like they're coming off the lows. Let's take a look at some of those. USAR.
RDW.
Nice move on USAR. Looks good. USAR. Critical metals, CRML. Also looking pretty good. Got rejected at the 50-day. MP materials above the 200-day. Needs to get back above the 50-day. So USAR looks the best. PayPal's selling off. Yeah. Oh, you're taking profits on PayPal. Okay. PayPal did good today from yesterday. PayPal.
RDW. UCTT.
Yeah, it was a nice pop on. PayPal looking good.
RDW.
Spreads have gotten pretty ridiculous. They're like 50 cents. Let's see. The 60s, way out of the money. Those are 18 delta, the 60s. For June.
SUPN. UCTT. PYPG.
Okay, futures trying to go again. Rig looking pretty good. Rig following through. Rig, I have March 6 calls. Okay, we're in the money. Do I want to take profits on rig and just reduce my exposure? Probably not a bad idea. Okay. All right, rig, I just reduced my exposure. I made almost 100% on those calls, so I'm happy with that. Micron. Okay.
EOSE.
All right, decent day today.
Here's the question. What do investors need to hear from NVIDIA tomorrow to ease some of the fears?
GE, I'd like to add to that one. That's probably going to keep going.
Portfolio manager with Alger, here with us at Post Nice. Nice to see you. Had a good big day tomorrow. How would you answer that question? What do you need to hear?
Well, I think it's pretty, common knowledge that their numbers are going to be good. They've basically told us that they've had a strong quarter. Their guide should also be good. Who knows if they include China or not? I think what people really want to hear is what is the demand profile? Not necessarily of the chips, but of the actual intelligence layer. So what is the token demand profile? And what will that demand profile look between,
GE looks good. GE. Bullish engulfing candle following through. GE. Kimberly Clark. Another follow through day. Looking for the 200 day as a target on Kimberly Clark. Baker Hughes is doing well. NVIDIA. There are a lot of nice commentary on NVIDIA for earnings tomorrow.
LINT.
And I think it's just hard for people to comprehend what that means. And so when you talk about exponential change, and anytime we talk about exponential change before, it's led to a bubble or it's led to dislocations. Now we are seeing dislocations with all this intelligence coming with software and different sectors dislocating, but the intelligence layer is growing exponentially. And with all these bots and reasoning, it will continue to do so.
Do you think the software sell-off's overdone?
No.
You don't?
I do not.
How much worse does it get?
Look, I don't know if it gets worse, but I do think that there is a structural change in these business models. We wrote a paper about this 3 years ago. AI is going to bring down to create, and it will impair the operating profit and the business models of software companies that we know and love.
Okay, Merck. I want to see Merck continue. Merck is trending. All right, use your 20. Use your 20 on the 60-minute time frame. This is going to keep trending, it looks like. I would just, I'm looking to add to this one, Merck. All right, AMD finally turning back up. Could add to this at this point. I plan on adding about another 20 calls on AMD. So I'm just scaling in. AMD.
for the AI trade. Now it's not. And other things aren't like a Broadcom.
Reg SAI. Apple.
That statement.
Apple. Looking to get back into some Apple.
I think I would, you know, I don't know if I really believe that. It still is a bellwether for AI.
RSI still rising. MACD stochastics turning. Apple on this dip. I'd like to buy some Apple. What time is it? We got 15 minutes. 17 minutes to go. Apple.
So I kind of don't agree with their point of view. You know, they are driving this entire revolution. So how can they not be the bellwether for it?
We shall see what happens, and we'll talk to you again soon. Ankur, thanks. That's Ankur Crawford. We have some news regarding PayPal. Mackenzie Sigalos with the update for us. Hey, Mac.
Hey, Scott. So PayPal shares are surging up around 6% now on a report that Stripe is considering an acquisition of all or parts of PayPal. Remember, it was only earlier today that Stripe
PayPal.
offer for employees and shareholders that values the company at $159 billion. PayPal's market cap, meanwhile, shy of $44 billion. It also comes at a time
PayPal. Nice pop there. Thanks for the heads up, by the way, Frano. I did lighten my load here on PayPal. Looking for it to continue, though. S&P turning back up. Tesla at the high of the day. 16 minutes to go.
Mac, thanks. Mackenzie Sigalos up next. We'll tell you what to watch for from the big names reporting in overtime tonight. Plus, SoFi's Liz Thomas is standing by. She'll help us break down these final moments of this trading day. Markets on us next.
LMND.
You can't do away with those. AI isn't going to solve that problem, right?
Okay, S&P looking good here. S&P.
We're going to have to import.
Nice pop on S&P.
For that to happen because we don't make the robots here in the United States. So I think this is, you know, my argument has been for the past decade that the American Industrial Renaissance was not very sexy, but a very necessary investment theme. And that other investment themes would come and go, but this was going to be in the backdrop for more than a decade. So far, kind of knock on wood, that's been correct.
Finally, Rich, let me get your take on Bitcoin, because we're back here at 64,000. I was once talking to Rich on this program to Mike Novogratz, and I asked Novogratz, I said, hey, is Bitcoin one day, is it going to be as big as the gold market? Yes, Mike says. Yes.
All right, nice pop. All right, dealers having to close positions at this point. I always look at the middle point of the dealer hedge flows. Okay, so a move back up towards the middle of this price range or the hedge line. Looking for a little bit higher move here. If that makes any sense. I'm looking at the purple line where if you take a high and a low and you put a center line through the middle of it, where the dealers would be back in the middle. I think that makes sense. Looking like we're going to bounce a little bit more. Okay, nice rally here.
If you want an aggressive asset, well, that's fine. That's not my firm. That's not me personally. But if you want an aggressive asset, go play Bitcoin. If you want something that's going to be defensive and diversifying relative to a lot of other asset classes, I think you probably want gold.
All right, nice rally so far.
Thank you.
Coming up, we get an analyst take on Home Depot's earnings. That's next on Market Domination.
What you doing? What do you think? It's a drainage issue? Oh, I know what they're working on. What are you guys? Young homeowners turning into their parents?
Mm-hmm.
Concrete. There we go. It's an incredible thing. Hey, fellas, I saw some work getting done at the middle school. Is this related?
LMND.
Just had a question about the
TSSI you got going there?
LCID.
These magnets of illegal immigration have to go. There is no upside to Sanctuary City.
12 states, over 200 cities, refusing to hand over criminal illegal immigrants.
I will make it a federal crime for a state or local official to define federal law on immigration. You can't have 12 liberal states choosing to ignore the law to make crazy people happy. It is time to end the same policy of Sanctuary City.
Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham, he's a trip.
Your bathroom is as easy as easy. Come visit our big, beautiful showroom to see all the culture marble options to create the bathroom you'll love for years to come. Stunning and durable, your new shower or tub for Houston is custom made and installed per your specifications. Using cultured marble from top to bottom.
We've got less than 15 to go before the closing bell. Let's get back to Christina now. Tell us what you see.
Well, let's start with AMD shares because they're still popping after Meta announced it will use 6 gigawatts of mission makers GPUs, that's graphics processing units for its data centers. It comes right after as well that Meta inked an expanded deal with AMD's biggest competitor, NVIDIA, for its GPUs just last week. You can see AMD shares up about 8%.
Okay, headed for 6,900.
About AMD's AI chip deployment.
Close at the high of the day would be nice.
Maybe things are slowing down, and then also any type of concerns that OpenAI may scale back its investment plan. Is in the red today after the company missed sales expectations for the fourth quarter. The department store chain blamed January's major winter storm, in part saying that it disrupted over a third of its locations. And Whirlpool shares are on pace for their worst days since, I said Whirlpool, not who, since July after the company announced it will issue $800 million of stock to help pay off debt. But the issuance will also dilute existing shareholders, of course, and that's why shares are down 14%.
Let's go, let's go.
Thank you, Christina.
EOSE.
Coming up next, what to watch for from HP and Workday before it's top of the hour. We'll do that in the zone next.
Let's go, LETSGO. MACD is bullish, volume coming in. Looking good.
EOSE.
Nice rally. All righty. Nice rally into the close. PayPal looking good. PayPal spinning off, was it Stripe? I didn't realize that they had acquired Stripe.
ONDG.
Nice rally. 9 minutes to go. 9 minutes to go. S&P 500 ripping here. S&P 500 going. S&P 500 ripping, ripping, ripping. Woo, look at this move. Look at this move.
High took alert plus 800.
LCID.
Big move there. Love these end of day runs. Mondo, I don't know if you're trading these, but these are so fun. Oh, man. All right, these end of days are really nice. That was a nice little pop there. Yeah, that was nice. That was nice.
Now in the closing bell market zone, Mike Santoli and SoFi's Liz Thomas here to break down these crucial moments of this trading day. Plus, two big earnings reports.
Okay, here we come back in.
Is watching HP for us, and Seema Modi is looking at workday. Michael, you first. Your thoughts on this day?
Yeah, I felt like traders look yesterday, say, okay, the S&P 500 once again holds the bottom end of this range. We see this saturating bearishness, washout conditions in software. So let's just take a half a step back ahead of the big known catalyst of NVIDIA. So to me, it doesn't seem like a very emphatic buy of the dip. IGV software ETF up less than 2% after the savage beating it's taken. But it does show you that not anybody wants to lean too hard in a negative direction. We are, after all, just a couple percent from all-time highs in the S&P 500. You kind of don't want to necessarily assume which way this very tight range-bound trade is going to resolve.
What's happening in overtime tonight? What do you got?
Well, we have John Arnold of Arnold Ventures, a billionaire. He's going to talk about actually some new work he's doing in sports betting and the impact he thinks it's having on the culture, on individuals as well. Of course, has there ever been a more hotly anticipated workday earnings report? I know you're going to talk about that, but it's going to have something to say about the software trend.
Yeah, I look forward to that. I mean, John Arnold doesn't do much public, certainly hardly any interviews, so look forward to that. Great get. Mike Santoli, thank you for that. All right, earnings, HP, Steve Kovac.
Yeah, Scott, this company has a new CEO, Enrique Lores. He departed earlier this month. He jumped ship to run PayPal, which, as Mackenzie just told you, is going through its own issues at the moment. They have a board member serving as interim CEO now as they hunt for a new one. So here's what we're looking for in these results, though. Commentary on memory costs. There's been enormous memory demand that we've been talking about for weeks now from all these AI companies. That puts cost pressure on consumer electronics companies like HP, Dell, and of course Apple. That was a huge theme of Apple's report a few weeks ago. Right now, the street's looking for full-year guidance of more than $55 billion, but that new CEO is going to be feeling some margin pressure and have to deal with a lot of supply chain issues there, Scott.
All right, Steve, thank you. Steve Kovac. All right, welcome to AI Anxiety Workday, right, Seema?
Right, Scott. Workday has really been challenged by this AI narrative that new code-generating tools from Anthropic's Claude Code will make it easier for companies to develop their own business processes. So that's resulted in shares dropping right around 40% so far this year. And then what alarmed investors, founder Anil Bhusri announcing his return as CEO 2 weeks ago. The company also said it would cut 2% of its workforce. The market wants to hear from Bhusri's vision and a clear plan on how he plans to fend off competition and re-accelerate revenue. Whether that involves M&A, the company has been on an acquisition spree over the last few months, buying Paradox for $1 billion and AI-native leader Sana for a similar amount. So that'll be key to watch next hour.
Yeah.
Scott?
All right, Stephen, thanks. It's really a key week for software earnings. Liz Thomas, I mean, what do you make of the upset that we've seen with software? Now, like, even if you don't own Workday, you're watching Workday, and you're watching whatever software company reports earnings.
Yeah, I think we have thrown the baby out with the bathwater, and it's time to just reevaluate and get a little more rational. These stocks right now are trading as if at the end of this everybody dies, and I don't think that that's going to be the case.
Oh, so you think it's been irrational? We've reached the point where we're selling down too many software names.
I think that it's been indiscriminate to a point where, yes, it's gotten a little irrational. There's a difference between disruption, which I think is absolutely going to happen, and displacement, meaning the entire industry just disappears. I don't think that's going to happen. And even the disruption piece of it isn't realistic on an institutional basis, meaning companies adopting AI tools in place of these large software companies that they've been using for a long time. That's not going to happen next quarter. So it'll take some time. And I think there's room here for a little bit of a correction upward in some of these names.
How are you thinking about NVIDIA and the importance that it now holds? Always important, obviously.
Yeah.
But just given the unsettled nature of the market and of tech especially, and the mega caps, which haven't done well to start the year.
Right.
Is there added importance this time if there's even such a thing as being possible?
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I think that the importance of NVIDIA, numerically, the importance of NVIDIA still remains. Right? It makes up so much of tech earnings. It makes up so much of the money that's flowing around in this AI trade. That's not going to change. They need to beat, probably. They need to have positive guidance in order for market sentiment to stay intact, as intact as it can be through this period. But I think that the amount that we're watching this, weighing on every single word, has diminished because there are other stories now. It used to be that there were no other stories really. NVIDIA was the only story. Now we've got software as a story. We've got a lot of new releases, Claude, all the other software pieces that are coming out. So I don't think that we're hinging as much on it. Now, that's not to say that if something goes wrong, could it take the whole market down? Absolutely. I just don't think much is going to go wrong soon.
Even if we got to watch, even if something goes really right, the stock doesn't react how people think.
Yes.
That's not the sign you want to see in the price action post really good print and really good guide. That'll tell you something about sort of where the psychology of this market is.
Well, I think the psychology is that we're exhausted with trading the same way for such a long time on just CapEx and no real results yet. So that's okay. That's as the cycle matures, the psychology has changed, and even the market rotation has changed. And something that I would point out a little bit differently than what Mike said earlier today, there isn't an emphatic dip buying going on, but the sector composition today, the return pattern that we're seeing in sectors is noteworthy. So we've got a nice bounce today, and it's led by consumer discretionary and industrials.
Discretionary has been trounced. We were talking about that on halftime today. Discretionary has been trounced by Staples to start the year.
Yeah.
Like plus 15 for Staples, like down 4 or 3 or whatever it is for discretionary. It's been no contest is the point.
Right, and Staples was one of my calls for this year, so I'm not upset about that.
Okay.
I think it's great that it's doing well, but the fact that we're bouncing today in discretionary and industrials in the number 1 and number 2 spot, positive signals for the economy and for risk appetite.
What's up with the rest of the market trade? I mean, we spent until about 2 weeks ago, we were saying, well, look at the equal weight, it's hitting new record highs every day, and then the market started going through this upset where it seemed like nothing was really safe for a bit.
Yeah,
now it's more volatile. Like the volatility's up, VIX is up.
Yeah.
We're certainly more anxious. It feels like market wide.
The churn under the surface that's hard to see is happening with high velocity. And we're at a point right now where the PE, the forward PE on the NASDAQ and the Russell 2000 is about the same, which is bizarre to me. So we've seen a lot of compression in multiples in tech names in the NASDAQ. We've seen a little bit of compression in other places, but not as much in places like small cap. So when you look at just the trailing 1 month sector performance, you've still got industrials, energy, and materials doing really well. Utilities and staples are in there too. So this market is sending a little bit of a, we want to be defensive, we have too much uncertainty, but we're still positive on the outlook for the economy and trading in cyclicals. So I think that continues as the year goes on.
You still like outside the U.S. in certain places?
I do. In emerging markets, I do think emerging markets has a decent opportunity this year. I think outside the U.S. has a good opportunity this year.
All right, that's a wrap, folks.
Markets does in particular because of a weaker dollar.
Hope everyone has a great day. What's left of it. I got a hard stop, got some things to do. Have a good evening. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com at the closing bell. Pretty good day today. Hope you have a good one. See you later. Ciao.